listen clearly. Are you telling me that 1.5 times the speed of sound is slow? 1.5 times the speed of sound?
No. The point
Why?
is that you cannot go from the UK to the equator in 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 hours or
No, no,
even
no,
4
no,
hours.
no, no, no one is saying that. No one is saying that. What we're saying is that when you go from UK to the equator, the plane will be moving at 600 miles per hour. Okay, the UK is
Mm.
spinning at 600 miles per hour supposedly, but the aeroplane is taking off, heading towards the equator, and the equator, as you move towards the equator, the speeds begin to increase under the plane. So by the time you get to the equator, the Earth would be moving at 1,037 miles per hour. Now, when you want to land on the equator, you can't land because you've only got 600 miles an hour. You have 437 miles per hour deficit. How do you make that up?
Yeah, so
How do you
let me
catch
explain
up?
it to him. This is what you're not understanding, Stu. Now,
Yeah.
the plane is flying south. It has the conserved momentum of 600 miles per hour and is flying south at let's say 500. But there's that's the north-south velocity. It's the east-west velocity that's the problem. It has to be going east-west at an extra 400 miles per hour. Where does that energy,
No,
that
no,
momentum
doesn't
come?
have
Hold
to
on. Where
go.
does that come from? Where does the energy come from to make the plane go that much
Okay, okay.
faster?
Got your point. Got your point. But it doesn't have to go to east to west. It doesn't have its velocity in east to west direction doesn't have to be 400 mile per hour. First thing is that you are stating that the velocity of the air of the plane have to change from 1000 to 600 or from 600 to 1000 in 1 hour.
I didn't know. Not an
Uh,
hour. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It could take 3 months. You need to. It doesn't. The
okay.
time doesn't matter. Where does the energy to do this come from?
If it is 3 months, it doesn't يعني, it doesn't have to be a lot of energy. It can be corrected by the airplane. I don't know.
Okay.
Compass.
Is that in the flight manuals?
I
Do
think
they
the
train
planes
them
do
to do
that.
this?
Uh,
Do they train the pilots to do this?
Maybe. Not sure.
Maybe.
But did they train the pilot to account for turbulence in the air?
That's right. And the winds themselves, they go in all different directions, right? So they account for
So
that on their flight path.
if,
But what do you are you saying like they're flying the
so if,
plane perfectly to account for this increase in velocity so that they have an extra 400 miles per hour east-west momentum? Like how
yeah,
are they doing this?
if they can account for
It's a big if.
randomly in wind, they can do that for the very predictable path of the earth.
Oh yeah. Can you show us how? It's very predictable. You got any formulas, equations, flight manuals, techniques, flying technique? How do they do this, bro? You can just say it's predictable, but it would be better to demonstrate that it actually is predictable and is predicted and used in practice.
You are asking for something hard and will take a lot of technical knowledge to do. So you can say I have win I have win the what do you call it, the debate. But I think if it is I'm when I say predictable, I mean it is could be expressed as mathematics clearly. So I can do that if I sit with a paper and and a pen in for 1 day or two or something like that. Now I can't do that. Yani. We are debating for I don't know. After 1 hour, I will go maybe two. Who knows?
Yeah. So
Um, uh,
I don't know how you would do it with pen and paper because you still need the energy it takes to go sideways. It's the sideways velocity. They're flying north and south at 500
It is not
miles
a lot
per
of
hour.
energy. My
Okay.
point being is that if you what do you call it? If you move in I don't know 4 hours or 6 hours, it's not a lot of energy to give to an airplane to
Dude,
to
it is a lot of energy. It's hundreds of
accelerate the
miles
plane.
further. It's hundreds of miles further they have to fly. The
Yeah,
longer
and
it
the
takes,
plane
the
can beat
further.
the
The,
speed of sound and
think
the
about it like this. Let's say they wanted to fly over a line of longitude in a straight line, just over a line of longitude that's on the spinning globe. They're not going to fly in a straight line to do that. They have to fly in a curved line over a spinning Earth. So that distance that they're going to travel is going to be longer, right, than the straight line distance. That means that they're going to have to fly faster to catch up to the Earth that's spinning away from them. Okay, so you got your north-south 500 miles per hour, but then you have your east-west, which you have to catch up to that too.
and what's the problem? They have to catch it with it.
It's easy to say. It's harder to demonstrate.
Yeah, it's harder to demonstrate because I don't have a plane. I don't have a simulation to demonstrate you.
They don't do it in simulations. There's no rotating Earth in simulations. Even NASA uses a flat, non-rotating Earth model to simulate airplanes.
You can't simulate anything. It's not a problem.
Did you hear me? NASA uses a flat, non-rotating Earth model to simulate airplanes.
Can you prove that?
Yes. Jen, you got that handy, or should I get it?
What did he
Hold on,
say?
I'll get it. I was talking to Jen. I'll get it. Hold on. Yes, I got PDF. Yes, non-rotating Earth model. Hold on.
Sorry, what are you looking for? What are you looking for, Indio?
The linear non-rotating Earth model that NASA puts out, the PDF.
I don't have that. No, sorry.
Okay, I'll find it. Just give me a second.
Yeah. So you have to be careful, you see, because when the aeroplane is flying south now, and it's flying at 600 miles per hour, the Earth is moving from the right to the left underneath. Now it's coming to land. Yeah.
4 megabytes.
Sorry.
Yeah, I posted it in the chat, bro.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. I didn't have it. I think I better copy that myself.
How are you doing, guys?
Good.
Good.
Excellent.
Good. See what? 100 pages? Bro,
I don't expect you to read it all, but that's what they're using. It says it right in the title.
okay. Approved for release. 6 Some properties of atmospheric indicators of light pattern if Francisca. What? As
How about
results.
I read the abstract? Derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model. A linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over flat, non-rotating Earth. Stop trying to talk over me when I'm getting to the point, dude. Okay? That derivation makes no assumptions of reference trajectory or vehicle symmetry. The linear system equations are derived and evaluated along a general trajectory and include both aircraft dynamics and observation variables. This is from NASA.gov Technical Report Server. This is how they model the flight of an airplane. They don't model it over a flat, rotating ball. They use a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's a fact that you cannot get around.
I think we are not talking about the same PDF because the PDF you have sent it to me doesn't have an abstract.
Okay, the link I posted, not the one McGill posted. I posted a link to NTRS.NASA.gov. I'll post it again.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay, it's a link, not a book.
Yeah, it's a link to a PDF that's on NASA's .gov server.
The derivation and definitions of linear aircraft model. A linear aircraft model for rigid aircraft a flat, non-rotating derivation makes no assumption of linear trajectory being symmetric. Blah 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 blah.
Blah 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 blah. That's hilarious, dude. I think you saying it's possible. I think I say blah 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 to that.
Ah. Okay.
You know, it's easy to say Superman absorbed energy from the yellow of the sun, and he can fly and shoot lasers out his eyes and has super cold breath and X-ray vision. It's a lot harder thing to demonstrate it in reality.
Yeah. I'm reading the document you have sent it, but the derivation makes no assumption. Reference the linear equation are derived and evaluated along linear trajectory. But I can't find where does it state that the Earth is flat or something
Said
like that.
flat, non-rotating. Flat and non-rotating. It's that right? It was on the first page.
Okay.
Yeah, the part where you
Definition.
went blah blah blah, that said flat, non-rotating Earth.
Sorry, my bad. For a rigid aircraft, a constant mass line. Okay. Okay. But this is all document. It's not up to date.
This is all
Not up to
what?
date. Your
All
argument
document.
is it's old. Your argument's it's old. That's your argument.
Not
It
really.
says clearly that it's flat and non-rotating.
Yeah, it's a model from something.
That
And if
wouldn't
I give
change.
you
That
a
wouldn't change.
document
And that
that
comes from
shows that
NASA.
not.
That comes from NASA, dude. That comes from
If I
NASA.
give you a document.
Well, who else do you want to tell you?
Okay, and you. Okay. It comes from NASA, but if I give you a document that proves that NASA uses most of NASA models and simulations use round Earth model, you will say that NASA is lying to me and something like.
No, we'll say you're not going to find that because they don't use that. You just think they do. Yeah, that's right.
Mm.
You just think they do. You've never actually went and checked. Have you?
Let me check. No, I haven't.
I have many people here.
So the models that they use for like say orbits and all that shit, those are called kinematic models. Okay? In order to make a model to fly over a rotating Earth, you would need a dynamic model that has forces. Momentum, right? Linear momentum, tangential momentum, right? You would need to calculate the forces on the airplane, its initial momentum, its ending momentum, its orientation, like all these things, how the forces act upon the airplane. It will be the same thing with spacecraft. They don't use these types of models. They use what's called a kinematic model, which doesn't account for any forces. It just uses like period, time, things like that, right? Distance. There's no forces in any of it. They're not using gravity. They're not using freaking, anything like that.
So you are saying that it is enough point, but do you believe in Newton's laws of motion?
Okay, you're not using that.
In kinematic models, yeah.
So Newton's laws of motion are dynamic models of physics. They're not using they're not using a dynamic model.
I'm asking about you. Do you believe in them?
Yeah, they exist. Yeah, I believe they exist. Yeah.
Good to hear. Good to know.
What does that matter? They're not using them. You just think they are. So you've imagined that they do these calculations one way, but that's not how they actually do them in reality. You think they're calculating forces using frickin' Newton's laws of motion. They're not doing it that way. You know why? Because they can't. Because they can't. It's impossible. It's too complex, even if they were going to try and do it. Because how do you account for all the forces? The forces of the wind, the forces of the gravity, the orientation of the airplane as it flies over the curvature, the sideways motion of the air, right? All these different forces you'd have to calculate, and then input. Yeah, all these variables you'd have to calculate to know how much you have to accelerate the airplane in a particular direction and how long you'd have to thrust. That would be an impossible calculation. So they use a kinematic model because it's simpler.
But create an automatic control system to account for all these forces.
Oh my goodness.
If they did do this, would the information not show up in black box data? The plane having to compensate for all this? Because if there was some kind of an accident, you would have to know which system. Was it the Earth curve system or the Coriolis effect system that messed up? Which one messed up? So it should be in the black box data, and we happen to have black box data.
And it would be in these manuals and these design documents. They're going to be designing, right, and testing aircraft to fly in specific conditions. If those conditions involved a spinning ball Earth, they would necessarily have to. And if they have automatic systems that you're claiming, that would be listed there. It would be detailed within those documents.
Yeah, it's on document, and it's talking about
part of the design process.
I don't know. It talk about derivation of a definition, a linear aircraft model. So it doesn't prove anything.
It proves that what you said, that they don't use that. That you claim that what it proves is when you claim that they're using some rotating Earth model to fly an airplane, that you're incorrect. That's not what they're using. Okay, so here's the funny thing. Okay, the funny thing is, it's not working the way you think. So you created that in your head. You think it works one way. It works another way. So I think what you should do is this. Start a flight school. It'll be, Stokes Theorem's flight school for rotating ball Earth frickin' pilots. And you can train your pilots how to fly over rotating ball Earth. And you can be the first flight school to frickin' do it. And you know what? If you're correct, then you'll have perfect pilots, right?
Hello?
Yeah, and none of them will crash.
Hello? I think there is some problem with your internet connection.
Yeah, they will.
And none of them will be like 250,000 feet up when they're supposed to be at 20,000. None of them will do that.
Yeah, that's funny. They'll crash. They're gonna install an afterburner so they can catch up to the rotating Earth, and then when they go to land, there's gonna be no airport there.
I didn't hear
because the airport is fucking on a flat Earth, and they're fucking far away from that shit.
Yep. They'll have to angle the attack of the aircraft on landing at an angle to account for the rotation, and they're going to crash, break the landing gear off. Congratulations.
You're going sideways, man. You're going to be landing on the runway diagonally.
They'll run right off the runway.
Hey, you'd have to arrive at your location early to orient yourself with the direction of the runway, and then be able to match the speed. It would be impossible to try and do that.
Who's bored and wants to make a video and understands what I'm about to say? They need to remake the ending of Die Hard 2. Or is it, Die Hard 2, where he's trying to get his wife to land. And he puts those little flashes onto the ground so that the pilot knows where to land. But then you remake it in AI, so it's like all squirrely and going to the left and back to the right. and account for Earth curve, and then his wife died.
Mm-hmm. Flight 495, we're circling. We can't land at your runway because it's the wrong angle. Sorry.
And the further you travel, the worse it is.
Hey,
It'd be moving out of the way. You'd have to get there at precisely the right time, because if you didn't arrive at the right time, boom, your runway's already passed you by. Now you'd have to chase it. You'd have to turn around and try and find it again. Then you'd have to turn around and you'd have to go past it, turn around, and hope that you could land in time. Because if you didn't get down in time, you'd miss it again.
Oh, no, you would just have to wait an hour, and then the Earth would rotate completely all the way around, and you would have another chance. In less than an hour, the runway would come all the way back around after rotating 360 degrees.
Seems legit.
I got a prediction. So I predict there's a non-zero probability that within the next year, a pilot will, over the comms to his customers who are late, be like, hey guys, I'm sorry we're late, but apparently the tower at our destination is trying to account for the curvature of the Earth, so they're too stupid to realize you don't have to. So we're going to be, an hour delay.
Yep.
I love talking about this issue, this particular one with the airplanes, dude, because it's like, there's no wiggle room. There's no way to go. There's no way out. There's no freaking mental gymnastics. All there is you have to simultaneously deny the laws of motion and saying they exist at the same time. There's just no way out.
Well, I think he had a good plan that he's going to find the system in the plane that does all that automatically and then present us the evidence. So that's at least a plan.
What is on the Earth's curvature edge?
What?
All the planes that crashed following your method. That's what's there.
Yeah, all the missing planes that accounted for the rotation of the Earth, they all got freaking lost.
And before inventing the planes.
Nobody, listen, brother, nobody thinks there's an edge. Where did you get that idea?
So the Earth is infinite.
No. There's a third choice, dude.
And what is it?
Earth is contained. So there's no edge. Yeah.
That when you're talking about the entirety of reality, the boundaries have no meaning any more than, like, if I said, where's the edge of the universe? Can you answer that question?
No.
Okay, so this is the same thing. When you say, where's the edge of the flat Earth, we're going to give you the same answer as when you say, where's the edge of the universe? We're talking about the bounds of reality itself. The Earth is not an object floating in space. It's not a planet. It's not a flat planet circling around the sun. Okay, those ideas that you've been shown on the internet and in videos and stuff like that. No flat earther believes in that stuff. Nobody believes that. That's a false depiction of what we think. We don't think that. Like, they show the picture of a flat disc in space with water falling off the edge, right? You've seen those images. We don't think that. We agree with you. That's dumb and ridiculous.
Okay, no problem. If I go to, I don't know, the straight line, and go, where will I arrive, or where would I be?
Good question, because you can't go in
jail. Jail. The answer is jail.
Jail?
Yeah, jail.
Jail.
This is another one.
Yeah.
This is like you'd go to jail. Straight line to jail. No, so Okay, what makes you think that you can actually travel in a straight line over a long distance?
I don't know. Can't I?
No, you can't. It's well known that that you can't do this. Because what happens, right? If you have
What will
somebody,
happen
right,
if
and you take them and you stick them in the desert, and you tell them walk in a straight line, they end up walking in a circle. If you stick them in the woods, you say walk in a straight line, they walk in a circle. If you stick them in the middle of frickin' snow and with nothing around, they'll walk in a circle. People naturally will travel in a circle while thinking they're going straight. The only way to know you're going straight is you need an outside reference, right? Outside yourself from which you can orient.
Why does
Why
that
are you
happen?
interrupting me when I'm not finished? So let me finish. The only way to go straight for a long distance is you need a spatial reference that you can see from all points in your line of travel. Okay, to know that you're going straight. This is not possible. As a practical matter, it's not possible.
So in India, the other thing that I think this guy needs to take into consideration is like there's one operation that took place where dude went south, Admiral Richard Byrd, right? When he gets beyond, he says he says this is the only interview you ever heard of somebody saying that they've made it past the South Pole, and he found some land back there. He said, but it's super cold. His direct quote was like, "It's negative 80 Fahrenheit degrees where he was at," and that's hearsay to us because we've never been there. No one's verified that data or that statement, but that's pretty freaking cold. That's all I'm saying. So who knows what's beyond that?
The average annual temperature is supposed to be negative 50. That's the average. It's not like the coldest day. That's the average, and that's during the summer. And then during the winter, the average is like negative 93. So that's
there
not
is somewhere in
survivable.
You believe in them?
I don't have listen. This isn't a belief. We're not into beliefs over here. That's you.
It's hearsay.
You're the one that believes that there's a rotating Earth that you can't detect. You're the one that believes that frickin' you're on a ball that you can't see. You're the one that believes in all these things. It's not us. You're the believer.
Oh,
we say, hey, the sun moves. We say, listen. We say we see the sun move because the sun's moving. You say I see the sun moves because the Earth is moving, but the sun is actually standing still, and it looking like it's moving is an optical illusion. I see, and you say to yourself, the Earth looks flat, but it's not actually flat. It's actually a giant ball. I just can't see that. So what you see is not the way reality really is. It's actually some other way. So you're the one that has all these beliefs. Globe Earthers, they don't realize it, but they're the ones that are the believers. They believe that reality is not actually what they perceive it to be, that it's actually something else.
But
well, you ever been to the ocean, buddy? You been to the ocean?
No.
You've never been to the ocean? Shit. How about like a large lake?
Yeah.
Okay, was it big? Could you see all the way to the other side?
Nope.
Okay. Did you think that water is curving into a ball?
I don't know. Do you think so?
No, it's not. I know it's not. You know how we know it's not? Because we can measure that water to see if it is curving. We can actually just measure it. Hey, it's supposed to curve. We measure it. Oh, it's not curving. It's really that simple.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No, just take some deep breaths. I know it's hard, dude. It's hard. It's hard to imagine that reality is just what it is. It's the way it actually looks, right? So the Earth looks flat because it actually is flat. I know that's hard to accept that, your eyes, you see things, and that's the way it really is. I know you want to be like everybody else and live in a delusion that is some sort of optical illusion, and it's not really that, but it is really that. I know it's hard to swallow, that you can trust your own eyes and you can trust your senses. I know you don't want to trust yourself, but you actually can. That's what we're here to tell you. You can trust your own senses.
Hey, Indio.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting is that these
do you
questions
think
are
He's
ultimately.
gone catatonic. I told
Hold
him.
on,
to trust your own
brother.
senses. He starts rocking back and forth. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a benefit of not doing that, which just means then you can have an air of I'm not responsible for these decisions, because ultimately these claims are metaphysical claims, and I think that part of the allure of just offloading your brain to the mainstream is that you can have this excuse where I'm not responsible for the grand questions of metaphysics.
Well, yeah, and you're on so many levels, right? Because even reality itself isn't really what you see. So if you make decisions based upon what you see and you fuck up, like, oh, that's it's my fault, dude, because it's not really my fault. It was an optical illusion that tricked me.
Yep.
Dude, imagine when you're in the service AI, someone missed a shot and they were like, fucking mirage.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, they'd be getting their ass beat back in the barracks. You know that. Like, fucking mirage? Dude, you could have said anything, but you missed because of mirage?
I can see it now. In all my 20 years of training up you prites, that is the most dumbest thing I ever heard. And now I'm going to punish everyone else while you sit there and watch.
And dude would be like, that's fine. That's just a mirage, too.
Yeah, and then they got to take in the Coriolis whilst that mirage is going on. What a mind bending that would be for them.
Hey, Jen, you ever done a circular push-up with your squad? You were in the military, right?
Yeah.
So you know what I'm talking about? Like it's a circle push-up where everyone gets in the push-up position, and then they
Right.
put the feet on the shoulders of the next guy. So the only thing holding up this entire circle of men is their arms.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done that.
Then you got to do a push-up. You got to do a push-up, and you got to succeed. Otherwise, you just stay there and get punished. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done that. Yeah, everybody. If you don't do it right. Yeah, everybody suffers. No night pass, for example, because you have to get a pass to go out at night. You know, or a drink and that. So you don't get your night pass. You end up staying on barracks when things went wrong. So what happened to Mensa? Mensa, the Indian guy. What happened to the Indian guy?
Indio said you eventually have to start taking accountability for the truth of the world around you. And then he was like, dang, this guy sounded like my mother. I'm out of here.
You're like freaking boomers.
Yeah, I missed that.
Tell me what to do, boomer.
Yeah, at least, he did quite well though, because he was listening to most of the stuff we said, did some research, went away, had a chat with his family, came back. He'll probably come back again tomorrow, probably. So I think it was one of the most honest kind of like Indians that we've had come on. Although he was getting a bit irate, a little bit, but we've had worse than that. Last week and this week, we've had much worse.
That was good. That was definitely a good interaction.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You should have been there like yesterday and the day before. You'd be raising your voice, no doubt about it.
Well, it's like I've just been back, so like my blood pressure's still low. Give it a couple of days.
You're lucky you didn't come back yesterday or the day before. That blood pressure thing, you would have just blown your top instantly because they were really, really obnoxious, and you explain it to them perfectly, and then they agree, and then they come out with something absolutely ridiculous to just try to shut down everything that was logical you just said that they agreed to. Oh, honestly. But they're coming back anyway, so you're going to meet them anyway. I guarantee you, you're going to meet them because they're coming back.
Was Penguins one of them?
No, Penguins was a new one to me. Penguins was a new one to me, actually. Yeah, but he'll probably return because he's got that attitude, hasn't he? You know, that swami, talk down,
The ego.
Yeah, he'll be back.
He can't stay away. It's impossible. His ego won't
Yeah.
let him stay away.
That's right. And I think he's a plant. I think he's a deliberate plant. That's why he's here. Because, you get these people who are on think tanks, right? And they sit there, think of ideas and of how to debunk the flat earth. And then they put them in place and you're talking to them. You don't know who they are.
Yeah.
That's what he is. He's one of those. That's why he's coming here. He's infiltrated and he's hell bent on just debunking everything you say. So that's what he's going to be like. He's going to be blasé with it as well.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, he seems like that. So they make I call them trial balloon arguments.
There you go.
They make an argument to see what the response is, and then immediately we'll try like they'll modify it slightly variation, and then see what the response is, and they keep modifying it just a little bit, just a little bit. Yeah,
that's what they do. And you notice how he kept changing the topic, it kept moving away. When you called it in, he slipped into tried to get into another aspect of the conversation, but you kept dragging him back. And also Wolfgang was doing that to him as well. It started off with me at first, and he was trying to say that there was no need to take a direct measurement to know whether the earth is curving or not. I said, how can you tell? If you want to know precisely, you're going to have to measure it. Do you know what I mean? There's no way you cannot know that. Got to know. He's trying to say it's asinine to have to measure the curvature everywhere to know whether the earth is a globe or not. So that's silly.
No need to check the thing in question. Just let's go check something else that is not the thing in question to answer what's in question. Let's check something else.
Exactly. And then Wolfgang took over, and then when arrived, then India took after. It was really good, really good. It went from me to Wolfgang to India. It was great. It was great to see this guy just being trumped everywhere. You know, he had nowhere to run, but he still tried to wriggle out. He was trying his hardest, and in the end, he had to leave. In the end, because you boxed him in the corner. He had nowhere to go. His ego was bent, for sure. Yeah. He came back at the right time, like you said. It was like came back at the right time. I said, you did, yeah.
Yep.
And then you dropped the line. The knights of the spherical table. I thought that was brilliant.
Right, I want to tap into some knowledge while I'm doing some work here, real quick. So,
Guys,
hold on, brother. Didn't I just ask to speak? Are you not paying attention to what's going on?
no, I want to say fire.
Yeah, cool story, dude. Someone else was asking to speak, and then you immediately spoke.
Okay,
right?
Sorry. So anyway,
It's called manner. Yeah, it's called manners, dude. Yeah, so that's when you stop talking and let the other person who's gonna say something say it.
Okay.
Right?
Love it.
Okay. I'll make it brief. Yeah, dude. You just want to be yeeted from the channel, bro? You got no manners? Or do you want to actually have your chance to ask your question? Which is it?
Yeah, but what about gravity?
All right, I'll get this over real quick. I'm going to tap into somebody's knowledge while I got him here. So, Indio, I'm putting together an enclosure for a MacBook hard drive, and they gave me two thermal pads. One's 1 millimeter and one's a 0.5 millimeter. But it says install the thermal pad. It doesn't tell me which. Which did I go, thick or thin?
Thin.
Thin? All right, I'll go thin. Thanks. All right, continue. I'm sorry for interrupting. Mr. Interrupter who interrupted after I interrupted, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Ask your question now. Go ahead. If you're still there, that is. Now's your chance. Now it's your turn. Your chance. You can speak now. No? Okay.
Well, we're waiting.
Anna. Hello.
Okay,
You ready to speak
welcome
now?
back.
Ready to
Yeah.
speak?
Yes.
Speak.
So I want just to say a goodbye.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Yeah. Hopefully, you will come back maybe tomorrow, or if you have any more queries, come back, and then you're going to come back and say, you know what, Jin, CBR1, I'm a flat earther. I'm going to check. I'm going to go and check the coverage tomorrow, and I'm going to be a flat earther when I get back. Thank you.
Are you available every day?
Sorry?
Are you guys available every day?
Yes. Yeah. If we can be, yeah. For the most part, yeah.
Okay, that's very nice and very dedicated.
Yeah, 24/7 means 24 hours, 7 days a week. So yeah,
365 days of the year.
Until the creator allows us to do it.
So you please come back with your brother and your family, and you bring all the questions. Think of all the questions you need to ask to know how the Earth is not a globe. You think of those questions, because it's not a globe. I'll tell you that.
Very nice people. Okay.
You too, sir. We were saying that you are one of the best Asians that we've had come through here, because your colleagues, other Indians, they've been very rude indeed. Okay, so you've been good. I'll give you that. You've been very good. Okay, and your English is your second language as well. So we thank you for speaking English very well. Please keep practicing. Come back. We're always here to help you. Okay.
Thank you very much. But I'm not Indian, by the way. But thank you.
Sorry, where are you from then? You sound Indian.
Very funny. But I prefer not to say.
Where are you from then?
Prefer not to say.
Oh, okay, yeah, fine, yeah. But I'm an African, born in London. I'm talking to you from Japan. That's all.
Mic check.
Yes, you're coming through lovely.
Hey,
Nice.
Jin,
Hey, what's up, Jen?
you know when
You need a new mic. You need a new mic.
For me?
Okay, I will see about that. So thank you guys. Goodbye.
Hey, next time you come back, bro, just bring the final boss of your wherever you come from. Bring the one that knows everything about this topic. Okay, bring that guy. Okay.
Okay. I don't know if there's a final boss or something in our family, but yes. Okay.
You have a nice
Hey,
day.
mic check, real
Goodbye.
quick. Hey,
Yeah,
can you hear me,
mic
guys?
check. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up? Hey, Indio, real quick. I just want to ask Indio a question. Indio, you here?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
Caught me with a mouthful of crackers. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, he's eating. I was gonna say he's eating clam chowder, and he said crackers with the clam chowder. That's fun.
Nice. Yeah, I tagged you, and then I re-tagged you because I think I put the wrong link. It was a different recording of the same thing, but there's another link I'm going to put in the live chat that you guys might want to talk about, or I'd like to hear your opinion about at some point. Because when I was arguing with Franco about the same topic you guys were talking about a little bit ago, with the planes and not being able to be in sync with the tangential gradient and all that.
Is this a new one?
Yeah, the new one.
Is that
this
a new?
happened like last week.
Dude, he's a glutton for punishment, man. Like, what
Yeah, exactly. He didn't even remember it was me I was talking to, I think, and he tried to change the topic to having it be a little girl with a balloon at the equator, and she's moving 1,000 miles an hour. But then he was saying that over a 12-hour period, because the orbit of the Earth around the sun is in the opposite side of the sun, then there would actually be a vector change of another 1,000 miles an hour in the opposite direction. He's saying that the girl wouldn't feel the 2,000 mile an hour vector change at the equator because of the position to the sun. And technically, I've heard other people say that that's technically right as far as the the vector change of motion would go. And I've never heard that before, but here, I'll put the little clip in the live stream of him saying that twice. And that's an interesting thing that he brought up that he shouldn't have if he was trying to like make a point that we're not moving.
To be honest,
But,
I used to make that argument myself. So you have like it's called like so you have the rotation of the Earth plus you have the translational motion of the orbit. So there's actually a graphic, a video I'll post in the chat that shows this the idea, right? But with like a rotating wheel, like how it would work, like on the edge of a wheel, and how the path, so if you had a point, the same thing as like a girl with a balloon at the equator, right? So they're on the point of a rotating body, and as it spins and moves along in the orbit, it shows the motion of this point through space, right? The absolute space, the whole space, and it's like it makes like a whole bunch of little like squiggles, right? Almost like freaking epicycle, like spirographs. So I'll post that in the chat. It's actually pretty cool.
That's interesting. That makes it worse. Yeah, it makes it worse. He's saying, how could this little girl with a balloon not feel 2,000 mile an hour direct vector change at the equator? And forget about airplanes. And I was like, oh, come on, what are you trying to say? She doesn't feel it, so either she's not moving at all, or she moved 2,000 mile an hour vector change within a 12-hour period, and she didn't feel it at all. So it's one of those two, right?
Yeah, it's like, thanks,
dude. Yeah, I've never heard anyone bring
You're right.
up,
She doesn't feel it, and she should. Thank you.
Right, exactly. He's like, well, I'm a physics professor, so I should know. Man, they just he thinks it's all about math.
There's no coming back.
Exactly.
He already flunked you out, dude. You flunked out of his class.
Yeah, he tried to put me as a student. I'm like, no, I'm not going to attend your class. I'm not going to even start with your little questions.
Well, he didn't even let you attend. Remember, he flunked you out because when he was like, "Do you want to attend my class?" Well, the first question was flat earther. Oh, F. That's
right.
He just gave you that.
Exactly. No matter what you say, right? Any kind of common sense. It's all about dealing with one reference frame at a time mathematically, and that's all you need to know as a physics. It doesn't have anything to do with physicality. I'm just a physics teacher. Nothing at all dynamic at all. Ridiculous. But yeah, that's an interesting point that I've never heard anyone bring up.
He wanted you to fallaciously appeal to his credentials. He's like, how come you're not appealing to my credentials?
Right? He and actually, in previous to the one we're talking about, he did exactly that. He says, "I am appealing to my own credentials." Basically, he said it directly. I'm a physics professor, and I'm right, even if I don't have an answer.
Yeah, it's yeah, he does that. Franco, particularly, does that more than any academic I've ever seen. That he when he doesn't have an answer, he just goes right to appealing. I'm a physics professor, so I'm right and you're wrong. Well, you're teaching kids and students and whoever you're teaching, you're teaching them the wrong thing. Okay, point blank. You're just teaching them wrong. I don't care what. Like, someone made a mistake hiring you. Okay, that's all I gotta say.
Well, it's CERN, right? He's claimed to be a CERN physicist working for CERN. So I'd really love to know what capacity he works for CERN. Like, what does he do for them? Does he figure out something that actually physically happens in their CERN, whatever they're doing there? Like, there's no physicality in anything he's saying.
CERN's kind of like as far as like, not to Americans, but to Europeans, it's their thing, right? So it's kind of like a gatekeep circle jerk, right? If you graduate with your physics PhD, you have to have like a network of people that work there to kind of get you in there. Because if you ever seen any of their papers that they publish, there's like 200 people on their published papers. 200 authors, dude. Like, what, did everybody write one freaking letter? Or was it like everybody got a sentence in? Like, how do you have 200 authors on a paper? Like, I can't even comprehend that.
Yeah, especially since the guy at the end of the list, he's got all the other guys' ink all over the canvas already that he's got to contend with. Yeah, just mathematical circle jerk.
No, it's like a government. It's like CERN is kind of like a government job. In Europe, the way they give out government jobs is there's a lot of nepotism and stuff like that. You know what I mean? They have a different culture when it comes to like nepotism. I heard it's really bad, like in Eastern Europe. Like it's literally like an insult. If you have a job and your cousin goes, "Hey, can you get me a job where you work?" If you don't, it's considered like a major like insult. Like you'll be like ostracized from the family. Yeah, it's a total like Eastern, like Ukraine, Russia, Poland.
Right.
It's kind of like a cultural thing in that area in Eastern Europe.
Dude, the guy that runs the whatever department at CERN that's in, I can't remember exactly what it's called, but he's kind of like a PR guy, and for like like advocacy to make sure CERN continues. And he was doing a lecture because I left my thing on autoplay and I was just watching all these crazy physics lectures. And he was basically talking about, eventually we want to raise money to make a CERN ring around the moon. And then, once that proves viable, then we want to make one, maybe as big as the solar system. And I'm just thinking about my dude. All I could see is all these morons sending you money and you just like enjoying the money. Because you ain't building nothing like that.
So stupid that Elon Musk called it crazy.
Well, the basic argument was this. He says, like, we're the bigger the ring, the more energetic collisions we can have. And so in order to increase our ability to research this stuff further, we need a bigger ring. And so we need more money. It is basically an appeal to the next generations to not give up on ideas like CERN, because eventually, they'll smash a Higgs squoson and a farts booblon together, and then they'll get a glue schmaxion, and then that'll give us all the secrets of the universe. And it'll explain why good girls like bad boys, or some, secret mystery or something.
Well, I can explain that without all that money.
Yeah, the thing is, dude, like you watch these lectures, and they just keep going on to more lectures, and the guys that are giving their speeches, at first it starts out with something practical, like, hey, we want to make a mini sun on the Earth. But then when you listen to the guy, he's actually just talking about making an advanced reactor that could give us power. Essentially some kind of advanced nuclear reactor, basically. Nothing too crazy. And then another lecture goes on, and then all of a sudden they're talking about that the whole of existence is made up of a single particle that actually travels through time and space in a higher dimension to render your finger. So your finger is the exact same particle as somebody else's butt at the same time, but in different times, because it's an eternal particle. It's like, dude, I thought this was a physics lecture, not some wacky religion lecture.
Yeah, you're talking about the is no time freaking metaphysics, basically. That time doesn't exist. It's just like a unified thing across all eternity. So everything is everything else simultaneously.
Yeah.
And that the differentiation is just a problem of human perception, and it's not actually happening. Everything's happening at once, all at the same time. But there is no time, so it's not at the same time. Time doesn't exist. That's their argument.
Right. And in that same sense, the distinction of physical parts and even the distinction of selves is an illusion, because it's actually all the same self and all the same physicality. So this little hard drive enclosure that I'm working on is the same physicality as the banana somebody ate, 1,000 miles to the west of me.
So on a side note, this isn't even a segue. This is just totally in another direction. So I got a video. I'm going to clip it. So it's a physicist talking about the second law of thermodynamics. And he's kind of going through the history of it. And like, it's kind of technical. But there's a part where he says that the argument was made by this guy named Szilard, right? He's the guy that wrote the letter to FDR about making the atomic bomb, and he was Einstein's butt buddy, right, back in the 20s. But he came up with this hypothetical experiment like Maxwell's demon, where if you have a single gas particle in a chamber and then you slide a barrier between them and then you expand the chamber, would the temperature go down? But in that paper, I guess, they talk about Poincaré, who was a guy, a scientist at the end of the 19th century, who came up with the equivalence principle, actually, but that's not important. That proved that if you have a gas particle in a gravitational field, for it to move up, it has to do work, and because it's doing work, its temperature should go down, right? In that it actually would decrease in entropy that if you model a gas particle in a gravitational field. The shit we've been saying the whole time. The shit we've been saying the whole time they knew about in the fucking 19th century. That the second law of thermodynamics cannot coexist with fucking gravity, with a gravitational acceleration. Because it leads to a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. They've known this. And the guy says, they've been spouting, he says, wait till I clip this shit. He said, they've been spouting nonsense for 100 years about the laws of thermodynamics. He just did, and this is a physicist. This isn't freaking some crank flat earther. This is a freaking a mainstream guy. It's basically calling out the entire field of thermodynamics, saying like you've been trying to like do these things, but you're basically. They said that, and they even went so far. He's like, they use like a weasel. They use like a weasel word that, in principle, right, this would happen, but they actually violate the principles. Like they come up with these hypotheticals, right? So like, if you slid a barrier between a single particle and expanded the chamber, yeah, the temperature would go down because that's how the model is. But in principle, that would happen. But they're not actually including the entire principle of the idea because the act of sliding the fucking thing into the freaking barrier, that has a thermodynamic energy, right? And the barrier itself has a thermodynamic energy. And if you make it one size and you have one problem, if you make another size, you have another problem. But even to have a thought experiment like this, and like the whole field is based upon these thought experiments. Like that if you, the only way these even work is if you actually ignore part of your own hypothetical. So, okay, wait till you hear this clip. It's freaking so awesome. But I have to clip it. I just downloaded it a little while ago. Pretty awesome, but I just thought it was great because he directly references gas particles in thermodynamics in a gravitational field, and that it can't possibly work the way they say it works. Too long didn't read version. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
You don't.
The exact quote he said was, "This literature, referencing the physics of thermodynamics, has been teetering on the edge of nonsense for over 100 years."
Yeah, I love those ones where the honest mainstream scientist challenges the nonsense. I can't wait to see it.
So almost the exact same time as 110 years ago in 1915, since general relativity. Yeah, no doubt.
They ought to make a clip it snippet of that clip you just mentioned, plus that other clip where the guys are those high level physicists talking to each other about the cause of gravity, and they basically admit it's a tautological loop, where the cause is the effect. That'd be a good one to shebang combo.
Yeah, so anybody got any good ideas for some globe earth bait that they could throw out into the general chat? Something really triggering that might lure them into the event.
Label. Welcome to the Globe Fantasy.
Yeah, Jamsey, I'm already on everybody's shit list in the general chat. They're like, "Oh no, it's you again."
The globe is nonsense. Prove me wrong.
There's a guy in here earlier today. It was like this morning. Came in. He was like, I think he was cursing me out or saying something silly. I think he was saying like he was rich, and it was like, yeah. What's his new name now? Astronomer Crusher was in here, and he was saying get a job or something like that. He had like the upside down cross as his profile picture, and I banned him from the room because he came back in trying to play nice after insulting everybody in the room. And yeah, he's asking me, "Oh, please unmute me, please unmute me." And I'm like, "No, dude, you've been nothing but disrupt. So you could go and troll probably the Christian chat, you know." So he's like, so he tags me in the general chat. F you, I got unmuted. So I tagged Vivek. I think Vivek might just kick him out of the server, which would be fitting reward for his actions. Anyway, yeah, if anybody wants to go see if they could throw out some bait to get some globies in here, that'd be cool. But yeah, any Globe Earth believers that are in the chat, in the voice chat, if you want to go ahead and unmute your mic and go ahead and voice any globe evidence or questions you might have in regards to the room topic, that would be great. Otherwise, you could type your questions in the chat or your globe evidence in the chat, and we'll handle it one by one. Thanks for being here.
Hello, Savas. Welcome in. You want to tell us about the Earth? How you think it's a globe?
Yeah, welcome, Savas. Your mic is unmuted, so I figure you might have something to say. We got Yusef in the room. We got Watermelon.
So why our Earth is flat?
I don't know about why. It might be not the proper way to ask it. I would say, how do we know the Earth is flat? Would be a better way to word the question.
Yeah. You say that we didn't say see the shape of Earth.
Okay, anybody want to take this one? All right, I'll jump on it. Yeah, we know because it measures that way. Yeah, 70% of over 70% of the Earth's surface, known surface, mapped surface, is covered in water, and water always seeks to find its
So
level.
why water is not
So,
falling?
yeah, you can rest assured that there's no curvature. That's how we know the Earth is flat.
When you like travel in a plane, you see the shape is like round, not flat. Why this effect happen?
In a plane,
Yeah.
I've never experienced that. I've taken plenty of plane flights. I used to fly every weekend for work. I have plenty of pictures out the windows to show it's actually horizontal and level,
See
even from the plane.
the round shape.
No round shape. I got pictures.
I saw it. I saw the round shape. And
I
like
highly,
far distance, you said curved.
all right. We have high altitude balloon footage that shows zero curvature, so that's much higher than a plane. If you're not seeing it in high altitude balloon footage, you're definitely not going to see it in a plane.
If
It
it's
might
flat,
be something with the windows of the plane that you were flying in. Certain planes have different window assembly. The design of the window can cause for some distortion in what you're looking at. So it depends on the plane and the windows and the way they're manufactured. So it might
you
have
are
just been
saying
an effect.
the
Huh?
distortion of light reflect on my eye, like make it like round.
Yeah, different windows, different aircraft, yeah, have some can cause some different effects on the images you're seeing.
If I have a telescope, I could see any country in distance if it's flat.
No, that's not the way optics work. You'd have to learn about optics and the way your human eyes work. That would be one factor that you'd have to take into consideration. The other thing you have to take into consideration is looking through long distances of air. So looking through air and depending upon the temperature, the humidity level of the air that you're looking through, there's a lot of factors and variables you'd have to take into consideration. But yeah, seeing forever is just out of the question. It's just not possible. If there was no air, nothing stopping you from looking through, right? Like on a foggy day, you can't see very far, right? If there's heavy fog, that's just one example. But yeah,
Actually,
you wouldn't be able to see forever.
I was wondering why, like when we travel from China to America, we choose the long distance, not the short one. If it round shape, why we take the long distance, not the other direction?
Hey Jedi, you want to answer this flight path question? He's asking, why do we take the long route from China rather than the shortest route over the ocean? Is that what you're asking? Over the oceans?
Yes.
I don't know if Jedi's free to answer the question. If my memory serves, it's a safety reason that they stay within certain parameters from it's a safety reason. Like they don't go over they don't travel, like flight corridors are not usually they're not usually set up to go over vast distances of ocean for safety reasons.
Well, they
If,
can
if my
land
memory
for
serves.
emergency, you say?
Yeah, just in case of emergencies, correct.
Yeah.
So they have corridors like almost like a highway for planes, and they want to minimize risk for potential disaster.
Why they try to discover space and they didn't discover even the sea, the ocean?
That's a good question. You'd have to ask this various governments, space agencies. You have to get in touch with their PR people and see what they tell you.
I heard like NASA actually uses rockets of another companies like X company of Elon Musk. How they NASA, this big company, uses don't have the technology to make rockets.
Well, they always subcontracted stuff out. You know, they had different manufacturers
They failed actually. They failed
work on
to make this
work on their. Yeah, I mean, they have they're going to get manufacturers who are experts in their field to manufacture the different components of their designs and design the, you know, that's the way projects work. Like you look for like the best manufacturers to manufacture different components for your for your for your desires, right? That's what companies do. That's what corporations do, and government agencies are no different. So yeah, they're going to sub out to the best price and the most capable. You would think.
Maybe you can consider all that. You could. Actually, where are you from? Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from the United States, East Coast. How about you? Where you calling from?
From Egypt.
Oh man, good on you, man. Good on the Egyptian people.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Why
Thanks for
you
your questions. Yeah, keep them coming, man. Oh yeah, come to Egypt.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff
Yeah,
you can see here.
yeah. No, I've seen. Yeah, I was actually watching a documentary about. I was actually watching a documentary about when they built that dam in Egypt that flooded. I think it was like what 16 or 1300 ancient sites. You ever learn about that?
7,000 or above there is documentary saying above the 7,000 years.
7,000 ancient sites got buried with that when they created that dam. Yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, when they flooded that whole they flooded a whole area when they built a dam. I
Actually, I
forget
don't
what
know.
year it was.
Imagine
Yeah,
this.
yeah. Look into it. Pretty interesting story. A bunch of ancient sites got flooded.
There is a lot of floods from Sudan and Egypt. From I don't how to know say it in English. Nahda Dam.
Hmm. But yeah, you have some amazing ancient sites there. So yeah, definitely would love to have the time and the money to go out and check it all out. But yeah,
Check
I work all the time. That's
all this stuff.
yeah. Do you have any more questions in reference to? Do you have any stuff you want to see? Any evidence, like long distance observations, anything like that? Got some cool stuff we could link you to if you have any more questions, we can link you to the home server. There's a bunch of good information there. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Both who think it's round or it's flat have evidence. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the difference between what you can know and what you have to believe. That's kind of where we draw the line. You know, try and eliminate some of those variables where you're just stuck trusting other people, right? So there's things you can know, and then there's things you'd have to trust people on without being able to verify. So that's kind of where we draw the line on like what we would accept as like empirical evidence. So
like why they are not making videos in this those travels to space and show us how they make this stuff or the shape of Earth from look live one or even the travels to the moon. They prove that it's fake videos, you know.
yeah, I mean, the moon missions were definitely not believable. Put it that way from the various space agencies. So yeah, it's a great question. I have no idea why they did it. We could speculate. There's some good speculations.
Like before
But
they,
yeah, nothing verifiable.
you know, but now it's enough technology to what about the travels to space that costs like $1 million for the travel? Is it real? I hear that like NASA do this travels.
Yeah, it's out of my budget. I haven't really looked into it much. Anybody else want to answer some questions or jump on this answer for Mr. Watermelon here?
What's the question?
He was asking about space flights for private citizens that cost up to $1 million. He says, are they true?
No. So, space flights for millionaires, you're lucky if you get up to the Kármán line. Like, that's like 70 miles above the surface of the Earth. You'll be lucky if you get there. But no one's going to space. Space is the bit between the Earth and the Moon and the Sun. No one's going to that bit. These people are just going high up in the sky. That's about it. And then coming back down. If you look at Katy Perry, she went up in the sky and came back down within 11 minutes. That's not going to space.
So they couldn't even go back to Earth. The only rockets that could return is Elon Musk rockets.
I mean, no. And when we speak about going to space, we have to understand the story that we're told about space. Space is a vacuum where the Earth, uncontained with its atmosphere, resides. So that story can't be true. You can't have the gas pressure that we breathe, the oxygen and nitrogen, without a container keeping the gas here and causing pressure. So when they say they go to space, they declare the Earth is a thermodynamically open system, and that would be impossible within a vacuum. If you didn't understand what I just said, just ask.
I didn't understand actually.
What causes gas pressure?
Gas pressure, like the difference of pressure.
No, pressure. What causes gas pressure?
I don't know.
A container, like a tire or a football or a soccer ball. You put or pump gas into a container, and by consequent of it being in this fixed volume, the gas is pressing against the insides of the walls of its container and is under pressure. It's the cause of gas pressure, right? The container.
Makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. See, that makes sense, right? That's scientifically demonstrated. Now, the claim that the Earth is an open system, like without the leather football or without the rubber tire around the gas, keeping the gas in one space, that's against that little law we just discussed. You can't do that.
Go through it. You can't go through it. You mean to
Pardon?
say? I can't go outside this container, you're saying?
No, because if out there was a vacuum, there would need to be a physical container keeping the gas here. So we're told the moon is in the vacuum of space and the Earth is uncontained. You can send a rocket to the moon, which means all the matter, the gas, can leave as well.
So what about the satellites we are seeing in this?
No one's going to deny that there's technology up in the sky. I'm sorry I made that rhyme. But there's things in the sky that give us information, senders and receivers, or look at the ground and give us topological information, for example. Okay. But when people say satellites, they mean orbiting around the Earth, which is in a vacuum. Now, that can't exist.
You are saying the satellites does not exist, or the actually inside the container?
I'm saying technology in the sky exists, but satellites mean vacuum of space and orbit, and satellites don't orbit or exist in the vacuum of space.
You are saying the inside the atmosphere.
Yeah, they're up in the sky, dude. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
So, who's going to tell us how the Earth is a globe? Or how they know that the Earth is a globe? What makes you think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, we got some new people in. Please mic up if you have any questions or you have any globe evidence. Thank you for being here.
Yes, I saw it on the TV.
We got Axel back in the chat. Welcome back. Yeah, so anybody that's listening, if you have any questions and you don't feel comfortable miking up, you could go ahead and post your questions in the side chat. Yeah, if you don't have any questions, but you do feel like you have some globe evidence, you could also post that in the side chat. But yeah, right now we're at a bit of a lull, so go ahead and unmute your mic. That would be a good time if you want to speak up. So thanks for being here, everybody. Wow. So no globe evidence, huh? No questions about it either. Anything in the side chat? Let's take a peek.
I told you about the globe. I saw it in the TV. There you go.
Oh, thanks, Jency. Richard Nixon has a hard line to the moon too. We got Bad Boy tagging T-Dub in the side chat. Trying to reverse the burden. He's like, you know what? How did you prove it? Yet he's nowhere to be seen. He doesn't want to come into the VC because he got owned the last few times he was here and resorted to name calling.
Welcome in. Feel free to say hi. Hello and welcome to any new people joining. Please feel free to open up your mic and say hi.
May I ask a question?
You just did, but yes, you may.
Okay, perfect. So I'm a bit of a globe skeptic. I'm not fully there yet. Like, I wouldn't say that I think the Earth is flat, but I will say that there are some things that don't add up, right? Like, I was in here the other day, and they had me calculate the curvature of the Earth, and I was like, oh, stuff isn't adding up. I've been looking into shadows and like stars, and so is there like a running conjecture in your guys' community for stars, or uh, we just don't know those things?
Yeah, that's a big unknown. We can only just describe them as lights that we see in the sky. Sorry, it's not more inspiring.
No worries. I fully understand that there are things that we can possibly know in a million years. I mean, I would I would at least hope, we see it every day in the sky. Huge star in our in pretty close proximity to us, and we can't really explain it. How do you explain like what is seen in telescopes and whatnot? Like these round, very far out away shapes.
So
You can describe them as observable phenomena.
gente, eu fiz
Observable
besteira.
phenomena.
Gente,
But
eu fiz muita besteira. Ô, gente, eu fiz muita besteira. Desliguei, por favor, porque
Someone
senão
talking.
minha vai me matar, porque eu fiz uma besteira e eu não sei resolver. Gente?
Okay. A gentleman mentioned observable phenomena. Is that
Yeah, there is observable phenomena, and then there is the question of what it is and what is the mechanism, and that there's unknowns. We can observe the stars moving in cycles and describe them and say they're pretty, and people use them for navigations to establish like ground positions. But what is the mechanism that causes the effect that we observe? That is the thing in question. What they are, what's the medium that they're in, what is the cause of the effect? That is a question for the creator, I guess.
Yeah. Well, okay. I acknowledge that we can't see curvature on the surface of the Earth, but we do see curvature in celestial bodies like the moon, like the proximate planets. So then, how does that add up? It's just optical.
Well,
phenomena.
Earth's not celestial, so no problem.
Fair point. Fair point.
Yeah, it's not in the sky.
Fair enough. I'll look into it. Thank you, guys.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Earth is terrestrial, not celestial. So whatever's up there, those are just different things than what the Earth is.
Was that the end of a long conversation, or was that just a short one? 'Cause it didn't seem to take much to.
To be honest, I only heard that last thing he said and just answered. I don't know.
So, since when is the definition of Earth the same as the definition of globe?
Sorry, come again.
I just saw in the definition of globe, the first one being number 1, noun, third planet from the sun, the planet we live on.
That's going to require demonstration.
It's in the dictionary, so I wasn't aware of this.
Yeah, that is the name of the thing that they claim the Earth to be. That's what they named it. Problem is, there's no evidence. That's true. Globe. First definition. The Earth. Wow.
That's really messed up. I mean, we can literally just argue that.
They could go to the
It's supposed to
second. The
show-
second definition should be the first one: a spherical or rounded object. The Earth
I
is
would
the
say
first
it can
one.
even go to be the third, yeah. That's the weird thing. It's not supposed to be the first. That's messed up.
That's
because they're pushing the globe all everywhere.
Yeah, that's right.
Corrupting education.
What is the meaning of globe? A planet or other celestial body? Man, they are pushing that. I don't know why they're like conflating them, like globe and planet are one and one and the same, totally synonymous. Like you can obviously have globes that are planets, and would think that the definition of globe being just like a spherical object would come first.
Anybody know which dictionary it is? Or is it all of them? Wow, so the first one, when I search, shows up as the same as well. First one being a representation of the Earth. Second one being the Earth. Third one being a planet. Fourth one being a spherical or bowl-like container. Bowl-like container. Fifth one, a sphere, emblematic of sovereignty. An orb. Emblematic of sovereignty. Oh. Yeah, Cambridge says number one, the world.
Hello.
Wikipedia is better. Says a globe is a spherical model of the Earth, which is good. I mean, it's just a model.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone.
No.
Hear anyone hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Okay, where are you from?
We're from different places.
Yeah. What's your name?
I'm Waratata.
What?
Waira.
Hello. Hello.
Do you think that we live on a ball? Or do you think we live on the Earth?
Hello, everyone.
Good day.
James, how are you?
Be a lot better with some globe proof.
James, where are you from?
Flat Earth.
Great.
On the globe question, one of the oldest, I mean, I remember someone saying about Shakespeare calling the globe a stage or something like that, like in a theater, and the globe was the stage. So that's one of the things that you can add to whatever you're looking for the meaning of globe. It's a stage.
And that's already more than 2 centuries, right? So, yeah, it's a few centuries old.
Also today, if you look for a globe, like in a physical realist level, you can go to a, how do you say, a retail store here in the US, and you go to the some of the aisles, and you find a globe for decoration purposes that you put on a table in your room. You can buy it. It's a globe for decoration purposes, not for educational purposes, for decoration.
Yeah, that's much more realistic. Decoration.
Many of these globes, they will have a sticker, and in the sticker will say not for educational purposes, it's for decoration.
Wow. Does it have a map?
Yeah, you could, it's like a projection. Some people say that's a map, whatever is wrapped around the globe, but I don't think it will be as accurate as many local maps for navigation.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow.
About the stars earlier, well, the stars are observable phenomena. We can see them from the position that we're standing and attribute certain chronology on their movements. People use their positions to tell the time, the season of the year. So you can use the stars for those purposes, and some people use it for ground positions to determine
for
their
direction.
positions in the world for directions. So in that context, the stars have certain uses, but to go and say what is their medium that they're in, what is their distances, the size, the material that they're made of, that will be, in my opinion, maybe an unknown, because you will have to go there and verify, the medium that they're in, the medium between you and the stars, or mediums, I guess plural. So there's a lot of things in questions to say. What are they? What are the mechanisms that make them work and spin and move? If you ask me and my opinion base, I will say that's God's creation, God's design, and that's the way it was designed to be. That's why we see it that way with our God-given senses. So yeah. In your house, your motionless, horizontal level house that is constructed, you have clocks on the walls, maybe, and you can see the movement of the gears. You can see the air flowing. You can feel the temperature changing inside the house. You can put lights in the house. So this place, if you add the luminaries, is like a construct. I don't know, like some type of building container house. And you can have all of those mechanisms in place, similar to a home, to a house.
What's with all the chat skankery, Reggie? Why not just take it to the mic? It's a lot quicker, easier, more efficient. Bring forth the cope. Come on. You have it in you. Use the cope. Is there a genius in the chat with any globe Earth proof? There's a guy here named Genius, so if he can't prove the globe, then I'm going to abandon hope once and for all. If a genius can't do it, then I'm giving up. I mean, really giving up. For real this time. I guess he's a shy, introverted genius. Too bad. All right, go ahead, Mr. Kumar. Where's your container for space, Reggie? Take me to your container. I want to see this container.
Hey, did you ever posted that clip? Indio.
I think I heard Elbow saying yo, yo, Elbow, yo.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. The answer is yes.
Okay. I was asking if India posted that clip. About the thermodynamics clip. The professor
Haven't
or
seen
whoever
it.
was. Oh, okay.
You got
Yeah,
it?
like
You
I
got
said-
that link? Or you asking
No,
for it?
I'm asking for it because I was trying to listen to it. I know he said he was going to clip
Oh,
it.
yeah.
I'm not sure if he did.
If you find it, send it to me, bro. That sounds
Bet.
interesting. What is he saying? Do you know what he says?
I think India was saying that he was giving a lecture or something, and how they were. He was saying the same thing we were saying, that they've been teaching pretty much BS for 100 years already. That it falls.
Interesting.
Yeah, it falls practically flat on his face because it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. There was some mainstream media guy, mainstream science guy or whatever. But I had to leave, and I didn't see if he post a clip or anything.
الو
نبيل وحدنا على بال
الخضرا اللي زاجيرياتك لين عليك
Thanks for coming out. Guess he didn't have any glove proof, so he just had to act stupid instead.
we are sorry bro, we just get phone. We are sorry bro. You can hear me bro?
I can hear you.
يا ويا الخضرا اللي زاجيرياتك لين عليك كبير وصغير تندي في
I can't hear you anymore. Thank God. Great troll raid. 2 out of 10.
They actually got together and organized joining at the same time. I mean,
But they
effort.
couldn't get together and organize some globe proof.
That's amazing.
It's too bad.
gonna have to rename or at least put an event name as 24/7 Globe Nonsense. Name for the event.
Hello?
Hi,
Hello?
go ahead.
Whoa. Hi?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Okay. That was unexpected.
All right.
No, I don't know if anybody was speaking or not. But yeah, bro, guess what, though? I just want to share something real quick since we're on the topic. I've been sort of believing in Flat Earth for years now, for more than a decade. But because I've been always ousted as this cuckoo, this conspiracy theorist, whatever, I've actually been like closing the topic every time I see it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to get into it because I know my heart says something else, but like culture and society wants to do the other. It's like a whole dilemma. I don't know. Like, do you guys feel the same sometimes? You feel
What?
like do you feel like society kind of like makes you want to hate the topic altogether?
No, man, not at all. Because what they've done is they kind of declared war against flat Earth. So you see that what's going on here is that they view flat Earth as a threat to their power and hegemony. Kind of the same thing, in the 60s and 70s, kind of the same thing they did to atheism. It's like this like epic takedown of atheism.
Right? Whatever happened to that?
In the 60s and 70s, and bled into the 80s a little bit, atheists were the most powerful speakers in America. They were constantly punching up at the federal government. Prove that shit. Prove it. You're trying to get separation of church and state. And now you've got atheists who come into this channel and say it's impossible for the earth to be a globe because the government can't lie. As the government's motto is don't trust government, only trust God. In God we trust. That is the epic takedown that they did, the controlled demolition, the pure, unadulterated, brutal takedown of atheism. And that's not going to happen here at Flat Earth because they didn't control it to begin with.
Yeah, man. When you said controlled demolitions, that brought something else up in my mind, but that's for another day. Yeah, man. I also felt ousted as this weird kid for thinking that Earth could be flat. I don't know. I got bullied, I guess.
What's up? Where is the live? Where is the Flat Earth live? Yo,
Yeah, what up?
yo. Is the Earth flat, bro?
Yep, observably, measurably, practically used. It's flat, stationary.
I have one thing that I was thinking a couple of days ago. How can you answer this question? So, on the flat Earth model, we have a moon that is very close, and I have specific question regarding moon. So, as we are right now, we see that we can see only one side of the moon. We cannot see any other side, not from any else side, just the one side. So, let's say moon is in Australia. Why are Americans not seeing different side of the moon? Hey, are you here? Crit, bro. Where did you go, my man? Shit. Is there anyone that can answer my question? Oh, you guys don't have an answer? I guess.
What
I guess.
was your question?
Sorry?
What was your question?
Oh, yeah, okay. If you are flat earther, I have one question. Let's take a moon. And when we look at the moon, we see only one side, right? Only one side of the moon. We can't see other side. So on flat Earth model, how does this happen? That when moon is on Australia, why can't Americans see the other side of the moon? Why do they see same exact thing just rotated?
I don't know. I don't believe in that part.
Oh, you don't believe in flat Earth?
No, I just wanna hear your question.
Okay. Okay. I was just thinking about this question 3 days ago, and this guy talked to me, but now he's not talking. I don't know why. Maybe question was too much for him.
No, it's like you're asking about the moon. You're in the wrong channel. Also, maybe you could realize it yourself.
No, bro. I am asking about the moon because on flat Earth model, the moon cannot be explained, right? That's why I asked it. What do you mean I asked about the moon?
Okay, so on your flat Earth model, you can't explain the moon. Okay, got it.
Your flat Earth model. I know flat Earth
Also,
model.
you're straw man. So you're gonna logical fallacy. Say my flat Earth model, I can't explain the moon. Then your proof of that is to ask me to explain the moon on your flat Earth model for you.
First of all, I asked question, how do you explain it on flat Earth model, and you never answered. So why are you screaming?
Why did you ask for it? You say there isn't an answer.
I asked because you are flat earther.
Okay, so if I'm a flat earther, is that the moon or is that the earth?
If you're flat earther, you have flat earth model that you can explain how world works.
For the moon or the earth?
No IQ, or what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, so there's two words there. There's the word flat and there's the word earth. Is that the ground or is that the sky?
If you are the guy that represents flat earth, I would never speak with them.
Well, don't then. Fuck off.
Yeah, bro, what the heck, dude? Like, you don't have any IQ?
Yeah, it's very difficult to say, hey, I'm talking about the surface of the earth that can be described as flat, and you're like, well, here's a straw man that has nothing to do with what you're talking about, and you don't have an answer for it, so I'll ask you anyway, even though I know you don't have an answer for it.
So
It's like at this point, dude, it's like it's problem solving phase. You joined the Flat Earth channel to talk about the ground, about the earth that you walk upon, and you're like, nah, bro, explain fish.
Is moon presented differently on your model? Yes. So I'm asking question about the moon. So why can't you answer that? You have low IQ.
The moon, it's a valuable question in flat world.
What?
It's a valuable question. The moon.
Yeah, it's good question. I don't know why this guy. I think I will tell you what he did. He heard my question. He panicked. He searched for it. He could not find an answer, and now he's screaming. He never answered me when I asked it. And 10 minutes later, he comes back and screams like, I don't even know why this guy is even screaming. Who the heck is this guy? Like, I asked a question.
Okay, we'll ask someone else then.
Why did not you answer me and now starting screaming here?
I just told you that it's not part of the topic, and
you told
it's
me
a straw man.
You told me 10 minutes later. Where were you before searching it in the internet?
No, I was hoping you'd pop your head out of your ass.
Oh yeah, you was hoping I would do something. Okay, bro, this guy is cringe, bro. And now I see that you don't have any intellect, bro. That's okay.
Okay, ditto. Yeah, now I know that you don't know what the word flat means. You don't know which way the ground is. You're gonna straw man a bunch of models to people that you can't explain or take questions on. And on top of that, the whole time you think there's no answer they can give you anyway. You're retarded, dude.
You're stupid, dude. I just asked the question.
Okay, then don't ask me anything. I know you're retarded, so I know not to ask you anything. I can follow my worldview. See, I know right from the get-go, off the jump, you are extremely retarded. Okay, you are extremely retarded. You're going to join a channel called Flat Earth and start asking them about their model, which is the moon. So I know from the beginning, off the jump, this is off the jump, dude, that I don't need to ask you anything. You're dumb.
Answer my question, Dumbas. Why can't you answer my question? Because it's a flat Earth? Because it's flat Earth and we are not talking about the moon here? Answer my question.
You can pick which one you want to go with. Which one is it? Do you want to talk about the flat Earth, or do you want to talk about some stupid straw man that you invented in your own mind that you won't take questions on or explain? Which one?
Does your fucking worldview not encompass the moon also? Yes or no, Dumbas?
Watch your language, Singlet.
Okay, so sorry, he just called me retard. That's why. Why can't he call me?
Don't drop the F bomb is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Dude, you are extremely retarded.
See now, this guy is dumb, bro. This guy is retarded. He don't have a father or mother.
Really? So he's a virgin birth?
Yes.
I guess he's a deity. Yeah, I guess he's a deity then.
He was just created out of nowhere.
Yeah. Well, that would make him special, right?
Yeah, he's special in dumbness.
All right, so listen, friend, what was your question?
Yes, so my question, if you are flat earther, I can ask you, but what's the point? Are you flat earther?
No, I'm the flat earther at the moment.
Oh, you are the flat earther.
Yeah, I'm the flat earther, you're the globe earther.
Okay. So my question is regarding how moon works on a flat earth model, and this is my exact specification. So if we look at the moon from any part of the world, we see the same thing, same side of the moon. We can see the other side of the moon. It doesn't matter where we are standing. But on the flat earth model, if we take moon and place it in Australia, and then we stand in the United States and then look at the moon. Why don't we see the other side? And why do we see the same thing just rotated? Like, what's the answer?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, the answer is because the moon, if you're imagining it as an orb where you can see different sides if you're at different angles, that would only be true if you're at a certain type of angle. For example, if you're both at oblique angles, which means it's far enough away to where you can't see a significant portion of the other side. For example, you could put a picture of the moon on your ceiling, like in your house, and you could stand on one side of the room and you would see the moon, and you could stand on the other side of the room and you would see the moon, and it would look flipped. So this phenomenon isn't exclusive to a globe Earth. It really has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth at all.
Wait, can you explain the room example one more time a little bit slowly, because English is my second language and cannot exactly understand what
No worries. So, imagine a number, like you're familiar with the number 6 and the number 9. They're basically the same, just flipped.
Yeah, but that's not like correct example.
Oh, yeah, it's exactly correct. So when you look at something from one angle and the front to the back is presenting itself to you, where the side closest to you is in the front and the side furthest is in the back, if you go to the opposite side of the room, it's going to be reversed. That's true.
Okay, but then what about the, let's say, you put chair with different styles, like very messy design, and you look from the one perspective, it's different. You look from another, it's different. That's the correct example.
No, it's not it isn't because from our vantage point in your concept, we're not walking around a chair. The chair is far away and it's going around us, not the other way around.
Yes. Which means we have different perspective that we should see different sides of it.
No, you're assuming that the distances between the viewers on the Earth is sufficient to where now you're going to get a side view of the moon. Now, all I have to do is remove that assumption and just say that the moon is a sufficient distance away to where no matter where you go on the Earth, you're not getting a side view. There's not enough angular difference in your location. It's not the same as walking around a chair in your room, not at all. So like I said before, this requires a lot of assumptions on your part that you can't prove, and it doesn't really prove the shape of the Earth one way or the other. So it's kind of like neither. It's kind of like it's not as significant as you may think it is.
Okay, then let's say that on your flat Earth model, the moon is very small compared to Earth, like very, very small, and it's closer. So if it's that small compared to Earth that it is shown on the flat Earth models, that means if I stand at the side of the Earth and put the moon on the other side, it still should not be rotated. That's the first thing. Because why is it rotated?
No, dude. If you're on one side or the other, it's going to be flipped because the further side is gonna be further away in your field of view, so it's gonna render on the opposite side when you switch sides. I mean that's just a fact that can't be denied.
Why would let's say the moon is at the center. And
So let me ask this question, Brian. Let me ask this question before you go on. Are you aware that the moon actually does a cartwheel in the sky as it goes through the sky throughout the day? Are you aware of that?
Are you getting the talk to other side now?
Yes. So moon. It depends on what model you see. Like it does not do cartwheel on the.
No. Friend. Pay attention.
For our vision, yes.
The moon 100% does a cartwheel in the sky as it travels through the sky.
From our perspective.
No, from nobody's perspective, that is what happens. That's not in disagreement. That's not up for debate. That's just a fact of what we observe.
And what does that have to do with my question?
Because not everyone can see the moon at all times. Okay? And by the time it's in a location that's further away, displaced from the other viewer, The moon has already cartwheeled and changed its orientation. So the idea of it flipping its features only because the Earth is a globe isn't true. It could be flipping its features simply because it's rotating as it goes throughout the sky.
And that still does not answer my questions regarding why we don't see.
It answers. Yes, it answers the question, dude. It answers the question. The moon is a sufficient distance enough away that you can't see the side of it. And by the way, you do see about 3% differentiation throughout the day. So you do actually see 3% of the side of the moon versus the other person who misses that 3%. So it actually is true that you do see more of the moon depending on where you are, left or right of it. But you don't see the complete side and you don't see the back side. All that means is that the moon is a sufficient distance away that you can't get an angle to it where you can see the side or back. Not only that, but the moon cartwheels through the sky. So the idea of it being flipped makes perfect sense. Not only that, but I gave you a demonstration within a room of why an image would be flipped regardless. So all of these things put together means that this concept has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth whatsoever. It doesn't have to do with it being a globe, and it doesn't have to do with it being flat. It just is what we see.
Yeah, that is actually a good point. So look, this stupid guy that he could not answer me, and he just defend himself. But that is actually good perspective. Now I understand, and it's actually a good point. That was just a question I had from your perspective. But I hate these
no problem.
Low IQ people like Creed. Yeah, so in my current view right now, first of all, moon is not visible from every place, which means it is visible locally where it currently is right now, which makes it good for flat Earth model because that just shows that it's just small, it's locally, and you see the only one side of it. You can't look it from the United States if it's in the Australia. That's the point. So that makes sense.
Yeah, and there's other reasons why something may be not visible as it gets further away from you. So, like for example, a lot of people aren't aware of this because they're not seeing enough range or enough distance to be understanding this concept. But the atmosphere itself, like the air, actually gets thicker and thicker the more you're looking through. So at about 300 miles, when you're looking out horizontally, not up, but horizontally, the atmosphere is essentially solid, like you can't see through it. And so if you imagine like it's a fence 300 miles away, like you can't see over that fence. Now you can see things that are taller than the fence, right? Like things in the sky, like stars and maybe the moon when it's closer. But once things get far enough away, you'd be looking diagonally at an angle through that thick atmosphere and you wouldn't be able to see anything. Completely blocks out all light.
Yeah, but I understand it. But the example with 6 and the 9, that was not good, bro. I understand your point, but this was not good example at the start of the conversation.
Well, that was just to demonstrate that some things' features would be flipped depending on which side you're looking at it. So the features closest to you would be closest to you, and the features furthest away would be furthest away, and that's how they would be arranged in your field of view. So if you flip your field of view to the opposite side, then which feature is closest and which feature is furthest would change.
Guys, I've sent it a link in the chat. Like it's a 3D model of flat Earth, like kind of how it would look like. Can you confirm that it's correct or not? Just it's a model from the sketchfab.com.
Well, I mean that's just an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globular polar coordinate system.
No, I mean like the same concept, like Would you consider it as acceptive or not?
Well, like I said, it's just a projection of a map that's based on a globe, which is a projection of a celestial sphere onto the Earth, because you can't coordinate all the points on the Earth without having some coordination point, and they chose the North Pole in the sky to make their initial map. So it's obvious that if the Earth is flat, then all the land masses are arranged horizontally, but this map doesn't necessarily accurately represent how they exactly are.
I mean, the distance of Sun and Earth, like, is it okay?
Well, I'll put it to you like this, friend. Here, check this out. So when the globe side goes to the sun to figure out where it is, they can come back and let us know. When the flat Earth side goes to the sun and figures out where it is, they can come back and let us know. Until then, nobody knows exactly where it is.
So we cannot. So it would be incorrect to say that Earth is flat or Earth is spherical.
No, I know, nothing. No,
until
not
that
at all.
point.
Not at all. No, friend. Let me explain. It's very simple. So, you are you. You're not your father. You are you. You're not your mother. Your mother is your mother. Your father's your father. Your mother has features you don't have. Your father has features you don't have, even though you have similar features. You're different. So, likewise, the Earth is its thing, and the sun is its thing. So the sun can be what it is, and the Earth can be what it is. They're different. So, for example, the Earth has no curvature on the surface. So the Earth can be flat, while the sun can be something else.
No, I mean, let me give you another example. Assume that there is a human inside the box, and we are given two options: or it's a male, or it's a female. And the box is like closed; we cannot see through it. So till the moment someone checks and gets inside and sees who's there and reveals us, till that point, neither of arguments would be correct, isn't it? Like,
No, that's not correct. Let me tell you why. Let me explain it to you. So, for example, this analogy breaks down because, well, no one's been to the sun. Everyone's been to the Earth. Everyone that's ever lived on the Earth has been on the Earth. We're already on the Earth. We're on the Earth right now. So the Earth is accessible to us. We can measure it. We can test it. We can smell it. We can taste it. We can stamp our feet on it. We can pee on it. We can do everything to the Earth. We don't have that benefit with the sun.
no.
Like I said, the situation, before you go on, I'm just telling you, the situation with the sun and the Earth are completely different. Go
I
ahead.
guess I didn't express myself correctly. I mean, the Earth itself, like you tell Earth is flat, we tell Earth is globe. Until the point where there is a like 100% evidence that Earth is flat or globe, and also the evidence that the opposing
Well, that already exists.
side
That already
isn't
exists, bro.
correct.
It already exists. No, it already exists. It already
I
exists,
haven't
bro.
finished
That's the
yet.
problem.
I haven't finished.
Yes, but you said when the evidence comes, but the evidence is already there. So go ahead and finish.
Thank you. So, well, there's going to be an evidence that would be confirmed by everyone, not particular kind of, no-name sites, and not because, like, I mean, until the moment.
That's not how truth works. Hey, brother, that's not how truth works. Truth doesn't work that once everyone agrees, that makes it true. That's not how it works. Yes,
Let me
I'm
tell you
correct,
another
and you
way.
know I'm correct.
Until we get a online footage, I mean, like, until you get to the space, I get to the space, and we have to see the Earth by our eyes.
No, dude, you don't. No, it doesn't have to be like that. Why do you have to go away from the Earth? What do you mean,
I trust
strangers, dude? I've been
neither the
living on
flat
it. Hey,
Earth, neither the
hey,
globe.
brother. Yeah, exactly. What have you been doing your whole life? Let me tell you. You've been living on the Earth. Okay? You've never experienced the Earth as a globe. You've only experienced the Earth as flat and stationary. That's the truth. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it.
So you believe your experience and what you feel like.
No. Direct experience, dude. Everywhere you go, it's flat and level and stationary and horizontally arranged, minus the topography, which means the hills and the valleys. Everywhere you go, up is up. Everywhere you go, down is down. And everywhere you go, water on its surface is horizontal. In fact, the horizon is defined as the surface of the Earth meeting the sky in your field of view, and horizontal is defined as parallel to the horizon. And so you know through direct experience, everywhere you go on the Earth, it's arranged horizontally. Like that's just common human experience.
Oh yeah, that's hard to debate, and I wouldn't. Here's the question. I mean, the picture. Shit, guys, I'm sorry to ask you, but like, how do you get the permission to add pictures, stream here? Like, is it, should I beg moderators to do so, or like, what am I?
Well, we have a couple of people that run the room that might be able to do it, but they're not here right now.
Oh, I can send the link, I guess. What can you say about this picture? I mean, it's from the Wikipedia and it might be made up, but you see, the main argument here is you have to be really high enough compared to Earth to make it be true.
Yeah, fair enough. So let me ask you this question. How many people have supposedly, and by supposedly I mean it's claimed they did, but whether they did or not is a different story. But how many people in human history, in all of literature, and in all of history that you might consider like real history, have been to a position far enough away from the Earth to see the whole Earth? How many people do you think?
I can ask the same stuff about you, flat earthers, and that would kind
No, dude. You're telling. See, the problem is you're telling me that in order to know the Earth is a globe, you have to get really far away to be able to see the thing. So I'm telling you, in all of human history, how many people have been far enough away to be at a distance where they can see the Earth as a globe? How many do you think have been? How many? Just guess. If you don't know.
Well, I can predict that it was like Neil Armstrong, Yuri Gagarin, but you would say that it's not. It's all because of government and Elias, you see?
No, I don't, no, dude. As far as I know, Gagarin didn't get far enough away. The only people that were far enough away were the Apollo astronauts and a few mythological people and a few people that were in scriptures. For example, the Bible mentions certain people were taken up and shown the earth and the heavens from God's view. And so that is less than 30 people. Less than 30 people in the entirety of humanity and literature have allegedly been far enough away from the Earth to see it in its totality. Only 30. Of which, if I'm not mistaken, only 3 are left alive. Might be 2 by now. I think the other guy might have passed away. Nobody else has been far enough away from the Earth to within their field of view they could see the entire alleged shape of the Earth. Nobody. Not one other person, minus those people. So no, buying a ticket on Blue Origin is not going far enough away from the Earth. Going to the ISS station would not be far enough away. The ISS can allegedly only see 3% of the Earth. So nobody on the ISS could tell you the shape of the Earth. They couldn't do it. None of them. But friend, we do have a different thing. So that's on that side. But on the flat Earth side, we all can go to a beach and look across water and see to the other side of a shore. Take a laser to the water and measure it and find out it's not curved. So you have a tangible access to the Earth to measure it and find out it's not curved. So you can find out on the surface that it's not a ball. Or you can trust the 3 people left alive that claim to have been there with all the faith you want to put in them.
About the example with the beach. What is woman supposed to do with Earth's curvature?
What is who?
Could you send a video of this experiment of the laser?
No, I mean, like you said, if you stand on a beach and you take a laser, like, what did woman do? Why would you step on her?
Oh. Sorry, I didn't catch that because it was There was enough of a broken accent that I thought you were saying beach again. Beach is where you go to the shoreline, but yeah, I understand your joke.
You mean sand?
Yeah, dude, yeah, sand. So, like, look, you can go to the sand shore of the ocean and take a woman with you, so you could have a woman at the beach with you doing a laser test. And many men have. Many men have done it with their wives. For example, one guy took his wife to a frozen lake and had her film him drive away on his snowmobile with a flashlight, and she saw the flashlight the entire way. Another group of people went to the Utah, which is a state in the United States of America.
Yeah, I know.
Which is
I've
a
heard
Salt
of it.
Lake. They drove 35 miles away on a truck with a laser facing back at the camera, and they saw it the entire time. Another guys took a laser to Lake Idso, which I believe is in the Netherlands, and they shot a laser 25 miles across the lake. And the list goes on and on. There's many so-called examples.
Does they just shoot a laser straight to the camera?
Yeah,
and
they pull a
I
laser.
see. Yep. I got.
Yep.
I got it. If first it would be flat, it would move like upward. The laser wouldn't hit the camera.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, so for example, on the 25-mile test, they built a super accurate device to level the laser and to aim the laser left and right. And they panned the laser, which means scrolled it or moved it in a sweeping motion across the lake. And they shot a 7-mile target, then like a 14-mile target, and then the 25-mile target. And they were all in the same line of pan. And when they hit the 25-mile target, if the Earth was a globe, the laser should have went over the top of them by 90 meters, but the laser hit the camera. And how lasers work is they have they have a profile of the way the light separates, and you can actually tell whether the laser's pointed directly at you or not. And they took a photo of the camera, of the laser with the camera, and when you apply the math on it, it shows that the camera, it has laser coming right into it. And the camera was only less than the height of the man, who was about 6 feet tall, and the camera was the same. So the laser was about 6 feet off the ground, and the camera was about 6 feet off the ground. So that's debunking the curvature of the globe by 2 orders of magnitude. So it should be in the triple digits of feet, but they debunked it to the single digits. Now, nobody in their right mind would ever think that something being debunked by 2 orders of magnitude is just a measurement error. So, and by the way, not only that, but the 35-mile one out in the salt flats is even worse, because more miles means more difference. That was supposed to be 400 and something feet below, but they saw it the entire time. Now, I apologize for switching back between feet and meters,
no
but I just have them memorized that way.
So you had no questioning that they might kind of fool you, because they provided you enough evidence that the experiment was made up and checked.
Yeah, but not not just them, many others. Like I said, I've just given you a few examples. There's many others. For example, there's a hold on real quick. There's a professor of optics. Well, sorry, not necessarily. He doesn't necessarily teach it, but he is a PhD level in optics. And he said, "Oh wow, I heard about flat Earth. What can I do to test it?" He thought, "Well, I'll use lasers across water." He went to the water and he used his expertise, and he fashioned a test that uses 2 different color lasers, because 2 different color lasers have different dispersion and refraction and all of that. So he was able to use the difference between the 2 colors to determine that his test was accurate, and it actually convinced him that there's no way the Earth is curved, because my lasers wouldn't hit this target, because there should have been water in between point A and point B, but there wasn't any. The laser went straight from the laser and hit the target, like there was nothing in its way. And his conclusion was, that's because there is nothing in the way. The giant hump of Earth curve that's supposed to be there isn't there.
By the way, like about the stars and galaxies, like I'm not asking like proof or something, but like, do you think they are faked up, like LED lights in the sky, or like, what do you think about
I mean, who?
those light points?
Well,
How would you describe it?
So when you're talking about things that aren't the Earth, that are like the cosmos and all these fancy things in the sky, they could be. They listen. To be fair, they could be something similar to what is described in mainstream ideas. You know, some kind of energy, some kind of matter undergoing explosion. They could be all kinds of things. But one thing I know for sure, my friend, is they are definitely not the thing I'm standing on. The thing I'm standing on is the Earth, and they are what they are. So if I call them the stars, if I call them the celestials, even if I call them the angels, whatever I call them, they're certainly not the Earth.
Okay, no, I see your point. Yep, it makes clear. Yep. So like, but can we agree that they illuminate like their source of light? Yeah.
Well, look, when I look at something, I have to get light from it to see it, right? So that's an obvious thing. Whether they're the source of their own light, how would I know? I've never been to one. I've never taken one apart. I've never peeled its skin off and looked underneath. I've never took the batteries out of the back, right? I've never had tangible access to any of them. So at best, I'd be guessing.
See, but so can we say technically that they reflect, like we know, object or reflects the sun, the light, or it emits it, like because mirror when you get a laser or a flashlight.
Oh, you forgot something. You forgot another option.
Which?
There's at least one more option.
Plasma? No.
No. See, you're thinking physical. You're limiting your assumptions and your imagination to the physical only. So let me ask this question. Do you think that only the physical world exists?
You mean about ghosts? I believe in them. Like
No, not even. Yeah, but not even necessarily ghosts. Just things that are greater than the physical and natural world, whatever they are. You could call them spirits. You could call them energies. You could call them gods. You could call them whatever you want.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, you see, the same happens, like, because to believe it, I have to see and have evidence, as you say about
right.
Earth.
Yes,
so we want
exactly.
the same. So I wouldn't believe it. Like, I'm not sure about it. I have no evidence to disprove them, and I don't have enough evidence to prove them.
Yeah, exactly. So let me put it to you this way. So I'll give you a story. I'm not saying I believe this story. I'm just saying it's a story. Okay, so the lights in the sky, the celestials. Okay?
Yeah.
Let's just say, for argument's sake, that my story is that what you see that you think is a star is actually a field of energy surrounding an angel that is eternally singing. And his singing emanates through the energy field, and that causes what we experience as the brightness and the emanations of a star. Now, my story is just as valid as anybody else's claim of what's inside a star or what causes them. Because I have just as much firsthand knowledge of what's in that star as anybody else.
Yes, clearly. But how far would you think it is? Is it like farther than sun, or is it the same distance but really small? Like,
Dude, for all I know, the sun and the moon are the only objects that are truly at a distance, and the rest are some kind of
background image.
Illusory. Well, yeah, or some kind of illusory spatial relationship. So, for example, friends, a lot of people don't know this because most of them were raised in a westernized education, even if they live in the other parts of the world, especially after World War II, is that the idea that the Earth realm and the sky were like similar, to where they operated on the same physics and they had the same spatial relationships and the same dimensionality. So, for example, if I start walking straight, I'll eventually arrive at the mall downtown, right? And so you think then, well, if I just kept traveling towards a star, I would eventually arrive at it. Now, those are assumptions because no one's ever traveled to a star. So for all we know, space between us and the star is entirely different. And just guess what? For the majority of human history, that's what humans believed. They believed that the Earth realm had its own rules, and its own space and its own physics, and then the greater cosmos were different on whatever level. And the idea that they're all the same is just that, an idea.
See, that makes sense. By the way, do you think there are different types of light, or like the light from my phone is the same as light from the sun, or is sun emitting another sort of energy besides
Well,
gamma
I mean,
rays?
you can test light on the end result, and they do have similar outputs that you read. And you might assume, well, if they're similar outputs, then that means they're created in the same way, but that's not necessarily true either. It could be true.
We still don't have enough evidence to prove if they're the same or they're different again. I mean, one of the most popular questions are like, if Earth is flat, then why don't I see a dude using his flashlight in the camp since it's the same light? Like, why shouldn't it reach me?
Well, I mean, that answer is obvious. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. So, for example, you might ask the question a different way, like this: if the Earth was flat, then why can't I see for thousands of miles? Why can't I see someone with a light 2,000 miles away on the other shore of another continent? Like, that might be the question. But here's the thing.
Let me predict. Because their air is not vacuum and their particles, they are all around.
Correct.
So they kind of absorb.
Yes, air has what's called an ambient occlusion rate. It is there's an equation called Raleigh's extinction coefficient, and you can put it in for the atmosphere on a general level, and then you can put different levels, like whether there's more humidity or whatever. And usually when you do this equation out, it gets somewhere between 250 to 300 miles, and then the air becomes like a solid wall that you cannot see through. No light you can't get any light further than that. Now, interestingly enough, dude, we have an observation off of California, which is on the west coast of the United States, towards the south of the United States, right?
Yep.
Where the man is looking out. He's looking out, and he's seeing some oil rigs. And then behind the oil rigs is an island called Anacapa Island, which is within the 300-mile range. And you can see the oil rigs and out to the island, right? But guess what? You shouldn't. If the Earth was a globe, you shouldn't see the island. But you can. Now, past 300 miles would be Hawaii. You can't see Hawaii because that's beyond your atmospheric extinction. But you can see Anacapa Island, which is within your atmospheric extinction. So that means from that beach, you can see literally everything that you can physically see.
That's correct.
But you know what you can't see? You know what you can't see? Guess what, friend? Check this out. This is going to blow your mind. You know what you cannot see when you get to that beach? You know what you will not see? You will not see any curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, I know about it. I'm familiar. It's like my 5th day here in this voice chat.
Yeah.
I'm sure about it, and I know. Like, I even took notes, like, about your
good job, bro.
about flat Earth, why it's flat, and like, it's hard to disprove them because they have like kind of point to be. And also I got like kind of the arguments against why Earth is not a globe, and it's really hard to disprove them. So, because when the example with the ship, it was again with heat distortion, atmospheric pressure, and because all of that, like there was a video a dude sent me, like when they zoom in and they can actually see the sea, like the ship, all of it, in like kind of a long distance range. But when they zoom out, it disappears from below to top due to heat distortion and atmosphere, and like kind of bending.
Well, and another factor, and another factor, which is the available angles that the camera has, right? So like everything sees it in an angular field of view that has a lens, and so that means there's like essentially triangles pointing in towards your eye. And the small end of the triangle, you know, when you try to stuff more things into it, some information, some data is lost. And so part of it is also just the fact that we see in angles.
Yes, that makes sense because you see, like there is nothing to disprove. Well, what are
Anyway,
any questions?
do you want an oak tree? Listen, I got a lot of oak trees I got to get rid of now that we're friends. Do you want an oak tree?
I have no idea what oak tree is.
It's a big old. It's a little baby, but it's gonna grow into a massive giant tree, and then it's gonna break and fall on your property and smash your roof and stuff, and then it's gonna be an insurance liability. So, do you want one?
Yep, I guess it will be nice. It would be an what do you call it? An investment for future.
Yeah.
Like your logic, man. By the way, were there any questions, like not from me personally, but like from others, which were like hard to prove, but there were ways to prove it, like due to physical or like imaging?
Oh, sure. Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean? Questions that they asked us?
Yeah, like Globers. Did they ask something hard to answer about flat Earth?
Not really. Most of their questions are usually logically incoherent or in a category error, which means they're asking about the wrong type of information. So, for example, they might be asking a math question and posing it as a science question when math and science are different. Even though you can use math and science, they're not the same thing, which is why you have, you know, this field called STEM field, which is STEM, and S is science, T is technology, E is engineering, M is mathematics. You know, so it's obvious these are different fields, right?
Yep. So
None of the questions are really that hard to answer, really.
They take time to answer. Is it like kind of?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, well, yeah, because you gotta go through the logic, you gotta go through the categories, you gotta go what is actual evidence, what is assumptions, what is actual data, what is simulated data, what is inferences, like, or even what is honest about what your eyes are physically seeing. So, for example, lots of people will say, I saw a boat go over the curve of the earth. And then when they actually are asked, what did your eyes see? They have to say the truth, which is, I saw a boat go away from me. It got smaller as it went away. And then some days it disappeared from the bottom. Some days it disappeared into the fog. Some days it disappeared sideways with some weird effect. But that's what they actually saw. However, they assume it's going over the curve. So what they say is, I saw it go over the curve, but that's not truly what they saw.
I have an ultimate, like, kind of idea how to prove it, that Earth is not curved. Like, you see, so people claim heat distortion and air compression, like they claim an illusion to reality that Earth is being like disappearing from hole to top. So since Earth is flat, what we can do is get a like kind of not a telescope, but like a binocle. I have no idea how you call, like something to zoom in really far enough, so like we could actually prove them that ship just getting smaller because like it's going away from us and not to the curve. What do you think about it, guys? Because most of the time I see the problem. No.
Well, a ship is not going to necessarily just go away in the distance and just get smaller uniformly until it finally gets so small like it's a pinprick. That's not necessarily going to happen. So when you're looking out across horizontal, you're going to have the compounding angles problem. So the ship is going to constantly be entering a smaller and smaller portion of angles relative to where you're at. And once it falls below a packet of angles that is smaller than the resolving power of your optic, it's going to start getting cut off. So it's not necessarily going to be the case that it's going to go away into a pinprick. Because you might be thinking of like artist perspective, where you see and you might get taught in art class. You put a pencil dot on the piece of paper, then you take your ruler and you draw lines back to it, and then you draw everything within those lines. Now, that is good for an approximation of vision and how we see, but that's not actually how we see, because we don't have infinite resolving power. We have limits that are physically real in the real world that a piece of paper doesn't have.
Yep, it's like 2-dimensional, we're being in 3-dimensional, and we're just trying to project 3 dimension to it. I guess it.
Hey, let me ask you this question, brother. Can you read English good?
Yep, I guess. Like, it's not really.
So I got.
But I understand it.
Yeah, so I got this video, which it's going to be. It's pretty simple language, and it's lots of pictures and graphics, which are kind of self-explanatory. It's less than 8 minutes. It's about 6 minutes in 3 parts. So it talks about part A, part B, part C, and then it has 2 minutes of demonstration. And the first few minutes are going to talk about what I just described to you, but in a graphic that you can see how the angles and the triangles and where the objects are, where your eye is, and how the light's getting back to your eye. And it's going to show you those angles and how the object is entering into these triangles, which represent areas that you can't see. And it's pretty straightforward, and I think you'll enjoy it. And I would like to send it to you. How about that?
Why not? I'm all in.
All right, so I'm gonna go to my other server here, which is our home server for our 24/7 team, where we keep a whole bunch of stuff. We actually got it on a bot command, so I just type in videos and then I type the name of it, and it gives it to me, and then I can paste it in here for you. So all my friends listening, the video I'm talking about, if they have the perms on that server, they can get it too, same way. They can even make their own, by the way, in case they didn't know. Now they know. Make your own entries. So anyway, we
You
go
can
here.
stream. That's cool.
Well, I can't do it right now, but we could actually do an activity, but I just can't do it right now. So the video I'm talking about is called Videos Optics ! Videos Optics is the command. That'll pull up the link, which by the way is made by one of our server admins, Indio, who also comes in here now and then. So if you ever catch him in here, you could ask him questions about it too. He's the one who created it. Of course, you can ask me. I've watched it. Let's see, copy link. Then we go back where we're at. All right, what guy am I talking to? Shinro, I think. Let's see. All right, so let me go I'm going to at you just in the regular chat. How about that? All right, so wait a minute. That's not the right person. Hold on. Yeah, Shinro with a owly face. All right. All right, I'll also send it in a DM if your DMs are open. All right, there you go. There's the link. You can copy, paste it, watch it. It's 8 minutes.
Yep, I see.
I think I need to make a narrated version so we can, like, if we decide to watch it together on a stream like this, the audience who's just listening can still hear it.
I mean, like he's just explaining right now how vision works, actually. Yeah. By the way, how did you disprove the lunar eclipse?
There's nothing to disprove. It hasn't been proven in the first place. Depending on what you mean by that.
I mean, like, we have solar eclipse when moon blocks the sun, and we have the lunar eclipse where Earth blocks the moon. Like, it stands between sun and moon.
Well, I mean, that's what they claim is happening. Sure, that's the claim. That's the story.
Mm.
Oh, rats! I forgot to turn the light off. Hold on. Well, if you mean the claim of a shadow, well, there's no validation that it's a shadow of the object that it's claimed to be a shadow of.
Well, I consider moon as a light bulb. Maybe moon, like, like, what's claimed to say that it reflects the sunlight back to the earth, but how can we be sure about it if no one's been there? Is it, like, kind of?
Well, they often say, like, if you look at the moon's shadow, sorry, the alleged Earth shadow on the moon during the lunar eclipse, they'll say, "Oh, look, it looks curved," and since I'm assuming it's the Earth casting a shadow, that must mean the Earth is curved. The problem is that I can create a curved shadow in a ball with a straight object because the ball is curved and the shadow cast on it takes the shape of the object it's being cast on. So the idea that a curved shadow means the Earth is a ball isn't even necessarily true. It could be true, but it's not necessarily true because there are other options. And that's the problem, my friend, with a lot of globe proofs is that it would be true if the Earth was a globe. That's why they'll all start out with these, if the Earth was a globe, then such and so would happen. But that's if the Earth was a globe. You got to prove the Earth is a globe in order for that statement to be true.
Sorry, I didn't understand. So you say we need to prove first that planet is a sphere, so we can talk about the eclipse.
Yeah, so if you say if the Earth was a globe, it would cast a curved shadow. Okay, that's true. If the Earth was a globe, it would cast a curved shadow. Okay, that's true. Now, a different argument might go like this. I see a curved shadow, it can only come from a curved object. That's false. Because you can have a curved object, right, with a shadow on it, and that shadow is coming from a straight object, but the straight shadow is taking the shape of the curved object, so it looks curved. So you can have a curved shadow on a curved object from a straight object. It doesn't have to be from another curved object.
But the point of the moon eclipse is that the Earth probably it's making a shadow in the moon because he is between the sun and the moon. So we can see the Earth starting making a shadow in the moon.
Yeah, but what you just told me is a claim because you never saw the Earth in between the sun and the moon, or the moon in between the sun and the Earth. You never saw that. You imagined it in your mind. That's the only place you ever seen it. You're seeing something happen to the sun or something happen to the moon. You then told a story about why that happens, but you've never seen these relationships between these objects.
Yeah, but we can we can make some suppositions about this.
Yeah, you can do it all day long. Exactly. You can make suppositions and ideas all day long.
If I'm not wrong, I think there is like pictures of like eclipse in the space, like to make a kind of shadow in the Earth.
No, there's no pictures of the relationships between the three bodies. No.
I guess I found one of the misunderstandings. Because, like, the globe system, it kind of seems to explain somehow why, and, like, kind of it gives not a proof, but still it somehow managed to make it logical, you see? And, like, kind of it gives theories that kind of, make
I understand
you
that.
believe. So, like, you see, but, like, the flat earth theory, it just goes like, we know that earth is flat, we can prove it, but the other stuff we cannot prove. Stuff that could be proven by the globe earthers.
Well, no,
that's probably fake.
You're wrong. You're wrong, though. You started correctly with their stories and theories and quote unquote logical explanations about things. And then in your second part, you said the globe proves it. No, the globe doesn't prove any of that. Like you said, there's a theory, an idea, a story about if the Earth was a globe, these things could happen, they could be explained, but that's not the same as proving anything.
Yeah, sorry, I just changed the words. So, I mean, like, it's easier to believe the globe Earth because they give like a bunch of theories and they kind of they explain why things happen due to curvature of the Earth. But meanwhile, you cannot disprove it or prove it because no one's been there, no one's seen it from the, like the other perspective, not from the Earth, but from the space. That's kind of.
How it's in the moon is making a shadow, and we can see it, and we can calculate when it will happen again because we know the time that she around. I don't know the.
Yeah, that's fine, but that's fine. But the problem is that eclipses were predicted long before this assumption that the Earth is a ball and all of that. In fact, one of the first accurate predictions of eclipse was done by a flat earther.
Yes, actually, you just predict once. You measure the time when the second eclipse happens, and you just go on with the same thing.
Yeah, there's cycles. There's cycles of the sky that, if you pay attention, you can make predictions.
Also, you have to consider certain variables to just come to the. If you observe a phenomena and you're saying the only cause of this effect is because this, or for example, you're saying the only reason that I observe a shadow in the moon is because I'm standing on a globe, right? And then you have a graphic that represents that or might misrepresent it, and you have a drawing of how you think it works. The thing is that you're passing the bridge without even reaching the bridge, because if you're saying the Earth is this curving thing, you can measure the Earth itself at a fundamental level, and you can say, if my idea that the Earth is a curving sphere, I can measure it to be so, and it will show me that it is a sphere. But when you measure the Earth, and observably, demonstratively, based on experience and measurements, it's not curving. So any following conclusion that you observe in something because you're standing on a sphere is missing a very fundamental thing that will be it being a sphere. You don't have that yet. So to come to the conclusion that everything you observe is because you're standing in a sphere is not logically. You cannot reach that bridge if you haven't even made it there yet. Logically, just assuming a conclusion already.
As well as like there might be another object blocking sun from the moon that stands between Earth and sun, so that the shadow is being bigger than Earth, and due to perspective, it's casting a circle on the moon. Or maybe they're just light bulbs that have to be changed, but they forget to change them.
It could be the moon. It could be a celestial object. It could be, you know that in light, if you have a bright light and optically, okay, so you have a bright light, then you have another light that is dimmer than that bright light, and you put one in front of the other one, the dimmer light in front of the brighter light, to your optics, to your eyes, the dimmer light looks black, completely black. So
because they cancel each other.
Yeah, there is light effects that can show you this sort of phenomena. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have to come to the conclusion that you're standing on a spinning water ball in the vacuum of space that you cannot demonstrate in the first place. So observing the moon and the sun and the luminaries doing what they do is not evidence of a spinning ball, because you don't have the curvature of the sphere requires. You don't have the motion that the sphere requires in the globe paradigm or doctrine. You don't have any of those things. So just to reach that conclusion, it's a logical fallacy. You're affirming the consequence and a bunch of other things.
By the way, what about like do you remember you said earlier about the water in the zero gravity space? In space, it just takes circular, and we cannot check it on Earth. What about the zero G planes? Like, you know, the one that moves the certain amplitude up and down, so that they, for a couple of seconds, they create the zero G stuff. I mean, phenomenon inside the plane. Amandoim. Are you still
Hello?
here? Yeah.
Yeah.
So like.
Yeah, you're here. Zero G planes, yeah. I mean, they go very high and then they drop to a rate where in the inside you're kind of like falling. But since you are in a contained environment, you can describe it as floating, but you're not floating, you're just falling.
But the water bubble, it's gonna be spherical inside, even though there is
Yeah,
air
that's
inside.
totally fine. That's totally fine. Remember, the airplane is a contained environment. So to have the water in that state, you require a certain pressure. If it was the case that the globe was true and that water will be next to a vacuum, you wouldn't have the gas pressure or the liquid water in the first place. So the airplane is a contained environment, and you have the water doing what it does. That's not evidence for any globe in a vacuum of space. That it goes contrary to the globe claim, because the globe is not a container. The globe is there's no container, right? The pressure system and the water on the surface are next to a very low pressure system, or how they call the vacuum of space. The airplane is not that.
I see, but like you see, you said that everything moves downward due to like the medium and the density. So like if you have something heavier and denser, it will go down.
Not everything moves downwards. There's stuff that moves up. Or omnidirectionally, like gases. Gases move omnidirectionally.
Well, not yeah, they move every direction, but they're like also being like in layers, don't they? Like kind of, you know, a denser gas molecule, like a bigger one, would fall downwards, and the lighter one will move upwards, like because it's less dense. So the same goes to the plane, since it's falling downwards, but there is still air inside it and it's a container. So basically water should have fallen downwards. No?
You're still arguing, making the container argument, which doesn't help the globe at all. The
No,
airplane
I'm
is
not
a
talking
contained
about
environment.
No, I
Okay,
see.
that's fine.
Like, I never claimed that globe is. No, I mean like, it's not about me proving that Earth is curved. It's not me disproving.
that's fine.
It's me asking questions and being curious, like just to make it. I'm just.
So yeah, they design aircraft, they go very high up, and then they do what they do inside of them.
Yes, and like kind of, why isn't the bubble like kind of? It's spherical and it doesn't smash into the airplane ground since there is still air, and it's lighter than water, and water is denser, and air
Yeah.
pressure should affect it, and it should smack into the airplane floor. Like, why isn't it happening?
There's tension in the cabin, right? There's a certain pressure, and the airplane is falling to a certain rate, so the bubble is falling with it, but it's in the air inside the airplane.
But shouldn't it be like smashed because your plane is moving downwards and your bubble?
No, because it's falling at a certain ratio that water will be falling at a certain ratio, so the airplane will be falling at a ratio that you and the water will be experiencing some type of floating sensation, like a floating effect within that contained environment. But you won't be floating once the airplane hits the ground. There's going to be a limit to that floating, right? Because the airplane will be falling to a certain altitude, and then it's going to have to go back to its normal trajectory or flight path to continue his position above the ground. If you keep doing that falling motion, you're going to hit the floor. And there's not going to be that bubble of water or floating people in it anymore.
To be honest, that was too much of information. I just didn't catch up to. I mean, I got the main, I guess so. So like, it's all because the airplane is falling with the same speed that water falls, like with the same speed that pressure and density affects it. So that's why, like, kind of an airplane is falling downwards, and a bubble of water is falling downwards as well. And since they have the same velocity, it's not affecting. Yes?
Think you described it. Yeah, you described it.
So that's why it's spherical, like the globe.
There's tension, there's pressure in the cabin, so that tension. If there was no pressure, if it was like a very low pressure, the water will evaporate. It will dissipate in the air.
If there were no.
Yeah, but the reason why the water is a globule is because it has intermolecular forces, like electrostatic forces, where the molecules of water want to cling to each other. That's why they're sticking together. It's the only reason.
Yes, I get it. Like, you mean the hydrogen bond and the beta and sigma bonds. Do you mean them? Like kind of dipole?
Yeah, stuff like that. Exactly.
Yes, I see. Yes, that kind of makes. But like, you see, water is like flexible. Let's say. I mean, like, it takes any shape, and in liquid state, it has no defined shape. But why is it that it takes the circular due to tension? But since it's falling downwards, shouldn't it be the same shape that it was poured out of the bottle of water?
No, not at all. The forces that we just talked about are going to pull on each other until they equalize. And the shape that's going to result in is going to be like a glob or a ball or a little drop.
That makes sense. That truly makes sense. That was a great explanation.
Well, dude, you can get water to do that. You can actually get water to do that on a super hot pan. Like if you get a pan to a certain temperature, like a cooking pan, and you drop water on it, the water will evaporate very quickly into like a steam layer, and then that steam layer will float the water droplet above the pan, and the water will turn into a little ball, and you can watch them just go around the pan.
Yep. No, I've seen videos like they pour it and they're like bubbles they go around. They wiggle.
Yeah. Yeah, so water having intermolecular bonds isn't really have anything to do with the Earth being flat or a globe. It's just what water does.
Yeah, just being water. I see how stupid I was all this time. I was arguing.
No, that's fine.
I mean, my eyes were. I was blind all this time. Thanks for everyone here for just listening and answering and being friendly and answering my curiosity.
Yeah, no
Thank you.
worries. You're welcome.
Thank you for speaking in here as well. It's a two-way street, so glad to have you.
All right, I'm gonna have to go into quiet mode. But good talk, and hope to see you around.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. What brings you by?
I think I was invited here, so yeah.
Cool. You got invited?
I sent her in because we're dead in the other place.
What's going on? You looking to talk about the topic?
Yeah, yeah. If Earth is flat, then why isn't the Earth pizza? Explain that.
Wait, you're saying that pizza is flat and round? Is that what you said?
Yes. If the Earth is flat, then why isn't the Earth pizza?
Because you make pizza with produce that you get from the earth, right? You get the materials and you make let's say the oven. You put the flour together, cheese, sauce, meat, and then you make the pizza on the earth. But
Okay.
having pizza doesn't mean that the earth is pizza. Those are two different things.
Why not?
Because on the earth there's way more things than the ingredients that you need, the few ingredients that you need to make pizza. Because pizza
Why
just need a few ingredients.
why can't the Earth be just an extra large pizza? And then with like mini pizzas inside of it.
Because pizza is edible, but a lot of things on the earth are not edible.
Really?
Yeah.
So if I start biting onto the ground, it's not it's not pizza.
You saying that if you eat the soil, you saying that tastes like pizza?
It could just be like a bad pizza.
Huh. I never thought about it like that.
Yeah. What if we're just sitting on a we're just
Pizza dough? Pizza dough?
yeah.
Yeah. What if? What if?
Lasagna.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you guys actually talking about flat Earth?
Well, no, we're talking about pizza because pizzas could be round and flat.
Ooh.
Yeah, what if there's mini pizzas and the Earth is just an extra large pizza? That's the question I asked.
But
You guys are making me hungry, man.
I've ordered extra large pizza and they're not the size of the earth, so that disqualifies the earth as an extra large pizza.
What if the Earth is just an extra large?
Now you're talking.
Yeah.
With cheese?
Yeah.
Does the Earth have a stuffed crust?
Does the Earth have a stuffed crust? I think that's the real question.
Where are you from?
But-
Actually, it doesn't matter. Where are you guys from in general?
Earth.
Oh. You know the fake moon theory?
I'm from America.
South America, North America.
North America.
Nice. Puerto Rican?
So the fake moon, yeah, correct. I mean, yeah, sure. You said the fake moon theory. Fake moon theory. What's that?
that the government blew up the moon, and the moon that we see every night is just
Wait,
a
you
hollow.
didn't brought this up. That was the other guy. Let the guy that brought up the term to define it. Come on, be polite.
Okay, so the fake moon theory, I don't think it's about the government faked it. It's just like they're saying that there's some kind of like people or aliens or something that made this moon to just monitor us, like because we don't really see the other side of the moon.
So there might be some how do you say variables or options in there because depends what you call the moon, right? When we go outside and we observe the phenomena with our eyes or with optics, that we look at the sky and we see, look, the moon, and we call that thing the moon, right? And it moves across the sky in patterns and has been observed across the whole world for a long time. That's one thing. But then when you're talking about the fake moon, are you saying like drawings of it and stories behind it, like the moon in the moon in a movie? That's a different thing than the observable phenomena. You know what I'm saying? There's differences between the observable phenomena and what people misrepresent it as.
Mm-hmm.
There is the drawings of the moon. When you draw the moon on a piece of paper and you say, look, the moon. But that drawing of the moon is not the moon. Anyways, Mars brought up the fake moon theory, but he left, so never mind that. So yeah, fam, we do have pizzas in reality, but pizzas don't work in a globe. You cannot have pizzas on a globe.
You can't have pizzas on a globe.
Yeah, have you ever seen a pizza place that makes pizzas on a globe or set them on the globe or anything to do with pizza and globes?
I
No,
think
the answer is no.
only on Toy Story. I think that's the
Toy
only
Story.
one.
So you see, the globe story is exactly that, a story. Like Toy Story. And then you got globe stories. But in reality, we have pizza, and pizza doesn't work in a globe.
Oh yeah, now you're thinking. Now you're
Yeah.
thinking.
There you go. There you go. Because you need you cannot have horizontals on a globe.
Yeah.
And we know the oven where we make the pizza, that's based on a horizontal, and it's also it also requires like fire and heat. You can't have those on a globe either.
Oh yeah,
Gas
yeah.
pressure.
That's
You
probably
cannot.
the best flat Earth evidence I've ever heard.
Well, you brought up pizza, right? Earth is a pizza, so I'm
Yeah.
just trying to rail you back to the realist level.
Oh yeah, now you're talking. Now you're talking.
Yeah, if you ever had pizza, you know the Earth is not a globe. There you go. Have you ever had pizza before, Pam?
Yeah. Yeah.
So there you go. Now you know the Earth cannot be a globe because
Okay.
pizzas don't work on a globe.
Oh. I see.
Pretty simple.
Yeah, very simple.
Do you think pizzas works on a globe or no?
No, it doesn't. It's impossible.
There you go. Impossible. Yeah, the globe is an impossible.
Yeah, you converted me to flat earther.
Oh, whoa. That you're a non-believer anymore. You don't believe in the globe religion anymore.
No, I don't believe in the globe religion anymore.
There you go. Because you know pizza is real.
Yeah, pretty much.
Good for you. Good for you. You know the pizza is designed that requires a designer. You cannot have pizza without a designer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Think about that for a second.
Alrighty.
So if you ever had pizza, you know there must be a designer or a creator.
Mm-hmm.
As an antecedent cause and effect relationship. Just like the design environment that you're in, we have gas pressure, we have the laws of nature, we have information. For all of those things, you need a designer, a creator, an informer. Why? Because you have information. There's no information without informer. There's no code without a coder. No pizza. We can have pizza on a round flat table, and everybody can have a piece of the pizza. And you're welcome, fam. You made it. We can share the pizza. And we can watch cartoons on the TV, on the flat screen, about globe fantasies while eating the pizza. So if you have any more questions about the topic, flat, round pizzas, and how that works in reality, or how anything else works in reality, and how the globe is nonsense and it doesn't work in reality, you can ask here. You might get some answers from the people from the panel in here. Silly larpers. I like it. Earth is a pizza. Good one.
find it really funny how she mentioned Pizza Planet, Toy Story, because in there they literally have something called Pizza Planet.
This guy in the
Pizza
chat told me
Planet.
that he thinks that Kansas. Oh, 1 sec. Sorry, I'll be right back. Yeah, this guy in the chat told me he thinks Kansas is flatter than the ocean.
Kansas is flatter than the ocean? I don't know about that. It is
I don't think
flatter
so.
than a pancake, but I think I have a graph here about that. The thing about the pancake is that the pancake, it goes, at the edges, it goes from wherever it's sitting, it goes up. It has like a thickness. So it goes up, then horizontal, a little bit up and down, and then down again towards the foundation that it's sitting on. Oh, I got it here.
Kansas has an elevation range of something like 3,400 feet. So I don't think the ocean has that. Plus, it's way bigger. So the vertical change compared to the horizontal is going to be way smaller for the ocean. And he wanted to say that the ocean's not flat because of waves. That's how we got there. Wait, but then he said Kansas is flat. But he thinks he's on a ball. My God. So if Kansas is flatter than a pancake, and the ocean is obviously flatter than Kansas, but the ocean isn't flat, then a pancake isn't flat, a table isn't flat, nothing is flat then, right? So he just he did the Bev thing and he denied every flat thing in existence. Good job, Reggie. Did it save your globe? Nope, it didn't even do that. Just made you look stupid. Too bad. So in keeping with your standard, you got to tell me that tables aren't flat, pancakes aren't flat. You have to say that, or else you're contradicting yourself.
Come on, Ray. You gonna let him talk to you like that, bro? Open your mic.
Flat screen TV, not flat. Definitely not flat. You watched all those cartoon NASA videos on? Not flat.
I know they sell the flat screen TV and then they sell the curved TV, right? Do they sell one that is flat and curved?
Yeah, both.
Yeah, at the same time. Like this TV is a flat curved TV. They have those.
That is a
I bet you they
concave
do.
TV.
What was that about concave? What was that?
A TV concave.
Oh, TVs. Yeah, some TVs might be concave, sure. Yeah. I wouldn't see Yeah, concave TV. Yeah, curved. I said curved. Curved. Concave. Concave is curved. Yeah, curved TV.
Yeah, Gemsy, they call them FLIRV TVs. FLIRV screen.
It's a FLIRV screen. Got my 54-inch FLIRV screen TV. It's just FLIRVspective making it look flat. It's really not. There's lots of deviations you don't see.
This guy's saying, yeah, you're right. Spending time with these people is just a headache. That might be some issues that you have there. Just go talk to your doctor, bro. Don't consult people in here about that. Because if you have a headache, that's definitely not people in here causing that. So talk to your doctor.
Maybe you're not used to using your head.
That's probably what it is. You're not used to exercise your brain, and now that you are attempting to do it, you're creating soreness, you know?
Just take it slow for now. That's enough for today.
Well, he didn't hear that genius guy. The genius is getting a headache by using his brain for the first time. What a genius.
He's also been saying the dumbest shit of anybody in the chat for like 2 hours, and he's called genius. Go ahead, Mohan. Let's hear you cook up some globe earth proof for us.
Hello.
Hi there. Welcome.
Why everyone is silent?
The who?
No one is talking about on the topic of flat earth or any other topic.
Oh, yeah, the topic is that, but if you have any questions, we might
Yes, sir.
try to reply to your questions.
Oh, that's good. Where you are from, bro?
Try your best to get closer to your mic and speak clearly into it so we can comprehend what you're trying to say.
I am just want to know about yourself. That's why
About
conversation.
about myself?
Yes, yes.
Ah, sorry, man. I have a girlfriend, so
Oh, no, girlfriend. Just about yourself. Which country are you from? And
oh, America.
just let
I'm from America.
America. Which
Yeah.
state, bro?
America.
In this time, America is day or night. In this time, I am from India, bro.
What about you? Where are you speaking from? Is it the Middle East or something?
No, no, I am from India. I am from India.
Oh yeah.
Yes, yes,
Cool.
bro. New Delhi, New Delhi. I am from New Delhi.
New Delhi.
Capital. Yes, yes.
Okay, okay,
So,
cool, cool.
so you are from America, eh?
Yes. America.
So you are practicing speaking English? Yes.
Yes, I am practicing my English. Yes, correct.
To improve it or, or more versatile.
I wasn't able
So,
to get that.
oh, sorry. I am trying to say that you want to become more versatile in English. It means you want to improve your English.
Yes, I'm trying to improve my English by having conversations with people. Yes, and reading texts in the English language. That's I've learned that way as well.
Oh. Which standard are you graduate or which class are you from? In class means which standard? School, the college? One second,
This
bro.
is I think this is better than school in here to learn. There's more access to information than sitting in a school that is
Yeah.
kind of limited.
We have more information here. So, time to practice your globe Earth English. Let's go.
Hey, you're welcome, Mohan. Thanks for speaking to us. If you got any more questions, you can either text it in the chat, in the side chat, or you're welcome to talk to us. So thanks. Anybody else want to open their mics? You can direct your questions to Heretic. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I'll open my mic. Yeah. I'm ready to speak.
Genius.
Bro, do you
Genius. Oops.
Bro, do
Go
you know
ahead.
this concept of flat earth is coming from Islam?
You you said sunset?
No, concept of flat earth, the topic which named the flat earth 24/7. This group,
Yeah, this group, the VC is called 24/7 Flat Earth. Yes.
this flat earth concept is coming from Islam. And it comes from Islam, religious book Quran. In which the
Oh.
flat, yes, sir.
Okay. In the Quran, you're saying that there is a speech about this topic.
Flat earth. In Quran, they said the earth is flat.
Okay.
And everyone just like on the plate and flat is like a plate. This is very controversial topic. That's why.
Oh, very controversial. Controversial. Yes.
That's why
Many people. Many people get triggered to learn the.
many people
To
get
learn the
triggered who belong from Islam. They said that it is very ancient time when this book is written. That's why it may be incorrect. And many people till today believe that Earth is flat. Which belongs From Islam. What about you?
I mean, in that context, like in the Islam book that you speak in, they describe it a certain way, like a plate, or I think they said like a carpet or something like that.
Yes, carpet or plate.
And yeah, the FE or the flat Earth term is a description of the surface that we all live across and travel across. So yeah, it's a description.
Even the, even the surface of the earth is not flat. It is curvature. When you go on the sky or on the long perspective of the earth, even the surface becomes curvature.
You're saying you just said that the surface is curving. Is that what you said?
Yes. If you go 11,000 meters, 1100 meters above, you see that a little curves appear. That's why.
11,000 meters.
Yes. You
What's
see
that
that.
like? What's that like? 20,000 feet? Meters, feet?
If you
More than that.
if you go Mount Everest, suppose that if you go on the Mount Everest peak, you see that Earth is little curved. Because at that point, you realize that after some time you can't see, even you are 10,000 feet above.
You know that from that altitude, you will only be seeing a very small speck of the Earth that wouldn't allow you to see any curvature.
Why?
From any altitude, even beyond the 11,000 meters that you're saying, we have footage from 100,000 feet. That will be what in meters? What is 100,000 feet, guys? Like 50,000 meters? I gotta check the numbers.
The moment I can see
We have
hundreds of
footage that goes 5 times plus more than what you're saying, and there is no curvature at those altitudes.
Yeah, Jimsy, there's about 3 feet per meter. So at 100,000 feet, you're looking at 30,000 meters or so.
That's why 3,000 per feet. वो जो बता रहे हैं, that's why.
So are you hearing what I'm saying, bro? Doesn't matter the altitude, even beyond the 11,000 meters that you said that you see the curvature from, that's actually not the case. You cannot see curvature from those altitudes, and even beyond, it's not visible.
Do you know that a human eye can see light from many light years away, like stars light I'm seeing from Earth. If Earth is flat, you can see the light of New York City. If you are from high altitude, then you can see because there is no hurdle between you and the light.
You're saying, you just said that because you see stars and you believe those stars are light years far from you. If that is the case, then you should be able to see all of the lights of cities across the world because they're not light years away.
Yes. If you
So
are high,
the issue that you're having a couple. Listen, you're having a couple issues with that logic, right? The lights that you call in the stars, right? Those things are not at the distance that they tell you they are. They don't actually know the distance to the stars. So that's just those light years. That's not true. And then when you're looking at lights, listen, when you're looking at lights across the world, you're looking through a medium, the air, the gases, the humidity, the water in the air, and that's opaque. That the light attenuates across the medium. Like if you know when you looking across the water inside a pool, you've been underwater. Have you been underwater?
Yes.
Yeah, you look on the water and you could be next to the wall in the pool, but if you move away from the wall, you don't see the light anymore eventually. Or if you're in the ocean, you go to the bottom of the ocean, the sunlight doesn't reach the bottom of the ocean, right? Because the light is attenuating through to the medium. It's being absorbed.
I understand that you are telling about refraction, that light bends in opaque medium or such that, but
Yeah, so when you're looking
I'm
up to the stars, the medium of air is less dense. You're looking up, and there will be less gases when you look up. But when you're looking
it
across,
changes only
you're
about
looking through
position of
miles
the
and
star.
miles, kilometers, hundreds, thousands of kilometers of particles in the air.
But bro, it changes only position, not light. If light is coming, then it shows. Not, but position can be wrong due to the refraction, yeah, refractive index.
You're talking about refraction now? I mean, I was trying to say that the light doesn't travel forever. So you won't be able to say
Light
the
can
lights
travel
of
far
other
ever.
cities, like you were saying, because the light are being blocked.
You can't see the light from anywhere from here because Earth is not flat. If the Earth is flat, you can see the light from anywhere. Only the position can be different. But you can see the light from miles away.
Yes, you can definitely see the lights many miles away. Yes, you can see.
But it has limitation because of Earth's curvature.
You cannot see. You cannot see forever. No, you cannot see forever. No, you cannot see
Do you
light years
know?
away.
I am telling about you the military radars. Do you know military radars which is established for tracking ballistic missiles?
I'm
They
having a
are
little
installed
trouble.
out.
I'm having a little trouble comprehending some of the terms that you're using.
Oh, the military radar. I am talking about military radars, which is
Military
installed
radars, radars.
radars, which track trajectory of ballistic missiles or
Ballistic
aerial objects.
missiles. Okay.
They are installed at high altitude, like 100 meters away, 100 meters above, or 200 meters above. That to increase the range, because if they install at the surface, the Earth's curvature is after 100 kilometer, it become low, like 15 centimeter low. That's why
Listen, buddy, you're gonna have to come back to your senses and just keep it a little more simple, because when we measure the Earth and the waters across, there is no measurement of curvature, not even observed, not demonstratable by laser tests. You know, lasers, lasers. There's no lasers that shows any curvature of the Earth. There are long distance observations that go beyond the geometrical limitations of the sphere. So what you're saying about other stuff, that that other stuff that is working in reality, that's not none of that stuff is using the Earth as a sphere, because it's not measuring as a sphere, and nobody uses any sphere math or sphere anything to make anything practical. If you wanna if you wanna know if there's a curvature, you will have to demonstrate it with measurements, laser test, other examples that you can use. But there's so many examples out there that show you that there is no curvature between point A to point B or point C, D, E. There's no curvature between any point across the world. There is no drop over distance of the curvature. We have altitudes. We have high altitudes, based
Just
on
say there is no
the
curvature
sea
in
level.
Earth.
We have the sea level, and then we go up from there, up or down from that level. But that there's no curvature of the sphere to be
If
found.
you say there is no curvature in Earth, then why in some part of the world there is day, and at this time, some part of the world is night? If there is flat Earth, everyone is at the same time in day and everyone at the same time in night. You tell you
Search
are
this
from
term.
America.
Search this term. Light attenuation. Light attenuation. And you'll see why light
Yeah.
doesn't travel forever.
Okay.
Yeah, like if you are in one room and the light, you have a flashlight and you are in a dark area and you illuminate one area, you're gonna see the area illuminated, but then the flashlight is not gonna illuminate the whole of the forest. It's not gonna illuminate the whole of the room. There's limitations to the light, especially when it's going through a medium. Well, there is more than that, but that's the way it's behaving. There's a night cycle and a day cycle, and the sun is moving across the sky. It's illuminating a portion of the earth, and it's not illuminating another portion. So it's just moving across the sky, and based on that position, the ground below it is gonna be either illuminated or not illuminated. He's gone.
Hello.
Yellow.
Yeah, how are you?
Doing all right. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for asking. How's it going, brother? Is there everything fine?
Oh yeah, most things are fine. I don't know about everything, but most things that I can tell, they look fine.
That's nice to see. Okay, so where are you from?
America.
Jimsy, I think. You are
America.
Jimsy, right?
Yes.
Oh, so
Yeah, I
which
speak
part you are
American.
living in
Just
America?
ask me whatever you need to.
Brother?
Maybe I shouldn't mess around with these English learners. Never mind.
What you said?
Nothing. Never mind.
Okay.
He spoke out loud. You know when people speak out loud, he did that.
Oh, okay. So, Jimsy, which part you are living in US?
The middle part of the U.S.
New York?
Yeah.
Oh, you're New York living. Okay, that's good. So, thank you for joining here. And then let's discuss something.
Sure.
Okay. So,
What
what's
we
your
like to
interesting
discuss?
topic that you want to talk with me?
I mean,
Oh, let's
in
talk
relation
about
to the
like,
topic, of the VC will be flat Earth, and that will be the lack of curvature or the measurements that the surface of the Earth is not curving. So people describe it as such, as flat. And yeah, go right ahead.
actually, I don't have much knowledge about it. The plot is art or not. So the thing is, actually, this kind of question we can share, but we don't have much thing to share about this matter, right? So can we discuss something different, like technology?
There is so much to share about it, but go ahead and tell me what you wanna talk about. Go ahead.
Oh, so do I have to talk about this matter, flat Earth or not, or can I talk or can I discuss with you in a different topic?
In relation to the topic of the server, sure. There's many different topics within this bigger topic. I mean, we have aviation, navigation. We have measurements, laser tests. We have motionless ground, curvature. I mean, we have so many topics that you can talk about. So go ahead and tell me.
Right, that's right. We have many things in under this topic, flat Earth. Okay, but right now I can remember everything well. So can you share with me
What
something?
do you want
and
to talk
after
about,
that I'll
buddy?
try.
Hey, buddy, what do you want to talk about? Just spit it out. Just say what it is.
What did you tell? What you said?
It seems like you don't want to talk about flat Earth. You want to talk about something else. So what is
Yeah,
the something else?
we can talk about something different. Like nowadays, technology is booming, and technology is increasing. AI is increasing. So let's talk about this way. So it would be better. I think.
Lasers. Talk about lasers.
Yeah, we can use modern tech to measure the Earth flat. Let's talk about it.
Modern tech connected with Earth.
I can't do this.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Modern tech shows you and confirm what we already know, that the surface of the Earth is not curving and it's not a globe, and it's also telling us that it's motionless. It's not in motion. So yeah, that debunks the globe. There's no modern technology that shows the globe is a reality. So, do you have any modern technology that shows that? Go ahead.
Let me ask him this. Okay, if there wasn't, so say they made, it's 5 years from now, they have a super freaking genius AI. If it told you the Earth was flat, would you believe it? That's what I thought.
He probably doesn't think that you're talking to him. He probably thinks you're talking to me.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking to Jemsy. I'm talking to you, the guy that wants to talk about something else. All right, you want to talk
Ahmed.
about high technology. If that high technology that you want to talk about demonstrated that the Earth was flat, would you believe it?
Actually,
Ahmed, go ahead.
okay. So actually, according to some of research, flat is not Earth. Earth is not flat. Actually, there is lots of scientific evidence from astronomy, physics, direct observation. They just said that flat is not Earth. Sorry, Earth is not flat. Actually, it's connected with gravity, and then a lot of physics, astronomy, and these sort of things is connected with that. Navigation, route, and everything. And so it's a complex topic for explain everything smoothly. But if I say in my point of view, it's not Earth is not flat, and there is lots of complication nowadays.
That's great. That's great. You gave us a laundry list of claims about how the Earth is not flat, but what's the actual evidence that any of those claims are true? The actual evidence. So I can tell you Bigfoot exists, but you wouldn't believe me unless I showed you evidence that Bigfoot actually does exist. So like Bigfoot droppings, his hair, a dead body, right? Bigfoot carcass, right? And you'd be like, okay, now you have evidence Bigfoot exists. Now I believe it. So you're saying all these things, this list you just gave, gravity, physics, just this general nonsense. You said, hey, these demonstrate the Earth is not flat. What about them? What about them demonstrate the Earth is not flat? What is the evidence that they're using to support that? Do you know what it is? Can you tell us?
Right now, I don't have because I didn't do any research in my own. So
you just
that.
believe a story you were told. Great. What are we supposed to do with this? You were told a story. You believe the story. You don't know what the evidence is to support the story. Now you're coming in here and telling us we're wrong, but you don't know what the evidence is. Well, how could you determine that we are wrong if you don't know what the evidence is for your own position? It's kind of weird. Ain't that kind of strange? Why do you believe something without evidence? Do you think Bigfoot's real? You know what Bigfoot is? Did you
Sorry?
bounce? Do you know what Bigfoot is? Bigfoot. You know Bigfoot? Yeti?
No, I don't know.
You don't know what that is?
Terrorist?
No, not terrorist. No.
Godzilla. Godzilla. He
I guess
knows
he could
Godzilla.
be a terrorist. He's an
Oh, I don't
eco-terrorist.
know.
Bigfoot. Bigfoot, dude, the big hairy monster that lives in the woods that people think they see him, right? Bigfoot.
I thought he said Harry. I was about to say, yeah, Harry.
Harry and the Hendersons.
That's right.
Oh, he bounced.
Uh-oh.
Good evening, India, mate. It's good to see you. On form as usual. It's good to see.
What's up, Jedi?
Yeah, good, man.
Any Yeti sightings up there, Jedi?
Evening, Jedi.
Good evening, gang. No Yetis sightings
No Yeti.
unless dressing up in disguise as Muslims crossing in boats across the English Channel, don't they?
Oh, crap. Oh, my God. That brings up some visual.
You know, if it was a boat of Yetis, they turn it around, right?
No, they'd give it a free hotel and give it benefits and set it up for life for at least 2 years anyway, before they did anything with it, if they could find it again. So the last guy bounced, did he? Is there anybody else who wants to take on the Flat Earth Challenge?
He wanted to talk about, not flat earth, he wanted to talk about high technology and AI and stuff. And then I asked him if the AI told him the earth was flat, would he believed it? And all of a sudden, the AI is going under the bus. So now he don't want to talk about AI no more. Dude, it's my thing now. I'm going to start doing in my new thing. Calling them out on their double standard. How we have to frickin' prove everything in infinite detail, and they never asked any questions about the globe. They never examined it even for 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's kind of stark, isn't it, really? Questions they asked of us, but the standard that they hold for themselves.
Yeah, dude was like, 30 minutes to prove the earth is flat. I'm not watching a 30-minute video laser test. Okay, so how much globe stuff did you have to watch to convince you? I was like, the only globe stuff you watched the opening of Star Wars. Fucking saw the ship pull up to frickin' Tatooine, and you're like, Earth's a globe. I saw Star Wars.
I saw a picture of a cartoon of the Earth's core in an atlas or something when you were a kid, something like that.
We had a dude earlier today. He's like, this is a freaking picture of the Earth. You know that the GIF of like the spinning Earth that's obvious CGI cartoon. Dude thought that shit was real. Bro.
Yeah.
Like the only thing you proved is that you can't tell the difference between cartoons and reality. Step right up. Any questions, comments, concerns, complaints? We have a form for that.
Yeah, got a file for it as well. It's called the bin.
File. This is my filing cabinet. The frickin' bin.
Oh, there's only a couple of names that I don't recognise. There's Anson. Welcome, Anson. I don't know if anybody's spoken to you yet, but welcome to the channel. There's somebody else's name that I didn't recognise. Globejinder Preet, that was it. Don't know if I know you, Globejinder. But welcome to the channel. You sound like an Indian cricketer for some reason. Don't know why.
Yeah, they look like they're big fans of the globe. You'd think they want to defend it. There's a globe in there, and I don't know. Is it supposed to be the moon? Oh, he's talking. Hello, Globe Ginger. Tell me all about your profile picture.
Thank you very much. I like globe very much. Thank you.
What's your favorite part of the globe?
Globe.
You just like it, all the parts. Yeah. What makes you think you live on a globe?
India number one.
I didn't catch that. Could you repeat?
You said India 1.
Number one.
India, number one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
That's interesting.
Is it because he thinks India went to the moon? Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, there's like somebody, I don't know, I don't have it, but people have put the animation of India going to the moon, right? Isn't that one of the hilarious ones? That looks like a little 5th grade animation project. I don't know if I'd be able to find it. I know other people have posted it.
That might be the name of the lander.
Is it when you say number one? Is it like the dirtiest country or something? My bad. That's not a joke. I mean, no. Never mind.
Well, I'm
We
not
are
going
also
to.
number one in garbage.
Number one in garbage?
Unfortunately.
Is it the moon? Did India claim to go to the moon? Am I imagining that? Didn't they just do that?
Yeah, apparently. Anyone can get there these days.
Yeah,
you can find the stuff in any scrap heap, and you've got a lot of scrap heaps.
I found it. I found something. India's moon landing madness, level Earth observer. Oh, somebody else posted it. Okay, good.
Yeah, I posted their footage in the chat.
The Space Invaders? Yeah. Is that Space Invaders? Is that what it is? Yeah. Yeah, that's about the level that I remember seeing, yeah. Yeah, I found one called India's Moon Landing Madness. I don't know what that... Oh, yeah, there it is. Yep. That is totally what it looks like. You're right.
Monique, you're hot micing, Monique. Mute yourself. Thank you. No? Got you. So Monique, if you'd like to speak, just let me know in the text. I'll mute you. Go ahead.
There's the video, and then there's a screenshot from it. Oh my gosh. Come on. Nobody actually believes that, right? Does our friend here believe it? Hey, Globe Gender. Are you still there?
I almost want to call him Globe Ginger. But he's
Call him
probably
that
got
if you
enough
want.
problems.
Yeah, I don't know. He seems like he's, congenial. He might not mind. I guess he's not. Oh, he's there. Okay, so can you defend this travesty at 52 minutes after the hour?
We are very cheap. We have
This guy.
very old technology, maybe Windows 97.
So they just ran like a Windows 97 video game, right? They didn't actually go, right? You don't actually think they went, right?
No, we do not have great graphics card at the moment.
I guess
You
we're
know
on the
what?
same page.
From the number one position that he mentioned, I think he is the number one comedian in India because I never heard a better one. So you are number one comedian for me.
Us.
From
I
India.
I might second that, Gemsy. You might be right there.
Thank you very
You might be the funniest man to come out of India so far, sir. Well done.
Like a Bollywood Jim Carrey.
Good to see you, Heretic. Brilliant as usual.
How's it going, buddy?
Yeah, good man, thank you. How's yourself?
Everything's going good.
That's
And
pleasantries over and done with.
That's a compliment because we have this Bollywood high actor called Riding on Eggshells. He's been here. He was a Bollywood actor. He believes he's a comedian, but I never laughed at his jokes. But this new guy, he made me laugh. So Riding on Eggshells, just take notes if you're listening.
Which we hope not. And if you are, stay away.
I laughed at his globe proofs. Heartily.
That's a good one.
What's up, Nishant? Welcome to the channel. I hope you enjoy your stay here. The topic of discussion at the moment is the Earth. What is it and how do we know? Any thoughts, any feelings about what the Earth is and how you know what it is? That doesn't just go to Nishant, but welcome, my friend.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much. And basically, I don't have a clue what is going on. So, can you explain me what is this conversation about?
The conversation in this room is about the Earth, where we live, and what it is, and how we know what it is. So, for example, we're told the Earth is a ball that rotates on its axis and orbits around the sun. I guess the question is, how do we know this to be true?
Okay, so as long we know that the Earth, it's basically a planet, as we all know, and it's a part of seventh or eighth planet of our solar system. So it is basically a very scientific term. If we start from to the very Big Bang theory, it is a type of asteroid which rotate in speed kind of, and then slowly by a good environment, by good chances, it convert into Earth by due to some called circumstances. And this is all we know from today, how Earth exists. And yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I appreciate that. I appreciate what you said. Now, the question is, how do we know this to be true? So you told us the story or the claim about what the Earth is and how it was created. So how do we know that that is true?
Because we exist.
Okay. So we exist, therefore, logically, the Earth must be a sphere. I don't understand your logical reasoning. Is it your creation
No,
mythology?
no, it's not like a mythology, but we exist. We as a human develop and evolve so far that we can now reach the space. But it's not happened due to in 1 decade. It's happened. It
Oh, I
is a
see.
combined knowledge. It is a combined knowledge of centuries. So it
I
is
get it.
not a easy task for us that we can build it by just from some decades. So by fundamentally we can say that it's true that the Earth is very old because we have so many things that we developed. Like, like we first developed fire, then we developed wheel, then further we went to agriculture, then further hunting, and then further, and now we reach the space. So we know that the Earth really exists by our
So,
own creation.
okay, so over some time, people have evolved to understand the world around them that was obviously a ball, and when we got the technology, we discovered the Earth was a ball when we went to space. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I was just paraphrasing what you were saying, just so I was clear in what you said, just so I didn't misunderstand you. That was all. So I just repeated back to you what you basically said to me. So my question again still remains. So what part of your story can we focus on that demonstrates that the Earth is a sphere?
Earth is a sphere. Actually, that is a very good question, and that is a very logical question. Because at first, I also thought that why all the planets are sphere, why not they are cubic shape, why not they are cuboid shape, why not they are in pyramid shape. But after I thought a lot, and after I did some study, I come up with that when you rotate something very speedily on its main axis, like in our case, north and south, the main axis where Earth rotate, we can get a shape that resists air and atmosphere force itself. So if we take an example of something and if we rotate that very quickly, why wheels are round?
So
Because of its rotate very speedily.
okay.
So that's the
Now,
main case.
sorry, I have a contention with what you said. So when we rotate things on like on an axis, and we have this problem when we throw pots, when we do pottery. If you spin something very, very fast, it's going to turn into a disc, and then it's going to separate and fling outwards. So it doesn't turn into a sphere when things rotate; they turn into discs, don't they?
Okay. So you have a very valid point that if we rotate something very rapidly, it turn into a disk. But the main thing here is that the main thing Earth has is its gravity, which hold it together and does not it convert into a disk and it eventually turn it into a sphere. So I think the gravity is the main reason that isn't turn it into a disk.
Okay. What's gravity, though?
Gravity, like in very simple term, gravity is a force of an entity itself that attracts something towards itself. Like in human, we don't have gravity, but we have an emotion. But in Earth, it has an emotion, but it has gravity that attracts something itself. Like you are a man, you attracted
Sorry.
toward woman.
If I was to ask you what we observed gravity doing, I appreciate your story that gravity is this thing and it pulls things towards it And because it pulls things towards it from all directions, it's really going to be a sphere because, all directions, gravity. But what phenomena do we observe on Earth? What do we see happening? And then we say, gravity causes that to happen.
Okay, so you are saying that what causes gravity to happen?
No, not what causes gravity to happen. If I was to, say, drop something, you would probably say gravity caused that to happen because X, Y, and Z. But the thing falling to the ground would be the thing happening, wouldn't it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, because this is like science, isn't it? We're going to try and prove a cause and effect relationship where you say gravity causes things to happen. At the moment, though, I kind of want to point this out to you. At the moment, you've only got things going downwards. Why do things going downwards, from your point of view, make you conjure up in your mind that things are falling in all directions to make a sphere? How do you make that logically connect?
Yeah, so let's start it with very beginning. So basically, gravity is a term which is created by humans. Gravity do exist by Earth, but the term gravity created by humans. So it's not basically that we know something. We do know that something is exist in our Earth that pulls something toward itself, but we basically don't know until Sir Isaac Newton discovered that there is a force called gravity that that attracts something that has mass toward itself. So I think I don't get to your question. Basically, what are you
No.
trying to say?
At the moment, so trying to figure out how dropping things to the floor makes the Earth a sphere. You've only got things going. When I say down, you understand what I mean by down, right? That's 90 degrees to horizontal.
Okay.
So how do you get from things falling 90 degrees towards horizontal to a ball? That the Earth must be a ball for things to fall to it.
No. The main thing is the main gravity do exist in Earth core. The Earth core is the main gravity exists in
Sorry,
the
I
Earth
do apologise.
core.
You might have a misunderstanding about gravity. Gravity exists in Earth core. Who said this, Newton or Einstein? You said gravity exists in Earth's core? Have you gone? Are you still here? Okay. I guess that conversation's over, and unless I've missed a gentleman and he is still here, he's just got microphone issues, or did he leave? Am I coming through? Did he say gravity is at the core?
We hear you. Yes, we hear you.
I was starting to question my own existence then, thank you.
You exist. I think he's gone though. Yeah, he was just like an orange square. I can't remember his name, but I don't see the orange square anymore.
He actually said that gravity is like a man's attraction to a woman.
What?
You remember? Check the recording. He said that.
I must have missed that.
Bro, listen to the recording 5 minutes ago, maybe less.
Sometimes these accents kind of pass me by a little bit. I have to concentrate and listen extra hard. So sometimes I do miss things. But I heard a lot of dings and dongs, lots of people joining and leaving. If anybody's joined the conversation recently, welcome to our channel. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth channel here on the English Hub server. Welcome one and all. If anybody's got any questions as to what this channel is even about, then please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, say hi, tell us what your name is, and ask us what this is about. Or if you know what we're all about and you want to defend some idea that the Earth is a ball and you want to bring us some scientific evidence or some claim you want to back up somehow, then again, please feel free to unmute yourself and introduce yourself. It'd be awesome to meet you. But like I said, I heard lots of dings and dongs, and I see lots of new names in the channel. So please don't be shy. We don't bite, and we'll try not to. But like I said, welcome. Somebody in the chat called Tin Man. Welcome, Tin Man. Who else have we got in here at the moment? Lots of flat earthers. Sorry?
I said hello.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
I got told by Heretic you guys moved over here. I was kind of checking in, see how things are going.
I thought maybe I recognised your name. Have we spoke before?
Let me see. Who am I speaking with?
That'd be Jedi.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, welcome back, my friend.
Yeah. Good to be back, man.
Yeah, my note of Tin Man, it says FE. Is that true, Tin Man? You're a flat
Oh,
earther?
yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, since 2015. Yeah. Yeah. I had a friend introduce me to it. I researched it for months, and kind of it wasn't until I read Psalm 19, and I was like, well, if it's in the scripture, it's got to be true. So that's kind of the one that pushed me over the edge. But I mean, we've done so many different laser tests across lakes. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Yeah, no, my friends and I, we've done laser tests. Like we're all flat earthers.
All right, it's good to see you, man. As you can see, we've changed servers. We're over here now, so we're doing our outreach mission program, so to speak.
Right.
Continuing to spread the good word. But apart from
Absolutely.
that, man, it's the same stuff. Just trying to check new
definitely.
people in, dude. So there's somebody else called Darkfire has joined us. Welcome, Darkfire. Welcome to our channel. Somebody else's name, I just see the CH. Let me press a button. No, it's just CH. Majestic Quacker or Quoker. Welcome to the channel, Majestic. We've also got Anson who's been typing in the chat. And who's right at the top? I can't read that writing. Oh, that's great, Angelo. What's up, Angelo? And Lost has joined us as well. Lost, are you lost? Do you know where you are? Do you not know where you are? Are you looking for directions?
What directions are you looking for?
Pardon me?
Well, you said that you're looking for directions. What are you talking about?
You said your name is Lost. So
yeah.
I thought maybe you were looking for directions. You don't even know who you are, do you? That's crazy. You're lost and confused.
No, it's because I didn't know what username you using in 2020 when I create this account, so that's why my username is lost. Yeah.
Okay, well, welcome to our channel. Don't feel put on the spot. I'm just trying to drum up some conversation with new people that are joining us all. The subject for discussion is the Earth, what it is and how we know what it is. Have you got any thoughts or feelings or things you'd like to put forward about the subject, about what the Earth is and how you know what it is?
Okay. Oh no, I just wanted to look while you were talking about.
Yeah, no worries. Like I said, please don't feel under pressure or put on the spot. But has anybody else in the room, flat earther or globe earther, got any things that they'd like to bring up? Any conversations that I've had recently, things that they've done that can demonstrate either way what the Earth is? Always interesting to hear what people do for themselves. If not, I might have to go and make myself a cup of coffee.
Do you guys feel that TFE has hindered the flat Earth movement? Anyone? Bueller? Bueller?
Must be a summer lull of people having lives or something. Too busy to argue the globe.
How long you guys been over on the server?
It's been like 2 or 3 weeks or something. Maybe well,
Okay.
probably like a month, I guess. Actually,
Okay. Is nobody using the other server on politics anymore?
oh, we do. It's just not as often.
Not as often. Right on.
Yeah, yeah. That's okay. I kind of need a break from all that.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of nice to just fall back and just be just a mod. Less responsibility, less worries.
Yeah, they had Creation Bear over here.
Yeah.
CB, right on. Has anybody given any good thoughts on the whole TFE that are new? I haven't really been paying attention.
That is beyond a dead horse, in my opinion.
Okay. Why is that?
Because it wasn't a E or a F.
An E or an F?
Yeah, it wasn't final and it wasn't an experiment.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, no, it was an observation. I agree.
Sure. And then it's also just dudes traveling across flat water for hundreds of miles, allegedly,
Yeah.
to go look at the sky and then travel back over flat water. You're like, what? Illogical.
Right.
I see in the thing in the sky make a circle around me. Has to be a globe.
Silly. Why do they always want to stare at the sky here? Like, doesn't make a lot of sense. If you want to know what the Earth is, why are you staring at the sky for answers?
There he is. There's your boy. That's Creation Bear. He's just asking about you.
I recognize the voice. What's up, Creation Bear?
What's up? What's up? What can I do for you today?
Oh, nothing. I was just I've kind of been in the server for a while, and I've seen you, talk to you.
W, all right, man.
Yeah, you actually knighted me under FE after you drilled me with questions and made me cry.
Oh shit, bro. Well,
I'm just kidding.
You made it.
I made it. I did it. Ah, yeah.
Yes,
You got
sir.
the sound effects back. Hell yeah.
All right, well, we got plenty of oil for the Tin Man tonight. Pause. Do we got any haters on the line, or let's have a hater call in?
Oh, a hater.
Did Great Angelo get cooked today? Yep. Again? Or is there? He's already air fried, probably. All right. This means ghost. There's someone in here named something Jeep. That's hilarious. The globe gendered priest. What the heck?
Hello.
Is it nap time on the flat earth? Where's everybody at? God damn it.
You gave me a phrase that I love to use, and that's the hill of water.
Oh, yes, sir. You know what's funny? I caught some flack for that for a while, but it actually kind of picked up steam over the years. It's a good one. See, this is
Oh,
why
yeah.
I like it. I'll explain why I like it actually, because yeah, on its surface it sounds ridiculous, but like that's their worldview. So when you tell them, yo, so they'll be like, yeah, boats go over the curve. You're like, so like a hill of water. Like, well, no, it's not a hill of water. It's just like, water that's curved. You're like, so like a hill. And like eventually at first they'll turn their nose up at it and then they'll have to admit that that is what they think. Or another good example is the moving buildings thing. They'll be like, hey, do you think buildings move? And they'll go, oh, no, that's ridiculous. Of course they don't move. And you go, so do you think the earth moves? And they go, yeah. Like, are you in a building right now? Yeah. Is that building on the earth? Yeah. Okay. Is the building moving? And they're like, well, yeah. It's like, well, so there you go. You're in a moving building. So simple as that. It's just, it's like not even like, it's not a pipe hitting argument or anything. It just is one of those things that, like, when you put the flat earth and the globe earth side by side, it shows the audience that they have the ridiculous position, not us. Because society wants people to think that flat earth is like some kooky, crazy idea. But when you put these things side by side, like, we just think water's flat like a bathtub or a swimming pool or whatever. And they go, well, no, it's like just basically like a hill. That sounds way more ridiculous than what we're saying, or the moving buildings thing. We're saying, yeah, I'm in a building, it doesn't move. And they go, well,
Yeah,
you are in a
both
moving
sides have counterintuitive claims, though, right? That don't sound right.
What's one that flat earthers say that's counterintuitive?
That
the sun
Matthew.
is, that the sun is
totally
up right now.
Matthew.
That the sun is what?
The sun is up above the earth right now.
Ooh, actually, that was going to be my third point, Matthew. Is that's something else that sounds ridiculous for globe earthers to say that the sun is under the ground. That was going to be my third point. Is like I say, so where's the sun at night? Point to it. Like if they point down to the ground, it's like, well, that's ridiculous. It sounds ridiculous to say that there is sky below you. That's not counterintuitive. That's actually more. That makes way more sense, and it sounds way more reasonable to say that the sky is above you always. Stars are above you. The sun is everything's above you. There's no sky or stars or sun below you ever. That's not counterintuitive. That actually seems like way more legit and reasonable. It's way crazy to say that no, there's like more sky, more stars, more sun, more people underneath the ground. That's crazy. That's not counterintuitive.
Well, it is when you add in time zones. So ancient
No,
peoples
it's
might not.
not.
It's sunny in India right now.
Yeah, the Earth is really big, and the sun doesn't shine on the whole Earth. Very simple.
The files are in the computer.
Like, how does that not? I feel like that should click. The Earth is large, so the sun doesn't shine on everyone at once. It's dark here in California, so yeah, it's going to be shining on a different part of the Earth. It doesn't mean it's underneath the ground or anything. I'll give you another example too. For example, the lunar eclipse. So what Globers are saying is that there is something being occulted in the sky, or like your view of something above you is being blocked. And that just happens to be the ground below you that's blocking it. We're going to walk through this very slowly. You're on the ground. You're standing on the ground. You look down, the ground's down there. Then you look up, and the moon's up there. But then you see the moon above you being blocked, quote unquote. And they're saying that it's the ground, which is below you, is blocking your view of something above you as you're looking. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, just put it in 3D space and it makes sense. It's because the sun is below you.
That's ridiculous to say that. That's what I'm saying. That is so ridiculous to say that.
If you lack imagination, it might be ridiculous if you can't picture things in 3D.
Matthew, it's not that I can't fathom what you're playing with. Everyone knows the bedtime stories, bro. Come on now. You actually think that I don't understand that's why I'm making fun of the idea that they're saying the sun is underneath. I'm making fun of that idea. So it's not that I lack imagination to understand it. Of course I understand it. We know the worldview, like, in and out, to the point where we're making it comedic to point out how silly it is to believe it. The sun is never underneath the ground. That's why that's so ridiculous to say that the ground is blocking your view of something in the sky. I'll post a meme for the site. So I haven't heard the counterintuitive flat Earth thing yet.
I just mean it's counterintuitive that it's dark outside when the sun is up.
No, because that only requires some idea that the sun would be lighting up the whole Earth. Even if the Earth is a globe, that wouldn't happen. That doesn't happen in that worldview. So why would you think that it would light up the whole flat Earth?
Because on the flat Earth, I go outside at midnight, look around, and there's nothing between my eyeball and the sun except for thin air. And you're saying, oh, it's enough thin air that it's completely pitch black outside. I'm like, nope, that doesn't make sense.
The Earth is, Matthew already told you, the Earth is really, really big, dude.
Matthew, can you point to any light, one light that illuminates the whole of existence?
No.
There you go.
So why would you think the sun can do that?
It can't, because the Earth is curved.
Oh, there you go.
No, that doesn't mean the Earth is curved. Just what we're saying is the Earth. Can you just accept the fact that we're saying the Earth is really large, Matthew?
I can't accept the fact that there's a light that cannot light up a whole flat surface. That's what's mathematically impossible.
It's not mathematically
impossible. The inverse square law. It should at least be dimly visible.
Why?
In reality, we see the entire sun disappear within the space of 10 short minutes.
Yeah, because the sun's moving, and the Earth is really large. Like this version of flat Earth that you have in your head is trash. You should know better than the newbies, because they do the same thing. Where they're like, well, if it's flat, it should be like this. You shouldn't be creating a flat Earth and then burning it in front of us. It's like we're just talking about the Earth, which has nighttime. So for you to say that there should be no nighttime on flat Earth is crazy, bro.
I'm saying that flat Earth does not adequately explain nighttime, but globe Earth does. Is what I'm saying.
You don't have to explain it, but we already told you the Earth is really large.
Saying something is large is not an adequate explanation for why night exists.
Okay, well, we've given you the example of like a warehouse and a light in a warehouse. Does the light light up the whole warehouse?
If the warehouse is flat, it has a flat floor, and you hang a light bulb somewhere, then yes, you can see it anywhere in the whole warehouse, unless there's something physically obstructing it, like the shelves or something.
How large of a warehouse are we talking here?
You can pick as large as you want because of the inverse square law. Light never completely diminishes; it just goes dimmer and dimmer. So
why doesn't light shine through the ocean?
Well, because it's a physical object blocking it. I'm talking about light going through
No,
air.
hold on. If I scoop up a cup of water, it's pretty much transparent. But when we have the whole ocean, it's not that transparent because there's so much of it, right? So you probably know the air works like that too.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
even in the middle
transparent
of
in small
daytime, if you
amount.
go down a couple hundred feet, you don't see any sunlight.
Yeah, so why, that's what I'm saying. Like that's the sky is like that too, but you have this weird idea that you should be able to see through it. That'd be like saying I should be able to see the sunlight through the ocean. You can't. It's dense. Even though you scoop up a little
Yeah.
bit of the water and it's clear, but a lot of it together, it's not very clear. So that's how the air works.
No, yeah,
So
it brings
you have
up
to
an interesting
factor that
question.
in.
I think the inverse square law works in water too. It's just much higher. It blocks a lot more light much quicker.
Yeah, so I mean, still the Earth is large. So if you have a super large warehouse like the size of California, and you hang one light in it, you're telling me that you should be able to see it? I don't think so, bro. That's not how that works. Doesn't have
How
to be
far do you have
blocked by
to?
anything physical, but it's like you're just a very far distance away from it because it's huge. California is massive, so just hanging one light in it, you're not going to be able to see
Yeah,
it
I
from
see what
San
you're
Diego
saying.
all the way up to San Francisco. So it's like that's kind of how the Earth is, where the Earth is the large thing. I think people have this idea that the sun is the larger thing, and then in that case, it would light up the whole Earth. But that's putting the flat Earth in the solar system, which is not what we think. So the Earth is the large thing, and we don't know what the sun even is. But I would imagine it's not the larger thing out of the two. So it doesn't light up the whole Earth at once. I mean, it's seems pretty simple to me. I mean, if you got a good explanation right there. It's just the fact that when you always ask for explanations, we're not. I don't even like giving you explanations because it always comes back to like, well, I just don't like that explanation. It's not good enough for me. So it's like, well,
Yeah, so the
that's why
inverse
we don't
square
allow
law
it.
says that light gets dimmer if you double the distance. So my question is, how on earth is it the case that during sunset, the sun can go from being completely visible, 100% visible to see the entire solar disk, to 10 minutes later being completely invisible? I don't think it went twice the distance in the space of 10 minutes, did it?
I mean, again, we don't know what the sun is. I think it's a very strange phenomenon. Even like, we don't know what it is, where it is. I mean, I
Okay,
think we
actually,
only
I'll accept
know.
that. No, I actually think that that's probably the best answer you have. That we don't know what the sun is, and so it might act differently. I'll buy that.
Yeah, I mean, you can't combine the flat Earth with the current paradigm of the heliocentric model and like just insert a flat Earth into that. And I think that's what a lot of people do and why they get things all messed up. They're like, well, if it was in that paradigm, if the flat Earth was in the solar system, then it would shine on the whole surface like that. So there should be an edge, or we should be able to go take a picture of the whole thing. This is, I think, where a lot of people get it wrong when they do that. So I think there's much more mystery to this world than people like to consider. I mean, they'll consider some of the mysteries that are presented by the globe side. They say like, oh, we haven't explored the oceans that much, or the Amazon jungle, or whatever. So they admit there's some mysteries on that side, but for flat Earth, I mean, there's a lot of mysteries of what the sun even is, the moon, the stars. Those are complete mysteries as far as I'm concerned. So but then that's why it's so frustrating when people are like, well, just look at the moon, just look at stars, look at the sun, therefore it's a globe. Like, no one even knows what they are. I mean, oh, but like,
Well,
look, they're really
the
far
sun and the
away.
moon certainly look like spherical objects, physical
I don't
objects,
think
right?
the sun. I don't think the sun does. No, I'll give you maybe the moon looks spherical, but then again, this is where the mystery comes in because like, what is a new moon? Like that, if it's like some spherical physical object, and I don't know. And also the fact that it seems to be its own light and stuff, and it's doing weird things like phases and
Always
new
shows the
moon and
same side.
eclipses. It's weird. It's way more weird than people like to even consider, bro. So And I don't think the sun is like it doesn't. It's never looked like a sphere to me either. I mean, if you ever look at the sun, it doesn't look spherical. I don't know what it is, but it does. I don't think the sun has ever looked spherical to me. What do you guys chat? What do you guys think? Does the sun look spherical?
The sun
I
looks
don't think
round.
so. It does kind of look. I'm not saying
It,
it's like a disc or anything, but like
it
it
looks
doesn't look like a
circle.
ball. Yeah.
Yeah, if you
I don't
just try
know.
to look at it with your eyes, I agree. But I'm saying if you look at it with a hydrogen alpha telescope or even
There we
just
go.
with solar eclipse sunglasses, you can see the sunspots. And if you watch them carefully over a period of time, you can see that they rotate around the sun. So stuff like that implies that it's probably spherical.
Well, again, even if it is, the sun isn't like the Earth. There's like no comparison, even in the slightest. So there's really no reason, even if it was a sphere, it doesn't really matter. The Earth isn't like that at all, nor the moon. And I also don't think people try to say the sun is a star. The sun doesn't even, they're not compared to, like, what's the resemblance between a sun and a star? They don't seem alike
The
at all.
spectra, the light spectra is the similarity.
I don't know. In terms of like pure observation, you look up at stars and they twinkle and whatever. The sun doesn't do any of that. Like, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. These things are mysteries, and I think you just
Well, I mean, yeah,
leave it at
of
that.
course they're mysteries, but I'm saying the reason that people call the sun a star is because it gives off the same kind of light as stars do, as some stars do.
It's not what I see. I mean, this might not be the best point, but everyone's heard that song, "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, How I Wonder What You Are." I mean, why did they write that? I mean, it seems that works. That checks out for me. Wow. How I wonder what you are. It's not like it's twinkle, twinkle, little star. You're a ball of gas, and we know how far you are. It's like we don't know what it is. You know what I mean? There's a reason for that, probably. Yeah. I don't know, bro. Yeah.
Have they ever discovered star spots?
I doubt it.
So anyway, I mean, my
Well,
overall.
and besides, "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star" was written in 1806, and I think back then they didn't know what it was made of.
I still think
They
they
still
don't.
don't, Matthew.
They didn't update the song like "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." Now we know exactly what you are.
So you're suggesting that maybe we haven't learned anything in 220 years
Maybe. I
about
think
stars?
we've learned a lot, but I don't think we know what stars are. I think the lore about it's pretty good. Like they've come up with some good stories about it, but I don't. They come up with lots of stories.
No
I
one,
will
no one's
say.
ever been there to actually do any testing, Matthew. It's always been observation.
Has anyone taken a sample of the
By
star since
observation.
then?
No, nobody has. But I'm saying with the
This all
observation, you
assumes
can look at the light.
this all
Right, but
assumes that it,
there's been no tests. It's been all assumptions.
yeah.
I'm talking about measuring the spectrum of a star, which is like a direct measurement of the light.
Okay. Good. You measure light.
Turns out to have the same kind of characteristics as what comes from the sun.
Why are they different through a Nikon P900 or P1000? Definitely don't look the same.
Yeah, because you can't measure a spectrum with the P900.
Right. But light does have a spectrum, right?
It does.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I guess, I shine a flashlight, I get a spectrum.
Right. A different one from different types of light. Flashlight versus a fire versus the sun versus different types of stars actually have different types of spectrum.
But they're all big balls of hydrogen gas, right? In your world, to you?
Right. Yeah, that's the best explanation, and it makes sense. It's internally consistent anyway.
In the lore, yeah.
How do you explain? I was just gonna say, how do you explain Psalm 19, Matthew? Ooh.
The heavens declare the glory of God. The sky shows his handiwork. That shows that God's creation tells us about the fact that he's an orderly God, that he set things
Keep
up with
reading.
purpose.
Keep reading. Keep reading. The sun comes out like a bridegroom, running a race.
Right. Its path is
Out of the
from one
chamber.
end of
Its
heaven to
path.
the other end.
Right.
Yep.
You know, when God separated the waters from the waters, and then he raised the earth from the waters. So there's waters above us and waters below, according to Genesis, unless you don't believe, you know, that the Bible is the word of God. Right?
Yeah, I
Unless you
believe
think
it.
that's
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, of course.
okay. So you have the waters separated from the waters, Matthew. And if you like, I stand on scripture, and it is Psalm 19, where I'm like, okay, I don't understand everything. You know, God rebukes Job because he says, you know, were you there when I stretched out the heavens like a molten looking glass, Matthew, like a molten looking glass. Right, right.
Hold on, I
So,
think we got a
like,
Jeet on the line.
you got what?
I think we have a Jeet. Hold on 1 second. I see your hot mic in there. Somebody's hot mic. Do we have a hater on the line?
Anyone?
Sounded like a hot mic.
Okay. All right. As you were.
But
he said the sky. Doesn't it say firmament, bro? Actually,
yeah.
Where'd you get
firmament?
What
It says
translation are you
rakia,
reading?
which means sky, right? The Hebrew word is rakia, I think, which means sky.
The sun, moon, and stars were created on the fourth day, and they were put into the firmament. So we still have waters above us, which you can't explain, and waters below us. So I'm having a hard time seeing heliocentric viewpoint in the Bible.
That's fair enough. I mean, I think of it as more figurative language, and so
Right, yeah.
I don't
But
try
usually
to
in scripture, when it is figurative, it makes it very clear. Like the book of Revelation is a lot of figurative. I mean, it's pretty clear when it is that way. But when God's trying to explain something, right? Now, this is not a salvation issue. I highly, you know, I would go to toe with anybody that would say this is a salvation issue, because that's not. But it is a deception issue, and it is something that I can't reconcile if I take the Word of God the literal reading of the Word of God with heliocentricity. And until I could do that, there's no way that I could unsee what I've seen. You know, like the laser tests that me and my friends have done across the lakes. I have other buddies that have done, you know, spent $40,000 on doing experiments, like real live experiments and testing, and have proved that there is no curvature on water. None of it makes sense, Matthew. Like,
I mean, it makes sense to me. I
yeah,
believe
well,
you when you say that it doesn't make sense to you. I do believe you.
right, but I can't. I don't understand how you can reconcile it if you're reading the same Word of God as I am, unless you think it's just figurative and it's allegory. And so, some of the Word of God, when He wrote it, when He had it penned, was not meant to be taken as He wrote it.
I think it's meant to be taken as he wrote it, but I think he wrote it figuratively, not literally, in some cases.
Well, I would agree, but those cases are once again very recognizable in Scripture.
Yeah, so we disagree about which parts are figurative and which parts aren't. That's fair enough. I agree it's not a salvation issue.
You know, it's an issue because if we're seeing something wrong in the way God created it and he tells us that way in Scripture, I think it's kind of a big issue. You know, it's not something I'm going to fight or hate somebody over, but I, show me in Scripture. Show me heliocentricity in Scripture. Show me the globe model in Scripture.
It's not there.
I know it's not.
Neither is
I know it's
electricity and
not.
magnetism. Neither is information theory or computer science.
I mean, the Earth kind of more central than those things.
The Bible, when you read it and take it literal, except for the parts that are very well known that are using what's the word I'm looking for? Like the book of Revelation, there's not an actual dragon that comes out of the water. Those are talking about other things. But when God is creating the world and he wants us to know how the world is created, he talks about the waters being separated from the water. He never once talks about making other planets or galaxies or, any of that. He's pretty clear that there are two lights in the sky, not a light and a reflector. How do you reconcile, just out of curiosity, when I see the moon coming up on the horizon and I look the exact opposite direction, I see the sun, moving towards a setting action, and they're both above the horizon at the same time, and the moon is not a full moon. How does that work? If it's a reflector.
Three-dimensional geometry is slightly off. I mean, it's only directly opposite when there's a lunar eclipse. So sometimes the Earth's or moon's orbit brings it right into the Earth's shadow, but most of the time it doesn't. So most full moons aren't 100% full.
I just want to take this quick pause to I'm going to be rolling up out of here in just a few minutes, but I'll be back on later, probably for a little bit. It's going to be a good discussion. Shout out to everybody on the panel.
Yeah, I just got home, so I got to get going too.
All right. Thanks.
It's always nice to chat with you guys.
Yeah, thanks. You heading out too, Matthew?
Always nice chat with you, Matthew.
Yeah, likewise. I got to finish up a couple things, but then I'm out of here.
Sounds good. Thanks for the content.
You guys take care. Have a good night.
Alrighty. W's in the chat. And yeah, I'll just take this moment to just welcome everyone to the panel. We have Great Angelo. We got Deidris, Matthew Batman, Finn Gracie, Gemsy, Manza, Matthew Learns, Migo Wigo, Dubs, Mike, Orion, Toby Dog, Tristan, and my boy T at the bottom of the panel. Congratulations in the bottom slot, my friend. Good.
Hell yeah! What are you listening?
Friends online, yeah.
Oh, fucking nice work, bud.
Just a little group chat. You're almost done. You want me
What
to
is it?
else for you? It's like a little group chat. Some friends.
From back home or what?
I got friends all over, dude.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So, anything else I can do for you?
No.
All right.
No, we're like done. We've got one party that just sat down for mozzarella sticks.
Nice.
And that's it.
Sweet.
Pretty slow. Whenever you're done, you're good to go.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are we talking of Earth being flat, or what's the context of our conversation?
Yeah, the Earth is flat. It's measured flat.
Okay, so why do you believe that Earth is flat?
Because it measures flat. If something's flat, the surface of something, if it measures flat, then what is it?
It's, I guess, measures. Even if it's round, you can measure it, right?
Well, do you know of any time that anyone's ever measured the surface of the Earth and detected curvature? Was a method of how they did that?
But still, like, there is nowhere where you found proof that Earth is flat. It's mostly round. Even from the space, you can see, right? Like, what is your solid proof which can be proved that Earth is flat?
See the text chat?
And why does it matter? Like, there are so many other issues, important issues we can discuss. So why Earth being flat, the topic is more important than other topics?
Because if people, well, there's at least one reason I can think of. I would, for one, I myself as an individual, would like to know the limits of my environment. And that would involve being able to know, like, how far the Earth goes until you can't go any further. I'm sure there's a limit to our environment. Because as far as we know, take, for instance, you need a container in order to have gas pressure in the consistent X value form. You need a container with a fixed volume. And so, as far as we know, since we have 14.7 psi at sea level, 760 torr value, if you want to think of it that way, of air pressure, and we know that we're inside a container with a fixed volume. I, for one, other people don't really care, even other flat earthers don't really care, but I, for one, would actually like to know the limits of my environment. But in order to get to the point where such things can be publicly known, a larger portion of the population needs to first start by acknowledging the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary to begin with. Because we can't really get to that step 2 without step 1 coming first. Step 1 is getting people to acknowledge the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary, instead of just pretending that it's a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, when in fact it's not.
How about you simply start exploring the world, like go out and rather just sitting and discussing on this topic, if you really want to know the surface of the area, and then experience yourself.
Well, yeah, I've done exactly that. In fact, I was kind of hoping to do that with some friends or family again this summer. But like, take for instance, last year around May.
Like, you go to the other country, other island.
No, I was just going to tell you how I went on a camping trip for 3 days. And on the second of those days, I was at a place called Lake Chelan in Washington State in the United States. And it's a lake that from one shoreline to another at the farthest point, at the farthest distance.
So if it was round, okay, if we even accept your concept that Earth is flat, even if it was round, so what would be the problem with that?
Well, there wouldn't be any problem with that. I believe that for most of my life so far, that the problem is that it's not actually round. It's not curved. And it's flat.
Okay.
Stationary.
So what problem, or maybe what do you have to say to those people who believe that it is round?
I would just say that on what I just said to you, it measures flat, thus it is flat. Thus we should audit and abolish, not NASA. They should be audited and potentially afterwards abolished. We should have a restructuring of the education system in this country, and yeah, not entirely.
So you think that only this topic, like your education system, our education system is doomed, we know that. But only this information, because we believe most of the history part, it has been altered. Most of the religious text, it has been altered. And the alteration part is actually harming the people. So don't you think that is the main problem, instead of just simply talking about the earth being flat or around? It does not matter, right? There are so many different topics that are so many important.
Well, no, I think it kind of does. Like, take for instance, think about wars even. I mean, maybe it kind of depends on what individual you talk to from another, but I'll be honest. I think if everyone in the world knew that the earth is flat, I don't think wars would happen so easily.
Oh, how it is even related? How it is even related for earth being flat and of war?
Well, because it's just another way that people are gullible. Like it's basically when people believe that the earth is a ball and it's spinning when in fact it's not. It just sort of adds this sort of framework around their mindset where they're much more able to believe what the government tells them blindly instead of thinking critically for themselves. And believe, like take for instance that there's a lot of Russian propaganda going around in Russia that the Ukrainian government or whatever is controlled by Nazis or something like that. It's not true, even though there might be some in that country or whatever, and that's terrible or whatever. The whole country as a whole is not controlled by Nazis. But there's a lot of Russians that'll just go along with that and believe it wholeheartedly. Oh yeah, we need to send some bombs over and blow them up. And so what I'm saying is it's better for people to engage in critical thinking in general, is what I'm saying.
Okay, as per I have read and studied history, most of the war that had happened in the history is because of the land, because they want that land, they want the power on the people. Like, in fact, for so many years, no one even care if whether earth is flat or it's round. In fact, I have studied somewhere that for so many years it was it was accepted that earth is flat because people didn't have the overall view. But later when they get to know, it's totally fine, like it didn't change anything. They were still fighting, and they're still fighting for the land. They still want land, they still want power. So I don't see anywhere people fighting, or throughout the entire history or even today, I don't see anyone fighting or having the great wars for earth being flat or the round.
Well, you're right. And the better point I should make is that the truth is the truth, and everyone deserves to know the truth. And you wouldn't take a opposing side to that statement, would you?
Okay, yeah, you're actually right. But you know why it is important to talk on topics? Because whatever we talk, that is we usually talk to bring the solution of it. So even if it's round or it's flat, it won't matter. It won't affect much. But if we are talking on the more important topics like poverty or how to make life better, then maybe there are high chances we might come up with some better solution. So that's why it is important to choose the right topic to talk about, and rather not just to stuck on random topics which will not make any difference. Don't you think so?
Well, yeah, I do hear what you're saying. Like, I myself don't even think maybe even necessarily this is the most important topic, but it is the most important one in the sense of, as far as conspiracy theories go, it's the one that's hardest for people to believe or accept, I should say. It's the hardest one for people to accept in general, but at the same time, simultaneously, it's the easiest one to prove, which is a really amazing thing if you think about it, because it exposes the arrogance of people. Like, if you want to know if someone's arrogant or not, just tell them the earth is flat and gauge their reaction.
Yeah, you're actually right. It's a pretty good idea. Because most of them get offended.
Yeah, a lot of them do.
Yeah, but there is no point in getting offended in this topic when we have some better topics to get offended of.
You gotta also remember that.
but
The
it's
people
also
that push the globe, they push a scarcity system that is attached to the globe mentality. The globe thing is like it's scarce. They fight about oil. It's like we're running out of resources on this globe. We might need to go some other places to get the resources that we need for the future. It's like it's a scarcity system, and like Orion said, they fight wars about those things. But in reality, there is no real scarcity. Their scarcity is man-made.
So true. They're making
keep in
us
mind.
feel that we are lacking, we are dying, but they're the people who are killing us. They're not the one. They're the one who are stopping all those facilities and not giving us.
And
Keep in
the
mind, a
ones
lot of
pushing the
people aren't.
globe are the ones holding the technology and holding the patents and controlling the governments that are fighting the wars. They're the ones pushing the globe. And if, like you said, it doesn't really matter. But if it didn't matter, why are they pushing the scam, the lie, so much? You see, global war, global this, global weather, global everything, global economics, if it didn't matter, why do they push it so much? And they hide good truth information and hoard the technologies and just push the scarcity scam systems.
The same thing. They want control. They want people to do whatever they want.
So there
if
you
they
go, the
make us
globe. Because remember, there is one physical control that I can use a leash to hold someone, but that leash is gonna last for so long until the person on the leash turns and punch me in the face and get off the leash, right? But the mental leash is way more powerful. If you can convince someone of absurdities, you can convince them to commit atrocities.
like in short, you want to say that they are making us to engage in talking about nonsense so that we cannot talk on the real topics.
Correct. Yeah, that's part of the big game. Yeah, just it's the
Yeah,
hidden
it is
hand.
actually true. That is actually true.
And
There's
and
also
just
one study.
and just to piggyback on that real quick, there's also like while you were talking to both of them, you reminded me too of something that the amount of money that goes into that industry that supports this space exploration and building a satellite that costs billions and billions of dollars, and they overpay these engineers so much money to for them to build it. And if you look at this from from all the countries that do have these programs, as well as all these countries that are pushed in this globe narrative, like how much money goes into that. Think under what you're presenting, think about how much money can go into solving real problems. Like you're saying, like we should be talking about those real problems. Yeah, but first, before we get to those problems, we have to take out the lie that's draining the money from everybody to go into it, which we can use, and we can utilize those funds to actually talk about, like you were saying, like people that are poor and homeless and hungry, and that have all these windfalls in their life. Yet, like, think about it, like that money that's being used for the lie can be used for things that do matter, like for people that are here on this surface, not people that are going to be on Mars in their fantasy Narnia world in 20 years or in 5 years. No, like stop wasting money on that. We need it here. So that's another thing I want to throw out there. Like for you, I get what you're saying. Like, oh, we should talk about other things. Yeah, you're right. But we're busy exposing the lie, because when enough people hear the truth, then maybe down the road, maybe not tomorrow, but maybe down the road, there will be this call, of action, to where like people are finally fed up of this nonsense, and like we know they're lying to us. Now let's take it, but let's take over. Like let's make things right and start putting money towards things that we should be putting money towards. But I just want to throw that in.
So true. There was one study I don't remember the exact numbers, but it shows that the amount they are wasting on wars to killing people and to make all those guns and on all those atom bombs, half of it is required to feed the entire population on the earth. So you can either feed them, you can fill their stomach, or you can just simply kill them and make nukes. So this is
Yeah,
the
the
data
globe
that
is a
shows.
bankrupt scarcity idea. And remember, the money is one thing, but it's the human resource that is being used to
So true.
to push this nonsense and to work for the nonsense and for the fantasy. Because the money that is being used as a means of exchange is one thing, but the people that are working in that scarcity system, instead of doing something more productive, something of real value that can solve, create solutions from their real abundance system instead of a scarcity system of the globe, the cost of the human resource, it's way bigger than the amount of money.
Yep. And you know what? The problem, whatever they have decided for us, we have actually become habitual of that. For example, like, just take the example of electricity they are providing, the internet they are providing. We are actually habitual of them. And we have no idea how to create them ourselves. We have no idea how to grow our own food. And imagine if they decide to cut the supplies, we are just gonna be like doomed, and then whatever they say we have to do. It's
Well,
like
the
they have
ideas
the
are
power.
out there and the information is around, but it's not incentivized because their incentive, the things that they incentivize, is the things that protect the scarcity systems, the wars against your neighbor, the globe fantasy, and all of these politics that are pushing the scarcity system and the fear system, and that doesn't. There's no incentive to the real solutions.
Real solution, it
Because if,
could
if
be.
you bring a real solution that kind
Mhm.
of like mess with their shit, they'll
Yeah, true,
you'll
true.
be a target.
Yeah, I have heard those people who have they have discovered the cause for cancer. Most of them have been killed.
Yeah, I was, there is definitely the health thing. We don't talk about the health thing because, listen to your doctor. That's kind of like TOS of the platform that we're using. We don't discuss medical stuff at the moment, but more on the technology side. So when you talk about technologies and many things that can solve real issues, that stuff
Mhm.
is being hoarded by, the powers that be that are pushing you the globe fantasy scarcity system.
Just real quick too, you made mention of something that reminded me. Like, there's also um when you're talking about like planting food and like growing your own food, like you have to remember too that government actually like frowns down, like they frown upon that. Like matter of fact, you run into legal situations when you go like off the grid and like collect your own water and like you have your own water source, and you don't need the government to like for electricity because you set up this whole like solar panel or whatever, some type of contraction that's giving you this energy that you're not using off the grid. Like when you go off the grid, at least here in the United States, I don't know where you're from, you can run into legal issues and problems because then they're like they want to get their hands on you one way or another. So like for instance, I know like out in the country where my girl lives, like we were thinking of like doing this like off the grid type thing where we're just gonna like no longer have to be on the electric system. And they're like told us, well, we're gonna charge you $700 just to go out and like make sure that you can do that. We're like, what do you mean? Like, why do you have to charge us for that? They're like, because we have to pay the electric company, and we're talking about the guys that are gonna install the solar. They're like, we have to pay them to get it permitted. And it's like in other words, they have it in a way where they're going to what's the word I'm looking for, like try to push you away from wanting to even try that. Like if you try to grow your own crops, they could come in and be like, hey, you might be endangering your kid because you got to rely on us for our food. Like there's just a lot of things that they put up as like these hurdles, if you will, where they really try to stop people from getting off the grid, from not relying on them. They want to control you. Just like you said, like they can just take that food source and then you're like on bended knee, like, oh, I'm sorry, you know, like we'll do whatever you want. Give us whatever you need to let us eat, whatever. Eventually that can happen. That's true. But just like overall, that whole thing is like just all about control. And the globe Earth is like the epitome of it, because like Gemsy's saying, like this scarcity tactic, like there's people fighting like, oh, we need those minerals because we're not going to fly to another planet and get them, so we need them from you. So then that creates wars, but then that just creates money for the military industrial complex. So that's a whole nother beast as well. But it does come down to this, like this globe creates this like fantasy where like scarcity and you can't you're just, it's control. At the end of the day, it's control. It's like the Truman Show, like in real life. I'll mute up. I'm talking too much. Sorry.
No, you're actually right, and that's insane details that you have mentioned here. You know what I believe? Like, they won't get you until you are doing on a big scale. So the solution, obviously, we do not have a proper solution to come out of their control. But still, the minimum we can do is to learn the basic skill. Like to learn, at least we can learn to grow our own veggies, to learn how to purify our own water, to learn how to live without all those facilities if they once they decide to cut off. So we can just simply. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I was saying like the minimum we can do is to learn the basic skills that is required to live on the earth.
Yeah, it'd be nice if that was like the way it, like in some harmonious, world
But
that we
most people
live
don't
in.
even know. Most people don't even know how to make their own food. And what they are serving, you never know. You never know what is there inside.
True. We
Like some
do.
of the
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say we were probably all raised in an environment where you relied on your parents to feed you, because obviously you're a child. You don't do that. But the parents also relied on the market to have the food that they can go get, because they're probably not growing. Unless they are, then that's awesome. But that's like one out of like thousands and thousands, if not millions. Like there's not too many people doing that or like raising families that way. There's quite a few, don't get me wrong, but it's not everywhere, and it's not for everyone, especially when we live in at least here in America, in the States, it's such a what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a privileged, like maybe a little bit taken advantage too, because you grow up with abundance, so you don't think like that there will ever be a shortage. Like I know growing up, I never like feared, like a lack, because
Yeah, but you never know.
oh yeah, no
Or
doubt.
leave
Yeah, no doubt.
about the government if somehow like talk about the disasters. So at the time of disasters, you never know how to live without all those privileges that you once had. So
Right.
that's why, like, you're actually correct that how will people get to know what scarcity feels like if they never have experienced it?
Exactly.
Mm.
And that's what I meant. Like when you grow up in, like it's such a privilege, abundant, like as opposed to someone that grew up like dirt poor, having to like walk a mile to go get the water every day and bring it back just to shower and cook food with. Like that's a whole nother way of living. And like the majority, if not all of Americans in America, like they don't experience that. So like if these things did go down, if the system collapsed, if the natural disasters kick in, it's I mean, they'll get through it because obviously like humans, like they persevere. Like that's just God made us that way. But what I'm saying is like it's really hard though for a lot of people to like, because you never experienced it, you never lived without not never, but I'm saying it's just not the same in comparison. That's what I mean.
Yes, you're actually right. So at the time of scarcity, the privileged one are the first one to get affected the most.
Right, because they don't know how to live without,
Yeah,
and they're probably the
correct.
first to go crazy and start like killing people. Like, oh man, what am I gonna do? Like, no, settle down. You know, you can live a little bit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, I get your point in that sense, and I do agree that there are issues that we can like talk about, like what we're talking about right now. Like, totally, you know, that's great to have that discussion and let it hit ears and to spread awareness of, you know, whatever, if it is in any way. But the reason why I was incorporating it back to flat Earth, globe Earth, like you have to realize that this globe Earth is like the ultimate mental jail cell, if you will, that propagates this system to be as controlling as it is upon us. And it's one big lie. Like, the most freeing thing is to realize, wow, like I was lied to, but now I know the truth, and we have proof and evidence. It's just
Yeah, so
liberating.
it is actually not the globe or the globe problem, the nature problem. It is actually the people. They are controlling us. So if they say it is flat, so what? If they say it is round, so what? You are the one who are destroying us. So you are the problem, not the globe. Let it be flat or round or any shape. It does not matter. The thing that matters is that you are controlling us. You are giving us limited resources. You are not want us to grow. You don't want us to become something of our own choice. So that is, you are the problem. The government is the problem. The people are the problem. The one who are controlling us. So
yeah,
the basic, I guess, what we can learn is the same as I just mentioned before. To learn the basic stuff. So even if they are not providing us, we can still live without them, or we can make our own resources, right? Rather just being completely being dependent on them.
yeah. Well, let me ask something. If you knew, like, for instance, let's say you learned that your government is putting $1 billion. We'll keep it small. $1 billion into building a satellite that's going to talk to a galaxy far, far away, or send signals that way. And you're a citizen of this nation that you're in, that the government's paying $1 billion, and then you go, well, wait, we can use that $1 billion on education, on food program. You know, like, we can use that money other than this machine that we don't even know what it's going to do. They're just telling us it. Oh, trust us. It's communicating. It's going to send these radio waves 76 trillion miles away from us. In the story, in the lore of it, like, don't you think, like, go ahead.
And the crazy part is they want us to feel proud about that your country has made this amazing missile that is going out of the world. They want us to feel proud of that. And then they argue people that we are so proud we have done this great work. What was my contribution? My contribution was to do some more hard work, pay some more taxes so that they can do that. That was my contribution, to pay them more, to work hard.
So don't you think, as a citizen, as an individual, you would be like, wait, no, like, we should first, if you're if you found out they're lying to you, you're like, wait, hold on. Why are we putting money into a field that is wasting money on something that doesn't even exist and doesn't even matter to us? That has nothing to do with what we are going through as, you know, a civilization here on the surface of Earth. So,
exactly.
Yeah. So this is why, like, I think it's important to spread awareness and the truth, because as like dominoes, you know, like, as the truth goes out, and And only it's not for everybody. Those who hear the truth, they're going to receive it and they're going to understand. Their brains will be able to grasp it. They'll be able to let go of all the falsehoods and the lore and the stories, and they're going to get it. Somebody's going to snap, just like all the flat earthers in here. Like finally, like a light turned on. Like, oh shit, we've been lied to. And then we're like, okay, we're not gonna believe that no more. We don't have to because we have evidence and proof showing that the Earth is measured flat, treated as flat, and practically used as flat. I mean, and it's observed as flat and stationary, but with all that being said, like one by one, people will start to wake up, and eventually, they'll get to a point where, yeah, NASA is going to shut down their program because they're going to realize a lot of people don't even believe in this anymore, and we're not going to get away with it too much longer. And if you notice, that's kind of like what they're doing right now. They're dissolving their entity, becoming something else. They're like,
yeah. Actually, right. Okay, I wanna cut you down. Actually, I have to go. I have to go to work. So it was nice talking to you all. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Okay, all right. Bye bye, everyone.
take it easy. It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, bye bye.
Sorry for jumping in, Jibsy. I know you're talking to her, and Orion was talking to her too. Sorry. I just had some stuff to say too. My apologies. You guys are both making really good points too. Be back later, guys.
Hey. So, what happened over in politics, man? Someone's gonna fill me in what's going on.
Hello.
Why is all of the group is silent? Could you please lick my dick? Come lick my dick.
Hey, bro, calm down.
Oh my goodness.
P-Dub, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's going on, man?
Not much. What happened down to politics?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. And where is everyone?
Oh, it's been quiet all day.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. There's an event live. It says Heretic started it, but there's no one there.
Well, he was
So
he was he
yeah.
was sitting in the VC for a while, but he was also in this server. You know, as two profiles. But when I was in there, nothing was happening. So maybe he just forgot to end the event.
Okay. Yeah, it looks strange. I don't know. Like, wasn't the title of our room 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
It was. What's it changed to now?
Just 24/7 Flat Earth.
I don't know. Does it have something to do with this Rise server that no one can get into?
Hello guys, what's up?
What was that? No, nothing's going on at Rise. I don't think, or if you, that I can see.
Wow, good time here.
AK-47, what's up?
Hi, guy. Hola, hola, hola. Me escuchan?
I'm good. Welcome to Flat Earth Room.
Are you guys really believe that Earth is flat?
Yes, you know it. Yeah, it's more. Oh, Sakim. Hi, Sakim.
Yes, bro, I'm hearing.
Yeah, we know it's flat, dude. It's measured flat, navigated flat, aviated and surveyed as flat. So all the measurements of Earth are done flat. There's no measurement of curvature. What do you think?
Guys should visit on the space to make sure
Sorry?
how Earth looks.
Yeah, Earth has no slope. Yeah. So we've tested that, and there's no slope. Zero slope.
There are
Yeah.
a
So
lot
we're looking for that
of
curvature.
Earth. Can you believe that?
Sorry, Sakim, your mic is not very good. Sorry, say again.
I said we got a lot of picture of Earth.
Yeah, from space.
Yes, from space.
Hmm.
Don't you believe in that?
No, no. I don't think we can. Well, I know that we can't go to space because space is fake. That's the title of the room of the day today. Sorry, yeah, the title of the space is fake. There is no space because. Do you know something about like gas pressure? So we breathe gas pressure.
Do you believe
So
in science?
there must be a container to hold in the gas pressure. So yeah, I do. Well, I don't believe in science. Science is a method.
So you are a agnostic.
Agnostic? No. No, I know
What
that
is your
Earth is measured flat and is observably flat, and that
what
the
is your
globe radius, the globe has been debunked. There's no curvature. So they brought out this camera. Oh, you left. Yeah, P900. It's like 99% of people say believe. So do you believe in this? Or do you believe in that? They don't say, how do you know? Who told you? Or how did you figure that out? It's always, do you believe in science? Do I believe in science? What's it mean?
It's not actually hitting the ground, just like I told you earlier. The tunnel is not actually coming together into a point. The ceiling is not touching the floor, buddy.
Okay. So if you agree that there's a perspective and an illusion, then how do you know that your world is flat and it's not round?
Because it's that understanding of that understanding of perspective and how the world shows us to it. It's how we see the world as flat. He's just pointed it out.
I love the XY chart,
Okay,
dude.
is the world flat or round?
The XY. I want to see a curved X and then a straight Y, the way you claim.
I mean, at this point, you guys are just denying how rockets work as well. This is crazy.
You showed us
For the horizon at distance.
You posted it for us. You showed us flat Earth.
How did I show you? How did I? What? How? What? How? How does this
You're
work?
going to have to answer this question. What's the horizon?
It's the maximum distance you can see.
Yeah.
Like it looks
So it's just the
horizontal and linear.
maximum distance that you can see. Right? And the rocket
So how do you explain a missile flying downwards into it and continues flying?
Perspective. That was pointed out just like less than a minute ago. When you look down a street,
You're dismissing
why are you
parabolic
talking through me?
trajectories, sir.
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, if a missile goes in a parabolic trajectory and it goes downwards, then it's going towards the surface of the Earth. It's falling.
Yeah. Yes.
So it falls
actually,
through the horizon,
excuse me.
through the Earth.
No, beyond the horizon.
Are you not getting how? Can you not compute this? Do you not understand what's happening here?
But it's beyond the horizon, beyond the limitation of view, and it's gone beyond that, and then it's gone beyond that, and then hit the floor. Wow.
Sure. Yeah, but what part of parabolic do you not understand? It goes down.
Curve above
and
the horizontal
continues
plane that you've posted twice.
Okay. Let's do this. If you can time,
just like you posted.
If you take a watch and you time the rockets.
Stop. Shut up. Shut up. No, bro.
All right. No,
Go
this
ahead.
is rude. You're interrupting me.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. What happens if you change the optic? Because if you're talking about the human eye, the horizon's going to be 3 miles away. But if we use like a camera, something super zoomy, binoculars, telescope, the horizon's going to appear further away. We're going to have a further render distance. We can see further. Are you taking this into account?
Fair enough.
That's why
I'm not denying that. Fair
asked
enough.
you. No, that's why I asked you to, on your diagram, mark the position of the horizon on your diagram for us.
Okay, give me a sec.
It's orthographic. It's not going to show the perspective of the situation anyway, because things with distance are looking like they're going to going down anyway, especially when an object obviously is because of the path of the object going downwards. So we've got 2 compounding factors.
Bear in mind, I'm on my phone, so this is very hard to do.
I just want to see.
You should have been able to look up military calculations for that shit using those rockets, and it would have given you the globe, how far away the target is, the angles for each side from a tangent line, and all this weird shit. But no, what you gave us was a cannon and a target on a flat line, which is how it works in reality.
Exactly.
Yeah, how it works in reality. You can give it to
Why are you interrupting him? Just a moment. Why are you interrupting him? You got pissed off at somebody. Excuse me. You got pissed off at somebody earlier for interrupting. Now you're doing the same fucking thing.
You know the thing that he hasn't realized yet? That he's been using the terms up and down, and there is no up and down.
Yeah.
On the globe.
Correct.
So just by saying up or down, and then you combine that and say up and down, you debunk the globe right there.
It's over.
100%.
Debunk the globe.
There is no up and down on a globe, dude.
So I stopped. I'm not going to do the diagram because you guys are not patient and you want to discuss instead, right?
You can. That's an excuse.
It's either we
put yourself
discuss or
on
you
mute,
wait for me
finish
to
the
do the diagram. What is it?
Excuse me, we can discuss whatever the hell we want to while you're making your little diagram. I'm sorry. Are your fifis hurt?
I wasn't being rude to you. Why are you being rude to me?
Nobody's being rude.
We can talk about whatever we want to. This is an open forum. Why don't you just go ahead and grow up and make your diagram?
In that case, why do you constantly mute your opponents whenever they have something to
Have you been muted? Have you been muted this entire time?
3 times.
This enjoyer guy is really disingenuous, by the way. I've dealt with him on
This is him just trying not to do the diagram and just running away.
Yeah, make the diagram, dude. Or concede. I think you're going to concede, right? You're going to concede that you are incorrect because you're not going to make your diagram, are you?
He's not.
No, what I will do is not go into much length because this is ridiculous.
Okay, bye.
And I will agree with what's his name.
Bye. Bye.
Oh, what's up? What?
Bye.
What's wrong? What?
Bye.
What?
You said you can't
just
do
remember
it.
something. Remember
You
something.
got no answer for why missiles go through your flat Earth?
I don't.
Remember something though. In your diagram,
They do.
make sure that you don't use up and down on
They
your
do,
diagram.
sir. This is how cruise missiles work.
I don't go.
On a flat
You
Earth.
showed us.
They impact the Earth. You're talking about
He showed us a
through
flat
the
Earth diagram. You showed us
This
a
is not a flat Earth diagram. This is simply a basic diagram explaining how parabolic trajectory works.
Right.
Which
is not a flat Earth. It's really not a flat Earth diagram.
The calculations on a horizontal surface. You gave us the fucking math.
I gave you how parabolic trajectory works, which you completely dismiss when I explain to you that a missile falls downwards. It goes through your horizon. You're supposed to.
Why are you dismissing the fact?
Or is it optical? And is it going to change depending on the optic that you use?
I could say the same thing and say that the world is round and you think that your optics are flat.
Does the horizon change with distance depending on the optic that you use?
If it's the optic, then I can say that the world is round and you're completely delulu and you think that the world is flat because of your optics.
Perspective exists when you're making observations of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely I do. And I think the world is round and you think it's flat because of your perspective.
Sorry, dickhead, that's what we're going to be taking account of then, aren't we?
Oh, now it's
Perspective when you
insults,
make
is it?
observations.
I don't think he knows what perspective is, bro. He said your perspective as if you have some kind of special perspective.
Not my perspective, angular perspective. How we see the world due to the angular reduction of objects with distance. Things above your eye line appear to go downwards, like the surface appears to ramp upwards. They're not actually doing this, it's just perspective.
Hey, I'd like to learn more about flat Earth. Can you guys recommend me a university for flat
You're
earthers?
just an idiot at this point.
Can you recommend me a university? I'd like to go study flat
An
Earth.
idiot at this point.
Yeah, you're in it, dude.
You're gonna.
Why am I an idiot? I'm asking, can you recommend me a university? I'd like to study
Why
flat
don't
Earth.
you address what's just been said to you?
But because I want to go to your school and I want to learn more about
He's not ready for university because he said round or flat. He thinks that round and flat are mutually exclusive. So you're gonna
can
have
you
to
recommend
with
me a
ABC.
flat Earth university? I'd like to go study some flat Earth.
Just
the one you got your diagram from.
ABCs, because round and flat are not mutually exclusive, dude. And you think you can go to university when you don't know what round is?
Yes. Have you even gone to any schooling at all?
See, here we go, just ad hominems now, not addressing what's actually been said
Bro,
to
you deserve an ad hominem, bro. You're a redneck with a sub 30 IQ. Come on.
True.
You deserve the ad hom.
True. And you did actually do ad homs at him, so it's like you're.
Hey, Six, I know you're buttered over Ukraine. Can you go somewhere else?
Understanding issues. It's displaying cognitive malfunction. Doesn't seem to understand what's being said.
Gentlemen, I love talking to you. Okay, it's interesting, right?
Just fuck off.
I'm not here to.
Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. Hey, listen, nobody gives a fuck.
I do this for entertainment. Okay, I know the.
I don't care. I don't care. Who cares? Nobody cares about your stupid excuses. This is where you've already conceded. This is where you conceded. Oh, I like talking to you guys. I like talking to you guys. That's your concession. I'm taking that as your concession.
Okay, I'll wait for your proof for the container.
All right. So, in conclusion, our friend here, has conceded, because usually about the time they say, I like talking to you guys, is I don't have any globe proof to present.
Exactly.
So you're done.
Okay, 6. I'll unmute you in exchange for some.
I did not concede anything ever.
No one cares.
And you're not going to put the.
No one cares anymore.
We already know. 6. I'll unmute you for some globe proof. Go ahead.
Yeah, 6 pussy boy,
I'm
you're
not
up.
talking to you.
You're up, pussy boy.
Where did the enjoyer go? Who you calling pussy? I'm not
You. Oh, come on now. You can't do that. You're too weak.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Hey, look, this wasn't what you were unmuted for. I said I'll take globe proof in exchange for that.
I didn't ask. I didn't really ask. I'm not really worried about you.
Okay, all right. You're useless to me. Bye.
Our internet tough guy. He's gonna beat you up over the internet.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's weak sauce, man. That's like not saying anything till the cops get there, then be like, "You're lucky they showed up. I'm gonna beat your ass."
Hide in the bathroom, then the cops show up and you come out. Fucker, yeah, I'll kick your ass right now.
He says, you deny how rockets work. Dude, rockets don't work on a globe. Rockets require reality to work. The only thing you have about rockets is cartoons. The only thing you have about rockets on a globe is cartoon rockets on a cartoon globe.
Bro, shut up, Mexican. You're literally a lunatic.
You talking to your daddy?
As well.
This is the guy who was whining about insults a minute ago, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then I got muted, and now I speak different. This is a different language I speak now.
Yeah, you weren't fooling anybody to begin with anyway. We knew you were an asshole.
Yeah, we're going to deny how rockets work, how basic science works. Because,
we don't
the
know anything.
firmament
Hold
exists.
on, no, let's give this guy the floor, and he's going to tell us exactly how they work. Let's hear it.
Yeah, the gentleman, what's his name? Globe, what's your name? Globe Earther?
Globe Enthusiast.
Talk about something else.
I'm glad he mentioned. I'm glad he mentioned tangents. I'm glad he mentioned angles. I'm glad he mentioned.
Okay, dude. Okay, we don't need this song and dance. Just get to the point.
That's all great, and he knows how rockets work.
No, you're going to tell us. We don't know.
And I'm going to tell you how missiles work and cruise missiles work as well. You see, on your stupid flat Earth theory, missiles would not work because they would go straight. But hey, missiles don't go straight; they go parabolically, and missiles that are
you
launched,
mean like you showed?
Yeah, missiles that are launched, at least the unguided ones, the basic rockets, they go parabolically because they go up and down.
You mean
right?
like
they're unguided.
I just need clarification. Like I just posted your.
Let's interrupt this guy because you have to.
No, just for clarification.
He's addressing what you said.
Just for clarification, bro. So just for clarification, just like you posted in the side chat, which I just reposted in the diagrams, just like that.
Nope.
You cooked
not
yourself.
Like that.
No,
false.
Not like that. Well, I'm wondering why you posted
like
them then. Well, not
like that. Not like that. That's a basic
different.
rundown. That's a basic rundown explanation how parabolic trajectory looks like, because you apparently seem not to understand how it works.
That's your evidence that you posted to prove your point. So you posted the wrong.
That's not evidence I posted to prove any point.
That you posted the wrong thing. Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. The gentleman I was arguing with did not understand how parabolic trajectory works because
we understand just fine.
Oh, you do?
Sorry,
then if you do,
yeah, anyone that can throw a ball understands a parabolic trajectory.
Wonderful. Okay, so if you do,
you see the
would
mathematics attached to the diagram.
Can I only throw a ball on a ball?
Hang
I throw a ball on a flat circle? No, listen. Can I only throw a ball on a ball?
Hang on.
Throw a ball on a ball, bro.
The further you throw your ball, what happens?
Hey, just answer
the question. What do you mean? What happens? It goes farther.
What happens? The further your ball goes, the further you throw it. What happens?
It goes farther.
Wonderful. And let's say you threw your ball really far away, 1,000 kilometers away. What happens?
It goes farther. Like, what are you talking about?
Wonderful. In your view, when you look at this projectile, what happens? What can you explain to me, define to me what happens?
It'll take a parabolic arc. So
Awesome.
there was this cool game, this cool video game called Track and Field, and you ran and you had to get the angle just right so that when you jumped, your parabolic arc would throw you the farthest. And part of the game was adjusting the angle for the optimal parabolic arc.
Awesome.
That was on a flat surface.
Right. Flat surface, right?
You said
if you throw the ball really far.
Shut up, dude. You said parabolic arcs can't exist because you said parabolic arcs can't exist on a flat surface.
I said no such thing.
Yeah, you did. You said it has to be a globe.
I was interrupted so many times. I wasn't.
You said on a flat Earth, parabolic arcs wouldn't work.
Okay, so let me just continue. Let me slow down. Stop interrupting. Wait, hold up. Relax, right? So if you threw the ball,
is that what you said?
I don't remember saying any such thing. What I remember saying is asking you to define what would happen if that ball was launched at, let's say, 1,000 kilometers, really far away, right? And what would happen in your perspective when you look at this ball? It will fall in a parabolic arc, correct?
Yes. Yeah. And?
Oh, okay, awesome. Would it fall behind the horizon or into the horizon?
No, it would be well beyond the horizon.
Beyond the horizon, wonderful. Yeah. And if you place the tracker on this ball to follow this ball and its arc, and you discover that it takes, let's say, an hour to travel while it's gone through the horizon, how do you explain that?
What does that even mean?
All right, so if
I put a tracker on the ball, hold on, I'm going to repeat what you said. I put a tracker on the ball and shoot it in a parabolic arc, and it takes an hour beyond the horizon. What is that? How do you explain that?
Exactly. Yeah, how do you explain it?
What am I explaining exactly?
Yeah, why does the ball, let's say, when it goes beyond the horizon, it takes an hour to continue traveling? How is it possible that it travels for an entire hour?
Hold on a second. Do you think like the horizon is like the edge of a flat Earth or something?
No. What people here are claiming, the flat Earth, what the flat earthers are claiming is that the world is flat, then therefore it shouldn't be able to fly for, let's say, an hour beyond the horizon, right?
Why?
Because apparently, if the world is flat, it should just hit the flat Earth and should hit the surface.
What's the horizon?
Oh, he's lying again.
Hold on a second. What's the horizon? Let's just get him to define what the horizon is. What's the horizon?
It's what you can see, the maximum distance of your supposed flat Earth.
No. Well, yeah, it's the maximum distance you can see that. Hold on. Yeah, it's the maximum distance that you can see the surface of the Earth from your vantage point.
Yeah.
But that's not the end of the Earth.
I didn't say it's the end of the Earth.
Then why, if it's not the end of the Earth, then why are you mystified by something can travel past the horizon for 1,000 miles on a flat Earth? If it's not the end of the Earth, why is that mysterious?
Because assuming if this is a flat Earth, then this projectile should hit the surface.
Why? It's in parabolic arc. You're not going to shoot it straight, right? You're going to shoot it at some angle, like 45 degrees into the air, right?
This doesn't matter. What matters is when it hits the surface, supposedly, of your flat Earth at the horizon. Well, here's the issue. The ball continues going for an hour beyond the horizon. How is that explained? How do you explain that? That means the world is not flat. That means the world is round.
No, listen, dude. You admitted that the horizon's at the end of the Earth, right?
I did not admit or agree or disagree.
Is the horizon the end of the? Do you think the horizon's the end of the Earth?
No.
On a flat Earth.
No. But what he thinks. What he thinks is when.
So say the horizon. Hold on. No, I want to walk through this step by step, TW. Sorry. So. Say we shoot the rocket from 10 feet, then the horizon's 6 miles away. When the rocket hits, or let's make it rocket's fine. So when it hits the 6 mile point, it keeps going right past the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
How would that not work on a flat Earth that it travels past the 6 miles? What do you think? Because if
your world is flat, If your world is
There's
flat.
nothing past the horizon?
No. If your world is flat and the horizon is, you're looking straight towards the horizon.
Yeah,
So assuming the world is flat, it would be flat even at the horizon and beyond, correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. Then your projectile would have to stop at the horizon. It would crash and
That's
hit the
saying that the
surface.
horizon's the end of the earth.
He's an idiot. He's an idiot.
Unfortunately, the projectile does not crash at the horizon. It
Yeah, no
continues
shit, because the
beyond the
horizon's
horizon.
not the end of the earth.
No, but what he's saying, he's not saying
I
it's
don't
the
know
end of the earth.
what you mean by end of the earth. Why does this even? How is this a factor?
Hey, relax,
in any-
relax, bro. Hey, relax.
Yeah,
So
man,
I
I don't
think what he's
understand
saying.
translate, Tito.
Okay, what I think he's saying is that visually it appears to meet the surface at that point, right? So when it appears to touch the ground, it should explode, but it doesn't.
Because it's orbiting what he's trying to tell you. It's orbiting around the globe in a parabolic curve, right, kid?
I did not say that.
Okay.
Because we're not talking about orbits. We're not talking about orbits. We're not there just yet.
Stop, relax. I already went over this with you and with him. That when
What do you mean you went over this?
When the rocket appears to be at the horizon visually, it's not touching the ground. And
really?
The elevation data from that rocket does not read that it's touching the ground. Do you understand that?
How do you know that? Did you do it yourself? Did you try it?
Because we can calculate angles.
Did you do? No, I'm not talking to
we
that
can
guy.
just
Did you
calculate
try
an
it? Did you
angle,
prove
like what
it?
it looks like. We can calculate
Do you
an
have any
angle of what it
data
would-
to prove what you said?
Yeah, it's called trigonometry.
Yeah, how about
Do
you
you know why I
provide
know
your
the
data to
elevation
prove
data
what you
was
said?
not telling you that the rocket was hitting the ground? Because otherwise the rocket would be hitting the ground.
Drace, did you fire any rockets in your life?
What's this got to do with
So irrelevant.
So
I guess not.
I think he thinks.
You're a clown, dude.
I think he thinks
I'm
the streetlights
with you,
are
but you have invincible ignorance. You have invincible ignorance.
Yeah, I'm the clown here. Yeah, you
okay,
can't
so check
explain
this
why
out.
the fuck your rocket
So
continues.
check this out. Say I have a 6-foot pole with a light on the top and light on the bottom, and I send it away from me 3 miles. Am I going to see 2 distinguished lights? Or am I going to see 1 light?
How does this follow anything we said?
You'll find out when you answer the question.
Just 3 miles, a pole,
Yeah, 3 miles.
and another pole.
Yeah, like think of separated headlights, but you
That's
took
not.
them.
That's not even barely enough to prove anything. That's a very short.
If you look at it with your eye, due to the angle resolution limit of your eye, it would appear as 1 light because you wouldn't be able to resolve the space
because
between
the
the lights.
distance is too short.
Okay. So when you have your rocket and you shoot it 1,000 miles away, even though it's still, like, say, a mile above the ground, the angle of separation between the ground and the rocket will make it appear as if it's at the horizon. Got it?
Angle of separation? What does that mean? What is that?
Because when you look at things visually, we see in angles. We don't see in sizes, right?
Telling him.
What?
You didn't know that. So when you look at the sun, what's the angular size of the sun?
No, wait.
You think you look up and see 800,000?
Wait.
You think you look up and see 800,000 mile diameters?
Hold up. Wait, you mean as the further away an object travels, it becomes smaller, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the apparent separation between 2 objects, as they get farther away, you won't be able to resolve that they're even separated.
What do you mean separation between 2 objects? What are you on about?
A rocket in the ground, dude.
The apparent distance between them. Apparent distance. Angular distance.
Okay, awesome. In a parabolic, parabolic trajectory works. The
parabolic trajectory is irrelevant. This is what it looks like, dude. It's irrelevant.
How is this irrelevant? The object falls.
Because we're talking about what it looks like. You're saying, hey, how can it go past that? It would smash into the ground. How would we tell
because
it
it's a
smashed into the
parabolic
ground?
trajectory. It goes down.
Well, how would you tell it's smashing into the... Yeah, it goes down. That's right. How do you know when it would smash into the ground? How would you know when it smashes into the ground? You have to see it, right?
Because you have a tracker on it. I told you have a tracker. The missile's fucking flying. It's falling. It parabolically.
Okay.
It goes down into the horizon, touches the horizon, continues flying
Touches the
beyond the horizon.
Okay, there we
You
go.
can
There we go.
track
There
it.
we go. There's the point. There's the point.
You can track that
touches
stuff,
the horizon. Touches the horizon is the point. Looks like it touches the horizon. There is still
sorry, are you streaming or-
separation. There's still a separation between the rocket and the ground. You just can't visually resolve the separation. Okay?
What do you mean there's a
understand?
separation?
A physical separation, meaning that there's a mile between the rocket and the ground. But from your vantage point, because you're 1,000 miles away, the angular separation between the rocket and the ground is too small to resolve. Now, I'll give you another example because you seem a little slow on this.
Wait.
So if you had two headlights on a car, right? The headlights are 6 feet apart. Listen. The headlights are 6 feet apart, right? But if the car's far enough away, it looks like just like one light, right?
All right, hold up a second. You're saying there's a separation between the ground and the missile.
Separation.
Visual separation. Yeah. So what you're claiming is this. So wait a minute. Slow down. So what you're claiming is that this rocket is now flying horizontally. and it's not falling parabolically. And you're completely dismissing parabolic trajectory.
I'm telling you, you can't strawman me. Don't try it, dude.
I'm not even strawmanning you. I'm talking about parabolic trajectory.
Why are you continuing when I say no? That's not my argument. But you're continuing
because your separation assumes.
Very slow.
That's not my argument. Okay, there's no visual separation between the ground and the rocket, but there is a physical separation 1,000 miles away. The rocket's still in the air. You just can't see that it's still in the air.
That's not how parabolic trajectory works.
Dude, you're bona fide retard. We're talking about what it looks like versus where it is above the ground, right? Physically. How many miles? It's a mile above the ground. But from 1,000 miles away, a mile above the ground, subtends like 0.001 degree. You're never going to be able to distinguish it from the horizon visually.
Okay. Does the missile hit the surface or not? Yes or no?
Jesus Christ, dude. Steal me my argument what I just said to you. Steal me my argument. Steal me my argument what I just said to you. Repeat it back to me.
Why are you getting mad?
Repeat back my argument.
Because you're an idiot.
I want to make sure you're listening. Repeat back my argument. I want to make sure you're listening.
You said that there's a physical separation between the ground and the missile at a distance. I don't know, some other cope.
Yeah, okay.
It's ridiculous.
Oh my god. This guy actually thinks that street lights are getting closer to the ground with distance. He's a fucking idiot.
Perspective denier.
Yeah, literally, if I would put him in a tunnel, he would be like, I can't escape. It's all coming together into a point.
I'm never going to be able to get out the other end of this tunnel. Look, the hole's too small.
He's going to have to lose weight to squeeze through that black hole.
Yep.
Oh, shit. Watch out, the stars are falling closer to the horizon. Watch out.
So
this is exactly why I told him
a loser.
with the ABCs
just posted
like 3 minutes ago.
So DJ just posted the perfect image. So those street lights are all the same height, right? There's all 50 feet above the road, yet they appear to converge into the surface. Their angular separation, meaning the separation between the light and the ground, that angle gets smaller and smaller and smaller with distance. Now, the rocket will be 1,000 miles away, but the angular separation from the horizon will be too small where you cannot distinguish the rocket from the horizon, even though it's still a mile in the fucking air.
Okay, wonderful. But these are static objects, and I'm talking about a parabolic trajectory of an object that's constantly falling.
Because we're just taking a moment in time.
Yeah, it is relevant because it's a rocket falling.
So at T minus fucking 5 minutes or whatever it is, you make up the number that we take a static moment of time where the rocket's at some height. And then we go, hey, dude, what is the angle at that 1 mile
with respect, your point isn't on point.
Talking. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure it isn't. You have no reputation. You don't even understand it. You can't even repeat it back to me.
Respectfully, sir, your argument does not make any logical sense at all.
Yeah, it's called linear perspective.
Yes, but we're talking about an object.
Of study in mathematics.
Wonderful. Good for you. Proud and glad for you.
You can't even play a video game without it, dude.
Thank you, sir. You're definitely, I respect you for it. But you see, we're talking about a projectile.
Okay, so at T minus 1 minute, how high is the rocket? Okay, so at T, okay, let's do a whole scenario. We launch the rocket at T minus 30 minutes. Where's the rocket? What's its elevation above the surface, and how far downrange is it? Because I'm going to calculate the angle.
Let's assume it's 50 meters above ground.
Okay. Oh, God, dude, you just really fucked yourself. How far away is it? Do it in kilometers.
Very far away.
Very far? I want you to quantify.
Yeah, let's say it's 1,000 kilometers away, which you can barely see. Right.
Barely see at 1,000 kilometers.
Yeah, because it's beyond the horizon at this point.
You wouldn't see it at all, dude.
Yeah, because it's beyond the horizon.
No, because air is opaque, dude. Look up your local visibility. It's like 10 miles.
No, because the world is round and it's beyond the horizon. Because the world's round.
Google retard. Google meteorological visibility. Go Google your local weather report, and there's a thing that says visibility 10 miles. Has nothing to do with
trackers that you can track missiles.
That's fantastic. Well, why are you the one saying look at it then?
Because missiles fall. See, that's the point of missiles. They don't constantly, when you shoot something up
that actually
for the purpose of
India's argument.
Excuse me. When you shoot a projectile up with the purpose of it falling, it falls eventually. And when it goes beyond the horizon, it falls. It doesn't stay there, separated physically to your perspective or whatever nonsense. It falls constantly.
What a dumb
bro.
It's falling. On fucking
I already went over this with him. It's falling when it's at the horizon, and it's still falling because its elevation is higher than the ground. So even though it appears to be touching the ground, it's not actually touching the ground. The elevation is still above sea level. I don't understand how anybody could be this dull. I can make another example for you. We can have a warehouse, and we can put the lights in the top of the warehouse so they appear to take a parabolic curve towards the vanishing point. What does that prove? Nothing. And no one said rockets don't fall.
The sad thing is that he doesn't want to understand. He's not trying to understand. He couldn't repeat back what Indio said. He just heard, all he heard was blah, 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 cope. To him, it's just Indio coping. He didn't attempt to try and acknowledge and understand the information. He's just an idiot. He just wants it to be about the globe. That's all he wants.
Yeah, he does. Well, Nebuchadnezzar, look in the chat. So I just posted what the separation between the horizon would be and the rocket in the angular separation. That's well beyond the resolution limit of the eye. The eye can resolve angles as small as 0.02 degrees. This is 0.001. So you wouldn't be able to distinguish the rocket from the horizon from 1,000 miles away, being 50 meters above the surface.
Okay, look. If the object is a static object,
it has nothing to do with being static. We're taking a point in time. We're taking just a point in time. Yeah.
Assuming the rocket is frozen in that position, but it's not. It's moving constantly.
You take a picture.
That's fantastic. How does that change anything?
Here, it changes because...
How does that change anything? Say why that's important.
Yeah, let me answer. It changes because parabolic trajectory means it constantly falls to a certain point where you want it to fall. And if your target is 1,000 kilometers away beyond the horizon and it constantly falls and you follow and track it on the goddamn computer and you can see that the hour, how much time it takes to travel, it eventually hits something.
What we're saying.
Doesn't matter about your perspective, cope, or whatever nonsense, bro. This is undeniable evidence that the world is round.
Okay, so your argument is, hold on, you haven't presented any evidence. You've made a bunch of claims. So show us data showing the parabolic arc that only works on a globe. Actually, post the data.
No, show me data. Show me data that
No,
missiles
if
don't.
your claim, you're saying X happens, that would, because now I understand your argument. Your argument's a time argument. That if on a flat Earth, it wouldn't be in the air as long as a round Earth, right?
Listen, man.
Is that your argument, yes or no?
Seed, bro. Seed.
Is that
It's
your
over.
argument, yes
It's
or no?
over.
Is that your
It's
argument,
over,
yes
dude.
or no? Is that your argument, yes or no?
The world is round, sir.
Is that your, now he goes to chanting. You sound like a religious nut right now. So, is that your argument? Is your argument, hey, on a flat Earth, the parabolic arc would be shorter than on the globe, so it wouldn't be in the air as long?
No, my argument is if it was on the flat Earth, the missile wouldn't even go through the horizon because it just, hits the surface.
Because the horizon is like a brick wall?
Earth.
Because the horizon's a brick wall? You're a retard.
Okay, I'm the retard. Okay,
disown you for being this the fucking dumb dude. Like, honestly.
I'm the retard, and you're the guy. Okay, if I'm okay. I accept I'm retarded. All right, I accept I'm retarded. Please recommend me a university for flat Earth so I can go study your enlightening.
Hey, let me ask you: as whether it's at university, is that the arbiter of truth? Because we got some women's studies courses for you.
Do you have a school I can go to? I'd like to study.
We got some women's studies courses for you, since universities are the arbiters of truth.
But sir,
you want some lesbian dance theory courses from the university?
No, I'm looking for a flat Earth school. Please, can you please provide me one?
You're in it.
Go study your mind-blowingly interesting flat Earth.
You're in it.
Denialism.
You're in flat Earth denialism. You can't even
a globe Earth denialism.
How about
sentences? You're done.
How about the one where you got your diagram from? That'll do for me. Thanks.
Yeah, but the maths associated with it that you posted as well. Sorry.
Incoherent gibberish, bro.
The funny part is he's sitting over here denying that perspective exists, yet that's how he perceives the world. Like, I'm doubting that he even has.
Does he perceive the world? Like, that's actually in question, dude. He might just be a jar.
Yeah, he might just be an AI bot and like a really convincing voice clone. That's how the level of what we're getting.
It's a freaking dumbass. Who's next up on the chopping block? I mean the stage. We got any new people in the chat? Anybody got any questions? Or should we just sit around to talk about that idiot for a while? I still can't believe that he thinks the end of the tunnel is actually smaller. Oh dear, that'd be on the floor for a while, that one did. These people say some stupid fucking shit.
Yeah, he's so bad that I can't even ascribe him to the normal LLMs, the normal AIs that are the norm we have right now. He's like an old-timey chatbot, completely broken.
Well, I mean, I tried not to fixate on like grammatical errors or like shit that was incoherent, especially the last thing he said. University of Flat Earth denialism. Wouldn't that be the globe? Like, dude, nothing he's saying is making sense. Like, bro, are you okay over there? Then he just starts chanting. That's weird.
I know. And the fact that he says, but it's going down. Well, that only makes the apparent separation happen even faster, right?
Yeah, the only argument can be is like, okay, if you shoot it in a parabolic arc on a flat surface, it'll be in the air, say, 1 hour. But if it's a curved surface, right, because that arc length is longer, then it's going to be in the air for a longer period of time. Okay, fine.
Right, like 90 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, show us that
argument.
Say that again?
Yeah, that would have been a much better argument instead of what he had.
Maybe he was recycling somebody else's argument and didn't understand it.
It's like he's in the chat right now saying, it's your team that claimed missiles and projectiles were physically separated from the ground. Like, how does he think missiles and projectiles get to their target?
Ugh. Some of these guys are so bricked, man. See, I know this guy's like he's has the smartest person in the room syndrome. He's the dumbest person in the room everywhere he goes, and like he tried to come here and be the smart one and frickin' butchered it.
Yeah, I'm fine with him being on the team that thinks missiles and projectiles are not physically separated from the ground. I mean, that's an insane position to have. And he thinks we are coping?
Is there anybody else in here that can actually hold it together mentally? Dude said the projection, dude. You're incoherent, buddy. You don't understand your own argument at best.
Yeah, we would just like anyone who would like to present some evidence without rejecting objective reality and how you perceive the world. Like, not someone totally insane like the last guy.
Nebuchadnezzar, it's important that you know that ballistics are calculated against a horizontal plane. All those parabolas that bullets take or whatever projectile you're shooting, like the diagram you posted, it's against a horizontal. So, thanks.
Well, I might as well bring this up, right? So I'll bring this up. So the Mark 7 guns, 16-inch guns on like battleships like the USS Missouri and the USS Iowa, they tested those guns. We have a firing. They post a firing table online of 30,000 meters, and the difference in a flat, the correction for curvature at 30,000 meters is it would have to go 90 feet farther. Okay, so you couldn't even measure that.
No. You get lost in wind and shit.
So the parabolic. Yeah, the parabolic arc adjustment would be what? It would be in the air like what? 1/10 of a 1 millisecond? I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, it's even less than the variance of the error of the round, or like the randomness of where the round is going to land. Well, he ran away, but Crown Me is still here, and he was being very reasonable earlier, but he's descended a little bit, spiraled a little bit in the text while listening to the other guy spiral.
Always.
So, Cronme, you want to come talk to us a little bit and tell us how you're feeling?
I wish he didn't leave because I was just supposed to post the firing table for the fucking for that gun. And you can argue with that.
I think he would have just said, "Well, parabolic." Ooh.
That's actually less than the tracking adjustments in the scout manual. So Coriolis is in the 10s, parabolic arc differentiation's in the 10s.
Were you here for his actual argument?
Anyway. Wait a minute, dude. I think you need to go learn what an argument is if you said that was an actual argument. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, fair enough.
Dude, that was hard, man. That was hard to listen to.
You heard that
but
guy?
It was funny.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
Parabolic arcs don't exist on a flat Earth, brother.
Except when he shows us diagrams, that's all over a flat Earth.
Yeah, that was... Dude.
Hey, that was just to show us how parabolic arc works, but that's not how it works.
Yeah, what I'm posting is not evidence of what I'm saying. It's refuting what I'm saying, but it's not actually evidence anymore. Then why are you posting it? You're posting evidence against yourself, like. Your Honor, the plaintiff is accusing me of murder, so here I'm presenting the murder weapon that I found in my closet.
That's not my evidence anymore. Fucking hell.
Here's how I did it. But that's not how I did it.
Yeah, dude, he's looking like I did not kill them like that. I killed them like this.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did.
Don't tell lies about me. You know, sometimes I think this chat can't be real. Some of the things they say, it's freaking amazing.
To be honest, you kind of think that you've heard it all, but then some nugget comes along and it's just pure gold.
Oh yeah, I wish you guys had heard Dump Truck Daddy. Did any of you get to hear Dump Truck Daddy earlier?
No.
That's a great name.
It was like literally what? Oh, Jenna was here. Yeah, Jenna was here.
This sounded like a drooling idiot.
Yeah, but he's legendary. I mean, his dedication to, his science fiction space dream was just off the charts,
Oh, my favorite was when you said, let's stay here and better Earth, right? And he's like, that sounds negative.
Yeah, I said to him, because he literally thinks, I said, you're never going to live on Mars. And he said, but my sons will live there. Like, this guy was serious. I mean, he was like a character of himself. Oh my gosh, it was so funny. Yeah, and then I said, yeah, why would you want to live in a hellhole like that with, no air to breathe, no trees, no animals, et cetera, et cetera. He's like, we'll transform it, we'll change it into Earth. And then I said, well, why don't you just stay here then? He said, because it's a dying planet. We're killing it. Yeah. And then when I said, actually, we've improved a lot of things on Earth and you could focus on improving it more. He's like, you're so negative.
That makes no sense. If you can change Mars, which is worse than Earth right now, right? Why don't you just change the Earth? Why go to Mars?
I know, that's what I was trying to tell him.
Earth is dying, but Mars is like the options here.
Mars is dead.
Yeah,
So
already
if you
dead.
can fix Mars, you can fix Earth. What the?
Yeah, but
Hey,
this
brother.
is like, that's why I was so glad he was here because
I'm glad you said that.
perfect
because-
demonstration.
Yeah. I just watched a video about this very topic, which you all should watch. I couldn't find it on YouTube, but I'll rip it and put and mirror it. But it's basically this well-respected author. Oh man, I can't post it. You little. They blocked me from posting it. What a bunch of dinks. The link to your original message. All right, there it is. Can you guys see that? Or did I get banned? Did I get...
See it.
All right, so perfect. So I thought I got banned for posting a link. I was like, what the heck? So it's basically this well-respected author basically saying exactly what you guys are talking about, but he breaks it down so eloquently. You know, he talks about like all these resources. If you could do this, then why wouldn't you just do it on Earth? You know, all the cost travel, the life-extending technology would need. Why don't you just do it on Earth, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? He just rips them up, dude. He basically takes their dream away on purpose.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was trying to do with our little friend here, but then he was mad because I didn't like Mars as much as he did. So, yeah, he might be back, Dump Truck Daddy. He seemed into it, but not into it enough to give up his space fantasy.
One of the good, insightful things he said, look, nobody wants to live in a super high-tech environment trapped in a little bubble that's highly pressurized and you can't leave, otherwise you might die. And then he was basically talking about the oceans. Like nobody's living in colonies in the oceans for the same reasons nobody wants to live in colonies in space, because it sucks.
I know, you'd be trapped, you'd be all claustrophobic. Do you guys remember the biosphere? You guys might be too young to remember the biosphere, but yeah, that was their idea, was to trap these people in there for a year, and they didn't make it the whole year. I can't remember the whole story. It was in Arizona. I went to tour it. It was a cool place. Now it's just a place that's open to touring, but they have, they were trying to create a contained environment there, and they had like amazing.
Didn't they try to escape?
Yeah, I think there was something like that. Yeah, they all went nuts or something. I can't remember the whole story. I'll look it up. But now it's like a tour. They have these beautiful, greenhouses there and stuff. It's really nice.
But AI makes a great point, because the dangers of living underwater, if the capsule breaks, all of a sudden you're flooded, you're drowning, you're dying. The same applies when you don't have enough pressure. The capsule breaks, all the gas goes out. You're suffocating. You're dying. So, of course, people don't want to live there if they're sane.
Yeah, but he was also talking about like, look, you're not going to ever do this. And if you're daydreaming about your grandkids or your grandkids' going and living in these places, you're also delusional. Like, so he was taking space dreams away from him left and right, man. It's only like 8 minutes. You guys got to watch it if you've never seen it.
Yeah, I'll definitely look at it and I'll save it.
Hey, if we're all bored, why don't we just watch it right now?
Oh, yeah, I found this article. 8 go mad in Arizona, how a lockdown experiment went horribly wrong. In the 1990s, a troop of hippies spent 2 years sealed inside a dome called Biosphere 2. They ended up starving and gasping for breath. I think they also kind of went nuts on each other. That's what I remember. Yeah, and they were trying to get out of there.
Wasn't there another one where they got caught having exited the dome and stuff?
I think that's the one, maybe. And maybe there was another one. I don't know. There's all kind of craziness.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Like, I remember that story. Like, some of the guys, they found a way to get out and get back in without anybody knowing, so they just pretended like they had been there the whole time.
Yeah. That's what I remember.
Yeah, I mean, recreating Earth is just, like, gosh, such a task. I can't even imagine why anybody would think they could do it. Yeah, it said they had a lot of trouble with the oxygen levels. They started getting sleep apnea. Morale deteriorated. Cups were thrown and people were spat at.
I think the carbon dioxide was degrading the concrete structure.
There's a lot of beetroot and sweet potato. We lost a lot of weight.
What is this common issue with Globers that they post images of the city of Toronto or Chicago, right? And they ask, why is the bottom of the buildings behind the water, under the water? And when you give them the datums and show them that for many periods of times of the year, the water level is higher than the street level, right? They say this guy in the sheriff still. I gave him the information, and he still says, "But that's behind the curvature of the earth, bro. The street level, the bottom of the buildings, are below the water level. How does that equate to the curvature? Is that the only conclusion that you can come up with?"
That's what the conclusions for people who failed physics come up with.
It's a lot of dishonesty too, because goodness, even the datum, like okay, so they use Google Maps, the model of the globe is showing you the globe or whatever, but in the street it's telling you right there at the wall that the datum, the people that made the measurements, telling you that yes, the street level is lower than the water level, and these guys are saying because globe, nowhere over there it's saying that. I don't know. It's kind of weird that they can only come to that conclusion. It has to be because it's behind the curvature of the globe, even though they're missing all the physics that will have to be there to come to that conclusion.
Yeah, it's a false cause fallacy. They're assuming the cause of bottom-up disappearance is the Earth curve with no evidence. Meanwhile, we have actual optical effects that cause bottom-up disappearance, and so they're just dead in the water with no evidence.
Many other variables in place, but just hand wave that, ignore all that. It must be the variable that they cannot demonstrate, curvature of the Earth. It's like, I don't know, annoying.
It's like dealing with children. Don't understand how light works, don't understand how reflections work.
Don't understand how gas works, don't understand how level works. It's even so bad that they don't understand how triangles work.
Spherical triangles. The oxymoron of the glober. I'm just wondering, has anyone ever seen a 6-foot duck?
No.
I have. But it was at Disney World.
Yeah, Disneyland.
I don't have Disneyland, so I guess that's why.
Donald Duck doesn't count.
Wait, when you said duck, do you mean like the animal or duck where you kind of do landing from the boat? You know, like you reach the dock at the shore.
The duck as in the waterfowl bird.
Oh, not as in like duck, like you stand on it.
Like the quack, not the quack thing, the thing that you get on and you will go across the water, navigate, right? I mean, the dock where you park that stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Not the maritime infrastructure.
Okay, then what were you going to say?
Because someone forgot to tell the ducks that the water curves. And how ducks are visible for miles from the shore.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. So bird watchers destroy the globe.
Yeah, all you need to do is watch a lot of waterfowl on a large lake and realize it's not curved.
Yeah, shout out to Jeranism. He actually critiqued that one video, and he found a portion of the video where after the quote-unquote horizon gave way to the sky, and Glovers were claiming that's the horizon, that's the curve of the Earth where the water ends, he isolated a portion of the video and showed that a bird dipped into the water beyond the horizon, proving that there's actually more water beyond the resolved water line. And that what you were seeing flanking it was the sky was the reflection of the sky on the water. Because you could see the bird go down into the water and then come back up, right up.
Yeah, those kind of anomalies are only captured with a fairly decent camera. You probably never see that with the human eye because they're too far away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say it was, some glober trying to present, hey, this is the resolved water line, is the horizon, it's the edge of the Earth, right? And so they were zooming in on it to show, look, it's the horizon, it's the end of the Earth. And then all of a sudden the duck was like, hey, bro, I just want to ruin your day by diving into this water real quick and proving you wrong.
Yeah, because I like ducks, because most people understand what a duck is and what size it is.
What I like most about this is 100% analogous to the guy earlier with his rocket. See the duck dive into the horizon, you know there's water behind it. You see the rocket dive into the horizon, you know there's land behind it. It is proved flat Earth. I think a big issue is just most Globers don't think about things. They went to school like we all did. And you go to school thinking the teachers are gonna be this authority that teach you how things work, and they kind of kill your childish innocence, making you believe like, well, most of the things have been discovered. There's small fine-tunings that need to be done. If you go all the way through academia, you might be able to fine-tune it, and then if you do, you'll get accolades, but we can't question the belief system. We just need to memorize it and regurgitate it, and then we get high grades. And so I kind of understand why they have actually thinking and using their senses. They're used to just being told what to think and how to respond to things with fallacies and other things through education and entertainment.
Yeah, that's because back at the turn of the 20th century, a bunch of communists decided that America cannot go back to its pre-World War I teachings. So they decided to, they couldn't do anything with the current historians because they wanted to teach history as it was. So they had to go for the next generation of historians who were currently in school, subvert their education so that when they came out, they would start telling history the way the communists wanted it to be told.
Yeah. And they tell you this as well with like scientific consensus is not something that just changes when a new, better idea comes along. It changes when a new generation is brought up upon that idea.
Yep. Sometimes new ideas require a new generation.
The consensus is just what people collectively believe because what they were told. The outliers are generally the people who are trying to do research on the subject and figure out, well, it's more complex than what we were told. And most global believers just accept that because they're like, well, it was simplified to make it like more palatable for us as children, but then we make it more and more complex. But the problem is they don't realize that the fundamentals, the foundations is flawed because they never checked it. They never thought to check it. They didn't think they need to check it. They stand on the shoulders of giants. And so they just become intelligent by repeating what the giants said. And so if they can add to that whole idea, they're hyper intelligent. And so the idea itself kind of ties into their identity of self and their perceived intelligence, and so it becomes really difficult to let go of the idea.
You guys are all retarded.
That's a great argument, man. Hats off.
We got a Nobel Prize winner here.
This is a Menzies graduate, obviously. Arguments like that. Man, I'm outclassed.
Such a riveting argument. I think I might be convinced right now. It might be a globe, after all.
Man, I actually am retarded. But I come from a race of beings that's so smart. Like, me being retarded is like so much smarter than the average human. So it's like, it's cool.
That was good.
Listen, retarded just basically means stunted or slowed. right?
Hold back.
Yeah, held back. So I do. Yeah, I do hold back. I hold back from getting on my knees and taking it in the face from Daddy Government when he says it's raining diamonds on Uranus.
Oh, you're right, bro. I am retarded. I do slow myself down so that I can match their slow speeds. I retard myself to get down to their level.
Is the room accepting questions at this time?
Is that a question?
That is a question. We accept it.
Yeah, I accept that question.
Do you have any other questions?
Okay, great. I have a question about the flat Earth worldview.
So, like, you just want to sort of like analyze the psychology of the people in this room, not so much discuss the topic itself?
No, actually, I have a question about the flat Earth worldview.
So just like the perceptions and opinions of the people here, not really the flat Earth itself.
No, this would be an objective claim to reality that I want to ask you about.
Okay.
I like the sound of that. Go ahead. That sounds good to me. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So everything that I've heard about the flat Earth worldview includes the sun is on a circular path above the planar Earth. Is that correct?
Who told you that?
Wait, 1 second. You said objective, and then you went to what you heard about the sun. Is that objective?
Yeah, I'm asking...
Beliefs, what other people believe about the sun's motion, or subjective. So I don't get... Aren't you in a category here?
No, I'm asking the panel, do you believe that the sun takes a circular path above the planar Earth?
No.
Yeah, I don't have a belief about the sun's actual path.
You don't have a belief about the sun's path throughout the day?
The sun is not a belief. The sun is an observable phenomena. There's nothing to believe about it. If you are talking about the objective side of things, we all, if you're not blind, right? If you're not blind, objectively, we all observe the sun doing what it does across the sky. And you're asking, does it do a circle? If you check the sun, it's not doing a circle, because the circle will be, if you draw a circle, that's not what the sun is doing. I mean,
okay, so the sun does not take a circular path above the planar Earth, according to you?
No one said that. No one here is making a claim. We're just sticking with observations to begin with. We observe the sun move across the sky as the day goes by.
Yeah, the sun is moving across the sky. That's what the sun does.
Yeah, okay, great. So does that mean that the sun is traveling in a circular path above the planar Earth?
We're not making.
No, we don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
We're not making a claim to the actual path.
Okay, so you don't know what path the sun takes above the Earth?
And you came in here and you started to speak to something that nobody here ever said.
Well, so most flat earthers that I've heard speak on this topic, they claim that the sun rotates in a circular path above the planar Earth.
Which flat earthers have you heard speak on this topic besides us? Because I don't think anybody here said that.
Jaren was a big one. Witzit is another one.
Okay. Well, let me see. I think
Weiss is another one.
I could give you a.
Do you disagree with these people?
Hold on. I could give you a server link to Earth Awakenings if you want to question them on the stuff they said.
Yeah,
listen, bro. Objectively, you're here talking to us, so address the people here. Forget about whoever you're dreaming about.
You know,
that's
the
cool.
Funny thing is, I feel like everybody can go outside during the daytime, watch the sun rise,
as it starts becoming daytime, and then stay out there all day. The sun's gonna do the same thing for everybody. I don't know about you guys,
No,
but to
that's
me,
not true.
it moves from
That's
the
not true.
east.
Oh, hold on, Drace. Hold on. There may actually be someone here who thinks the sun takes a circular path over a flat plane of Earth. So maybe he wants to communicate with that other guy.
Yeah, we're just waiting on them to say it, is all. If they are, then yeah, go ahead.
Well,
Well, yeah,
wait a second.
so-
Someone said that the sun doesn't do the same thing for everyone. Does someone else see the sun? I don't understand because it just moves in an arc across the daytime sky. In a parent arc. It's not actually arcing, but
So my question really
it
is,
moves in a straight line.
what path does the sun take for a 24-hour period? Is it rotating in a circle around the planar Earth?
Observe it. Do that.
What do you mean by
in the
it
summer?
rotates in a circle? What does that mean?
Does it travel in a circular path above the planar Earth?
It appears to, especially at this time of year, for an observer sitting inside the Arctic Circle, like in northern Norway, where they have perpetual sunlight for a few months. From their observation, the sun at this time of year circles around them.
Yeah, that is fair enough.
Great.
That's documented.
So
that's
then,
my experience.
So would you then agree that the sun travels in a circular path above the planar Earth?
Guys, real quick. When the sun is doing this circuit across the sky, and he's saying, "Is that circuit a circle?" Circle is a circle. It's if the sun is undulating, kind of like up and down, and doing a circuit. Is that a circle? Even if you see it for 24 hours, can you actually say that is a circle?
Well, that's what I'm asking the panel. Does the sun move in a circle above the Earth? Yes or no?
I think you will have to go to the sun and manipulate the variables and check the medium that is in and see all of the variables in place to say, yes, I checked every box and it is a circle that the sun is doing. Have you done that?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking you. Do you believe the sun travels in a circle above the Earth?
We're not claiming the sun is traveling in any kind of formations, okay? We're saying we can observe the sun appear to travel in a circle when we're in the Arctic Circle. I live in Iceland, so I can see that. However, when I travel to the equator, I don't see that.
Okay, so I'm just talking about appearances. Does the sun appear to travel in a circle above the Earth?
Depends on your location.
Listen, I'm in the Earth. I'm standing on the Earth, and I don't see the sun doing a circle.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
so your
say.
answer is no.
Well, the man that lives in Iceland, there's going to be certain times of the year where he goes outside and he sees the sun for 24 hours. Okay.
Yeah,
and the same time of the year, I see it at the same time.
I do not see that. I do not see it go in a circle. I only see it peak up a little bit above the south.
You're gonna have to repeat because you got kind of walked over when you were saying that.
The sun is not just traveling across a circle like you're trying to say. It's doing more than that. It's doing multiple things besides the circle. If you're saying one day or 2 days of the year, we can make a circle around the path of the sun of that day. Okay, that day the sun appears that did a circle, but that's not all the days.
Yeah, you got to think. For instance, sorry.
I was going to say, how come like this guy keeps asking this question, and then all of a sudden everybody loses their minds and just talks straight over each other? Like, what's going on? You guys got like chaos in the wind or something?
Everybody's speaking over each other. What are you talking about, dude?
Well, that's what's been going on for the past 3 minutes, bro.
No, not everybody. That's wrong. Most people are muted, so you're wrong.
So one thing that we learned through direct observation from the final experiment, when several people went down to Antarctica and observed the sun, was that the sun travels in a circle through the sky. Do you agree or disagree with that observation?
Agree. for sake of argument, let's say we agree.
Okay, great. So if you agree, then just to confirm, you would say that the sun traverses a circular path through the sky above a planar Earth. Is that your position?
You keep saying circular, right? Like it's just doing one thing. We have to look at the different observations we've now took. I took you, Andres took you to inside the Arctic Circle in the summer now, where it's darkness at the moment in the Antarctic, but where they went down 6 months ago where it was summer there, it was darkness in the north, and they saw the sun rotate around then. So we can only come to one real conclusion about this. The sun's moved a lot. Over time, it depends on the time and your location, as in season, of what you're going to see the sun doing. You might be lucky enough to see the circle of the sun around you in a summer from a location like the Arctic or Antarctic. Or, if you're closer to the motion of the sun, you might observe a night and day cycle. It's going to depend on you, what you see the sun doing.
But if the sun is moving in a circular path above the planar Earth, then we should never see the sun move straight up and down, correct?
What do you mean straight up? Sorry, what do you mean straight up and down?
So up and down would be perpendicular to the ground.
Do you mean sunrise and sunset?
Yes, when the sun is setting or rising.
So, when we observe the sun in the summer, we're inside these circles and see the sun above the horizon for 3 months, we understand that those experiencing their night cycle, well, that's just a perspective of their observation point.
Right, I agree with you.
It appears to be going down for them, but we can see the sun actually above the horizon for 24 hours, 3 months of the year in 2 locations, so 6.
Right, I agree with you.
Going down, is it?
So, yeah, I agree with you. So when the sun is setting or rising, it's just a matter of perspective. So my question is, when the sun is moving further away or closer, it is still moving in a circular path, correct?
Like I said, we can kind of observe this if we're going to take the observation of the 24-hour sun in the Antarctic as red for 3 months of the year in the summer. Summer happens twice on the Earth, so 6 months? We can see where the sun is above the horizon from these locations, yeah.
Real quick. If you,
sorry.
One second, Jed.
Actual
last point.
Holy fuck, dude.
Okay, holy fuck, I've been trying to say, because he's asking about the circle. I know you don't want to hear what I tried to say, but I've been trying to jump in and allow Jedi to finish his point. During the course of the year, because he's talking about the circuit of the sun, a circle, but if you mark the sun every day during the year, you're going to see that it's doing an lemma, a figure 8, and that's not a circle. So if you're going to take into account the whole of the cycle of the sun, no, it's not a circle.
Bingo.
Okay, great. So
he's also keeps conflating the path of the sun, the actual supposed path of the sun, which he keeps trying to pigeonhole us into claiming the actual path of the sun is a circle, when what we see is an apparent sun.
All right, well then let me rephrase. Would you say that the sun's path is never straight? Would you say that?
No, I wouldn't say that.
The opposite a second ago. You realize that, right?
I'm asking you, according to the flat Earth worldview, does the sun ever take a straight path?
It's just whatever you observe, buddy. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter your worldview. We observe the sun doing what the sun observes, depending on your location. And depending on location and certain times of the year, the sun can appear to go from one horizon directly over your head and down towards the other horizon, like it's going in a straight line. Doesn't matter your worldview. Okay. That's what we observe.
So the flat Earth worldview accounts for the sun moving in a straight direction?
Accounts? What do you mean accounts?
Meaning the flat Earth model, or the worldview, if you prefer, still makes sense if the sun traverses a straight path some portion of the year.
Yeah. It doesn't matter about your worldview. This is what we're going to observe, and this is, at the end of the day, what we will be measuring, yeah. The sun's motion across the Earth over time depending on our location, its directional coordinate at time to another directional coordinate. It's all going to be measured off a horizontal plane.
So the context that I'm asking this question from is simply this. Every flat Earth worldview that I've heard pitched includes the sun traveling in a circular path above the planar Earth.
That's a false premise because people in here just told you what they told you. That wouldn't be every, like you just said, every. No, not every.
So just to address that, this one circle that appears to increase and decrease in size on an AE azimuth or equidistant map, like a saucer with the Antarctic as a circle around the outside. So you have one circle of the sun. Is that what you mean?
Well, the point that I'm trying to make here is that the sun is always curving around the North Pole, according to the flat Earth worldview.
No.
That's
Stop.
not true?
No, we've just described the observation. Doesn't matter your worldview. Let's just look at what we observed, and we went to 2 locations, 2 summers 6 months apart, and observed the sun going around the point of around the observer standing in that circle. We observed 2.
Right. Yeah, I think I agree with you. So based on observation alone, the sun must always be traveling in a circular path around the North Pole if the world is flat.
No, we went over this. Like,
that's not true.
When I'm in the north, I live in Iceland, so I'm in the north, and the sun is in the south. I don't see it circling around me, buddy.
No, I'm not asking about whether it circles around you. I'm asking whether it circles around the North Pole.
Well, we can see it do so for 3 months of the year, but for another 3 months...
I live really near the North Pole. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so if you believe that the Earth is flat, then you have to believe that the sun is traveling in a circular path around the North Pole.
No.
You don't have to believe that. So the sun travels straight
dude.
part of the time and circular another part of the time.
Dude, we're just it does, like we've said about 3-4 times. We're just going to be concentrating on what we observe. Doesn't matter if it's a flat or whatever. Just concentrating on what we see.
Here?
And then when you turn around and tell us, well, we must believe that the sun is doing one circle around the north, when we spent 10 minutes talking about it doing in the fucking south.
Well, yeah. So
I have a lack of a belief, buddy.
This is the gist of my question, really. So, based on direct observations, are you guys saying that the sun travels in one direction some of the time and in another direction other times?
What does the observation show?
Well, based on direct observations, the Earth must be round and rotating.
No. What does the observation show? What are we looking at?
We're looking at this. We're looking at the sun being in a fixed location in the sky and the Earth rotating around it.
Dude, I'm asking you what we've actually observed. When we've gone to these locations, we've observed the sun doing apparently 2 different things. You are kind of trying to shoehorn an explanation when I've asked not for one. I've asked for a description of what we see, not an explanation of why we see it.
Okay, yeah, oh, great. Okay, so if you live near the equator, then on the equinoxes, which is like May 21st and September 21st, around those times, the sun appears to travel perpendicular to the ground. It means it has no curve in the path that it takes. So my question to you is, if the sun is rotating around a planar Earth, then how could it travel perpendicular to the ground ever?
You are I'm sorry.
I got it for him. It's an optical. It's an optical effect. That's like a rainbow or something along those lines. It's not a physical thing that's in the sky that you could go to and touch.
I was going to say he's determined the consequence.
Yeah, it's exactly as it appears to do. Exactly what you see it do is exactly what it does. And adding anything else to that just brings you further into some sort of meth field symposium where you start asking malformed questions rather than think about what are you observing.
Okay, I can work with that. So according to you, if you live in Iceland, the sun travels on a curved path. But if you live on the equator, then the sun travels on a straight path. Is that what you're claiming?
What are you talking about, curved path?
Well, if you live in Iceland, then every time you track the sun through the sky, it is always setting or rising at an angle to the ground. It is never straight up and down. But if you live on the equator, then the sun does.
Straight in a circle around me. What are you talking about?
If you live on the equator, then the sun does rise and set perpendicular to the ground.
I know.
So
and while I'm watching it appear to go in a circle, they're watching it go straight overhead.
Right. So the sun's path changes based on where you are on Earth?
No, what you see as the sun, your perspective of the sun, changes based on your location.
How does that make any sense? We're both looking at the same thing.
We've just been speaking about it for the last half hour.
May I ask a clarifying question? Well, 2 clarifying questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. First question, what exactly are we talking about? Like, we're talking about a certain object that's doing a certain behavior, right? Okay, so...
Yeah, it's the big, bright, shiny thing in the sky. Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, the sun. Okay. So, first clarifying question is, we're talking about the sun. And my second clarifying question is, what is the sun?
That's irrelevant. It is the thing that is emitting light. That's all we need to know.
It's the thing we're talking about, so how is, knowing the properties of this thing irrelevant?
It's totally irrelevant. It's just the thing that is lighting up the sky. That's all we need to know.
Yeah, but what is it?
Yeah, how does it function?
He's scared about it.
It is a thing that is emitting light. That's all we need to know.
So you're claiming that, but how can we verify it's a thing that's emitting light?
I mean, I appreciate you trying to derail the conversation, but all we need to know is that this thing is emitting light. That's it. And we can see the light.
Okay,
right?
let me address this.
Yeah, you can see light.
Earlier, earlier he said that the only way this light we can observe this light doing this is because the ground is a spinning globe, right? He said something like that. So
No.
he's already...
I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth right now. All I'm talking about is what we observe the sun doing.
You say earlier about your conclusion about the cause of the effect of the observed light in the sky. You said
I'm not talking about any conclusions. All I'm talking about is what we observe. We watch the sun move in a particular
earlier
path.
You said something. Don't make me go to
do you believe the Earth is a ball? Do you believe that the Earth is a sphere?
We watch the sun move through a particular path through the sky. And depending on where you are on the Earth, that path seems to be different. So my question to you is, if we are all on a flat Earth, then how is it possible for us to have different observations
that's the missing variable. That is the unknown that is in place because you don't know you don't know the mechanisms that operate the sun, the cause of the effect. You don't know the medium that the sun is in. You don't know what the sun is made of.
We don't know any of that.
You don't know what the sun is made of. The medium between you and it. You don't know the medium that is in.
I completely agree.
You're missing a bunch of variables.
I totally agree.
You're going to have to check and verify to be able to determine what will be the cause of the effect that you observe.
I completely agree with you. All we have are what we observe the sun to do. That's all we have.
So you have unknowns as well. Will you agree that you have unknowns as well? You have things that are not unknown.
So people that live on the equator see the sun travel in a straight path on the equinoxes.
Yeah, you already said that, buddy. You already said that. Stop repeating yourself, for the love of fucking God. Stop repeating yourself, please.
People who live in Iceland never see the sun travel.
Oh my dear fucking God. Hey, buddy, do you know how many... All right, hey, buddy. All right, so you've already had plenty of time.
Why?
You've already had plenty... Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, seriously, shut the fuck up.
Explain why.
You want a story?
Yeah, you want a bedtime story? You want a fairy tale?
Flat, explain how this is possible. Go.
You want stories. That's what you want, right?
I want an explanation for how this is possible, buddy. Go.
Yeah,
He's spiraling now, dude.
Explanation is a story.
Yeah, I just gave him one. I just said.
Can you not explain it? If you can't explain it,
just like the
then your worldview
you're not listening. Shut up.
fails.
You're not listening. Just like a rainbow. Here's the explanation. Okay, listen to every word. Add no word. Change no word. Remove no word. This is your explanation that you want. It's a optical effect similar to a rainbow.
So the people who watch
You
the
added
sun
a word.
every
You added
day,
a word.
they're watching a
Illusion.
magic trick.
Don't add.
That's your
You
explanation.
added another word. Magic trick. Optical effect.
It's an optical effect. They're not looking at the actual sun.
No word.
They're looking at an optical effect. It's an optical effect.
That's your explanation.
That is your explanation.
According to your mainstream, that's exactly what's going on as well. What are you talking about?
That's the best part. You read back the same thing in the Globe answer, and they'll argue against it because such a low education level. They don't even know what they're
According to my worldview, the sun is fixed in the sky and the earth is rotating, which gives us the perception that we have of it traveling in different paths based on where you are on the earth.
Which is gonna have you.
Are you actually looking, according to your worldview? Are you actually looking at the sun?
Yes, you are actually looking at the thing that is emitting light in the sky.
No, you're looking at the apparent sun. You're never ever looking at the exact sun because it's always somewhere else by the time the light gets to you.
Right. It is 8 minutes
the optical
in the past of where we are seeing it right now.
Is magic.
Yeah, so are you saying that the sun takes a different path based on where you are on Earth? Is that what you're claiming?
Is it taking a different path, or you see the apparent sun in different locations because depending on where you're? Because if you go to time and date,
that's what I'm asking you.
If you go to
the sun
time
take
and date,
a different path based on where you are on Earth?
If you go in time and date and you change your location, the sun looks at it in a different location, but depending on at the exact same time, can be in different locations, but depending on the latitude that you're in.
Cool. So the sun takes a different path based on where you are on Earth. That is your claim.
You're seeing an apparent sun. You don't see the actual sun.
What does he mean by taking a different path?
Yeah, I don't know what he means by that.
Oh, I'll explain. So if you live near the equator, then you can observe the sun travel perpendicular to the ground near the equinoxes. But if you live close to the poles, like in Iceland, for example, you will never see the sun do this.
Nope. You will actually see the sun, it rises and goes to the side, up in an angle, and then when it reaches its highest point on one side, then it starts falling back down until it reaches the other side, and then it starts rising back up. So it's not going in any curves.
You just said it rises at an angle from the ground.
Wait a second. First off, the sun doesn't rise or set regardless of what your worldview is. Rhetorical. Second off, if you're in South Africa and you get up in the morning, before the sun is visible in the sky, because you said the sun is what causes light, but I wanted to mention earlier how it's funny because there's many times during the day in any 24-hour period for anyone where you can go outside and you can have daylight without the sun being visible in the sky. Second off, if you're in South Africa, if you're in Cape Town, if you're in Perth, if you're in Boston, if you're in Baton Rouge, if you're in Bangkok or Moscow, when you get up in the morning and you see the sun appearing through your sky, in the sky, and you stay out there and watch the sun the day, what direction is the sun moving for all those individuals in all those different cities?
That's exactly my question. My question to you is, shouldn't the sun always be rising or setting at an angle to the ground?
No, I didn't say anything about an angle to the ground. Well, first off, you need a flat earth for that angle to the ground. But second off, the sun's moving from the east to the west for everyone at all times. Granted, some weird shit happens in Iceland and Finland and Norway and Sweden and Nome.
in Antarctica, right? As the final experiment proved.
Well, wait a second. Where is Antarctica?
Antarctica is the near the South Pole of the Earth.
The South what? What is that?
we were talking about like the surface of the Earth, or is it just talking about the sun? Is that what
when you
we're
pull
doing
out
now?
your compass, right?
Holy crap, bro! Backslash got this, bro.
Antarctica is where it would send you.
Well, wait a second. When I pull out my compass, what direction does do you have a compass that points in a different direction than my compass? I'm confused.
So the compass needle points north, right?
Or for just me? Do you? Because you said
for both of us.
Before you guys move on, do you remember that you were saying, "Oh, this might be magic"? No, but listen, there's something called Snell's window, right? That you can see a circular path. Even if you're when fish are on the water, they can see a circle of the horizon, right? The horizontal line. When they look from the water and they look above the water, they're looking out to the outside, to the air. They see a circle of the horizon around them. So when they look at the sun going across the sky, they see it basically doing a circle around there. So there is optical effects, not necessarily magic, that can cause. I mean, if you're speculating right earlier that this phenomena we observing because we live on a globe or whatever, right? We can go the other way and speculate that if refraction, if you are in this medium and then the sun is in another medium and there is a barrier between this medium and the other, what you're looking, the phenomena that you're looking at is refracting, and therefore you're observing this phenomena that you can see all of these effects. I mean, I can say refraction, Snell's window, and it's going to be as valid or more valid than the nonsensical claim that you claim of the globe and the spinning water ball that doesn't exist in reality.
Okay, great. So I have to go, but I'm going to leave the panel with this question. On a flat Earth worldview, should the sun ever travel in a straight line? You can think about that for yourselves. Have a good night, guys.
You don't know what the sun is.
Run away, coward. Run away. You're a coward.
Well, wait a second. I mean, like I said, for me personally, when I see the sun make its first appearance in the morning at the east and goes to the west, it's taking a straight path over my head.
Look, Snell's window.
It's not actually curving. And Snell's window only applies underwater.
Yeah, dude. That's our perspective. That's the perspective on the water. But remember, like we're talking about the sun, that you don't know what the medium that is in, and you don't know the phenomena that might be causing. So it's something that can happen between two mediums, and you being the fish in this water, or the sun being the fish up in that water, right? And the barrier in between. This phenomena can be happening at that circle that you observe. You can say refraction. I mean, if we want to speculate like he was doing and coming to a conclusion about the observed phenomena, you can establish certain optical phenomena that can cause that effect based on certain laws of perspective, like or phenomena called Snell's law.
Sure. In order to even have refraction, you have to have two separate mediums, light passing between two mediums, and those two mediums have to be divided by a hard boundary.
So there you go. You are in a medium, the sun is in another medium, and there's a barrier between those two mediums. That's a possibility.
Yeah, but we're talking about an object being in the medium, but we don't even know what this object is, and that object is. Right now, we're all calling it the sun.
Yes, but remember, he said, you guys believe it's magic, and it can only be because you live in a globe, but there's other variables, other possibilities that can be demonstrated from the realist level that this phenomena happens, where you can see this circular path when it's not actually going in a circular path. You can observe this happening as an optical phenomenon.
Well, with the exception of the guy in Iceland who even expounded on his point that it's not actually making a circle, nobody else that I know of in here sees the sun for 24 straight hours a day for X amount of weeks. Iceland guy certainly does. and it's been documented, whatever, that's fair. But we're talking about something doing something, but the something that we're talking about, we don't even know what the hell it is.
We know that already. Yeah, that we know that.
Right. And what did that guy say? He goes, well, Flat Earth says that the sun makes a circular path. It doesn't do that. So therefore, your model's wrong. Blah, blah. He didn't say model. He was smart enough not to say that. But that's what we should have. Okay, so what do you think the sun is? And he's going to tell us. It's a big ball of hydrogen.
Consider Snell's window, also called Snell's circle or optical manhole, is a phenomena by which an underwater viewer sees everything above the surface through a cone of light. So we're talking about the light, the sun, right? And doing this whatever phenomena. I mean, there's other possibilities, not just the globe. That's what I'm trying to say. That's it. Yeah. He's gone anyways. We can move on.
That's fine. The bottom line is none of us have a claim to what the sun is. The Glober that just left, he absolutely has a claim for what the sun is. Could have walked through that with him, but like I said, he left for a reason. He didn't want to go through that. Yeah, the sun is. It's
I was saying that he doesn't even have a claim. He doesn't even have a claim because a claim will be like, your father left you land and you can claim the land, or you have some type of claim towards something based on reality, but he's just making an assertion without any basis. That, the only reason we observe this is because Earth is globe in a vacuum, and that's why we see the sun doing what it does. But there are other variables, opticals, and like I said, Snell's window is an example of this phenomena, optical phenomena happening or similar. Well, I don't think we have the whole picture or the whole thing, but the globe fantasy is not the option. So he cannot just make that baseless assertion saying it is a claim that has any merit, because it doesn't.
Oh, the sun's just a natural ball of plasma. It's made out of helium, made out of hydrogen, and it burns forever. But all this plasma takes the shape of a sphere. Oh, okay. Where's the sun located? Not in the vacuum of space. What's
you see how he didn't want to invert what actually you brought up, and obviously we brought it up, that he was able to come to a conclusion of, oh, it has to be because globe. But then when you say, but bro, you don't know what the sun is, you don't know what the meter, that stuff. And no, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Yeah, he doesn't want to go the other way. He just wanted to. He want to make it to the bridge. He wants to cross the bridge without walking towards it, without even building the bridge. He wants to cross the bridge without making it to the bridge or even having a bridge in the first place.
He said the sun causes light, and that's something that I thought was hilarious, because I'm like, has this dude never heard of twilight before? Because there's plenty of light when there's no sun visible. Just me. The thing is, though, I can go up 10,000 feet. I can go up into an airplane and hover right above my location. Guess what? No sun, but there's light. So, whatever, dude. The sun brings light. Okay.
No, but he was discarding. I don't need to know certain variables to come to a conclusion. It's kind of silly. Obviously, he's just another of those guys making that assertion.
You never been in the kitchen and somebody left the bedroom light on, but it lit up part of the kitchen? Does that mean that the light in the bedroom wasn't lighting up your kitchen? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
So
the thing
the
is,
point is-
I could leave. I could leave my bedroom and go, hey, look, the hallway light's on. Let me shut that off and make it a little darker in here. So,
okay, dude.
Are you saying? So if
what I'm saying is your point wasn't really a point. That's what I'm trying to say. But why would you make claims
that we can't even touch?
There you go. There you go. Nor can you validate. So why would you start making things that you can't validate?
All I know is there's light. Even biblically speaking, the light existed well before the sun. The sun wasn't until like the third day.
Right. So if you wanted to put that as a pressing question to the person making the positive claim, how would you do it?
Say that again?
Okay, you're trying to press the person making the positive claim, right, without making erroneous positive claims yourself, as an attempt to debunk his claim, which is his burden to prove. But you don't have to make counterclaims. You just have to have him parse out his proof for his claim, right?
Yeah, and his claim was sun equals light. Like, if there's no sun, there's no light, but that's...
Did he say if there's no sun, there's no light? Did he say that?
Yeah, he said sun causes daylight.
Okay. Okay, but is that the same as saying if there's no sun, there's no light?
No, you're right. That's not fair. His claim was sun causes daylight. But there's daylight when there's no sun. So, I mean, okay.
Right, so then what question would you ask him? Like, to parse it out for him to make him realize he has another burden to bear. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, what is the sun? You're claiming that this certain object takes certain paths and has certain properties to it that causes certain effects.
No.
Reality. So
just about the daylight, dude. Just about the daylight.
Well, yeah, but he was saying sun equals day. Like, you can't have daylight without sun.
All right, so what question would you ask him to help him realize his mistake?
Why would I have to ask him a question when it's his own fallacy? We have daylight because
you either have to listen, dude. You either have to. Okay, cool. You either have to explain to him his fallacy or ask him a parking question. Like, those are your options. Or you can make a counterclaim, which you shouldn't do.
Or I could, the first option that you just said, point out his fallacy, which is a begging the question fallacy, in the form of the sun equals daylight because the sun exists. We have daylight because the sun exists. I said it better a minute ago. Hold on.
Right. So if you actually wanted him to think about it more than that, what kind of question could you ask him?
Yeah, but why do I have to like dissect his mind on why he came up with the fallacy as an appropriate response to anything that anyone?
Right, it's not about dissecting his mind, dude.
Yeah, but he's the one that's he's the one that's engaging.
Hey, bro, Vax. In case you didn't know, I'm asking you. Okay, I'm here. You're here. I'm asking you. What question could you ask him? It's a hypothetical, dude. He's irrelevant at this point. It's what question could you ask him? Is there any? Could you think of any?
It's a good point.
We already settled the pointing out that it's logically fallacious. That's one track. Now we're on the other track where you ask a parsing question that's like insightful and makes him realize that he still has a burden to bear.
Well, it's obvious he still has the burden to bear because his rebuttal was fallacious. Like he just put down a fallacy card and goes, "This is what I'm using. I'm using this fallacy." Why do I have to ask him questions?
We already settled that. Nobody said you had to, dude. Hey, bro, try to follow along. Nobody said you had to. Somebody asked you, that being me, what kind of question could you ask him? You could say, I don't know, or I don't feel like talking about that. But it's like, no one's insinuating that you're obligated to do it this way. I'm just asking you a question, dude.
Well, I mean, I could ask him a million things, like why does my cat make French toast? I don't know.
No, dude. Parsing questions about what he's talking about, that's a non sequitur, exactly. Thank you.
But he's already made a fallacy, so why are we going to...
I don't care. We already both agreed with that. For the love of God, can you think on your feet, dude?
Okay, so the dude makes an obvious fallacy, and we have to delve into...
We already agreed.
He made the fallacy.
We already agreed to that, dude. I'm asking you, is there any types of questions you could ask him to progress further along the other track? We already settled the fallacy track. Okay, we agreed on that. That's on the shelf right now. Now we're talking about the other track, and I'm asking you about it. Are you having trouble?
So he made a claim about the sun. The sun equals daylight. Okay, so we're there. That's the fallacy.
Okay, yeah.
All right, random no-name Glover, whatever your name was. What is the sun? Oh, what do I have to tell you what the sun is?
Dude, no, his claim isn't about what the sun is. So asking him what the sun is also non sequitur.
No, he's asking questions directly related to the sun's behavior. If he's talking about the behavior of an object, why is he not talking about that object? Which he claims was caused by...
Listen, his claim is a conclusion based on the observation of what the sun is doing. So he already has a conclusion based on what he saw.
Yeah, we're talking about daylight. Right? The claim he made was the daylight comes from the sun, right? That was his claim?
Okay, that's the one you were talking about. Okay, so what's next?
Yeah. So I asked Vaxwax if he could tell me a question that he could ask this person that would help him parse it out. Like a Socratic method questioning about his claim.
What will be that question?
I'm asking Vaxwax to see if he can figure it out.
Oh, so this is all about if I'm following...
I don't think he can. Can you tell us? Because I can't either. I think you can.
Well, no. What he's saying is, okay.
No, you can. You've been 3 minutes. You've been 5 minutes. You're not being able to say the question. So let's have it. I don't know.
Now I get what AI is doing, though. Okay, it's fine.
But you get it. So make the question. Go ahead then.
Yeah. So a simple one. There's many, but a simple one could be: how do you know that all the daylight?
I think Vex want to try it again.
Yeah, but Gemsy is sick of listening to Vaxwax waffle. He wants some pancakes.
You have to mess it up, Elbow. Come on. F you.
So a simple one would be, we definitely see sunlight, right? We definitely see daylight. How do you know all the daylight is from the sun? How did you validate that? Something along those lines. Something as simple as that.
Yeah, did I not say? Wait a second. Did I not ask this dude if twilight exists? Because I see light, I see daylight without the sun ever being present.
Right. So you screwed up because now you're making a claim, dude.
Oh, okay. So wait a second. So I'm making a claim that we can have daylight without the sun being physically visible for you.
Yeah, but you don't understand that you're now accepting a burden of proof. So now he can start questioning you Socratically on what you're claiming. And look, there's no rhyme or reason, dude. It's not a science. Like, there's no script that you have to follow. But I'm just pointing out to you that by talking about it in the manner in which you did, you took the burden onto yourself.
Okay, so what was my burden?
To prove the exclusion. He could have started parsing it out on you and asking you the questions. I'm not saying that wouldn't be valuable, but like, you don't have to do it that way, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, wait a second. No, he said sunlight only exists because the sun exists. But he has no idea what the sun is. And daylight, which is completely different, exists without the sun being visible for anybody that's experiencing that twilight.
Vax, you're not
So
getting
I don't
the
understand.
point. Vax, you're not getting the point. I am equally guilty of this. I oftentimes give them claims where I don't need to do that. Like, he's just pointing out that you don't need to do that when you can just ask them questions and detonate their stuff within their own paradigm. You don't need to posit a claim.
Wait a second. How is twilight a claim? You can go outside 3 hours before the sun rises, and it's going to be, well, maybe not 3 hours before the sun rises.
Yeah, I'll do it for you right now. I'll do it for you, brother. Yeah, I'll do it for you. I demonstrated how it is a problem by showing you that a light from the bedroom can illuminate the kitchen, but it's coming from the bedroom. So if I then say, well, I can't see the light bulb in the bedroom, therefore this is not coming from the light bulb in the bedroom, that would be erroneous. So with one parsing question of, well, how do you know that twilight light didn't come from the sun? You, Vaxwax, wouldn't be able to answer how you'd know that.
Well, wait a second. I'm not equating the sun to a light bulb either.
Wow.
Okay, so it all comes back to we're arguing about the sun. He was arguing about the sun's path. He said,
you can't prove. Here's the point, bro. Bro, you can't prove the exclusion. Vax. You do not have the ability to prove the exclusion. You don't.
The exclusion to what? The exclusion to what?
The exclusion that twilight isn't originating from the sun.
What is the sun, AI?
Wow, dude. It's irrelevant.
Bro, Vax, you're already the one who was saying the sun is not like a light bulb, so you... Bro, calm down. You're saying the sun is not like a light bulb, and so you're giving it features. You now have a claim about the sun.
Yeah, so here, let's settle this, Vaxwax, because we're not going to waffle with you for the next 2 hours. Okay, prove that twilight, the light in during twilight doesn't come from the sun. Prove that. Go ahead.
Why would I prove that something doesn't happen?
All right. Okay, when you figure out how to prove that, you can speak in this forum again. Or you can recognize your error and apologize for making us all suffer through it.
Yeah, I think there's a good point on this. There's a lesson to be learned, actually, and because if Vasquez is saying twilight can be caused by something else, I mean, you will have to provide evidence for that. So just if you cannot provide the evidence, just don't say it. But then he's going and saying, "What is the sun?" But that's a different question. That's something else. That's
Yeah, so for example, like the person comes over to your house and they're in the kitchen, and the kitchen is partially illuminated to where you can see, similar to Twilight, right? And you tell them, oh, this light is coming from the bedroom. And he says, no, it isn't, because I can't see the light bulb in the bedroom. Therefore, it's not coming from the bedroom. And then homeboy asks him, oh, can you prove that? And then he punks his friend out. You see how that works?
Yeah. I get it. Yeah,
Wax is adopting an unnecessary burden of proof that can be exploited by his argumentative opponent.
This is true.
Rather than press the opponent on his burden. So you know how we accuse Globers all the time of shifting the burden of proof? Wax was taking the burden of proof and slathering it on his body like bacon grease.
Oh, this is true. Yeah, and then asking, what is this? I mean, yeah, because the thing is, the fallacious reasoning of the Glober, you want to attack it where they have to carry the burden of the claim they're making. That's why you want to keep it there. You don't want to take their cross and carry it yourself. That's what you're trying to say. You don't want to take the burden.
Yeah, exactly. Don't take unnecessary burdens.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's just
Now, do bear in mind, though, like argumentation sometimes is an art, not a science. You can't get it right every time. You're going to make mistakes. You see that sweet bacon grease I put in the chat? I ain't never seen that before in my life, dude. You could buy a tub of bacon grease. Oh, man.
Did the guy, is that affirming the consequence? When he said it doesn't matter what the sun is, whatever, right? Because Bass was asking, and even I wanted to ask him. I wanted to tell him that he doesn't know what the sun is, the medium, whatever, the cause of the effect. He doesn't have that established. So how he can come to the conclusion that the only reason that he's observing this phenomena is the consequence that he affirmed, which is, the Earth being a globe or whatever spinning, that is the cause of the effect. He was coming to that conclusion without, I don't know.
Yeah. If he phrased it formally, like if Earth is a globe, we would see the sun do this. We see the sun do this. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. It would be an affirming the consequent.
That's what that guy did. He was trying to do, and he did that 2 times.
Well, he's asking for any explanation. You give him an explanation. He says that is an explanation, and it's not an explanation. And then he asks for an explanation again. You're like, wow.
All right, check us out. So now that we've all talked about it in a calm, even-keeled tone, let's see if Wax learned anything. Hopefully he did. Oops. All right, go ahead.
No, I'm here. What's the difference between a affirming the consequent and a begging the question fallacy?
Affirming the consequent is a formal logical fallacy that has a certain structure, and it's an error in the structure of the argument. A begging the question fallacy has the conclusion in the premises. So affirming the consequent is technically also begging the question, but you're highlighting the issue with the format.
Like asking somebody how long have they been beating their wife.
Mm.
You see the difference there?
No, it was how long has it been? The classic version is how long has it been since you stopped beating your wife?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So that's a begging the question, and then begging the question, and then affirming the consequent is more formal, like you beat your wife because your wife has bruises. Your wife has bruises, therefore you beat your wife. But actually, she really just played rugby,
or she fell down the stairs. Like she got,
like actually fell down the stairs.
Yeah. damn, that's like the third week in the row your wife fell down the stairs.
She was taking the trash out and she slipped on the ice.
Right, but in the argument play, Vex, we want you to notice that you accepted a burden that you didn't need.
Which is what?
Well, were you listening to when we spoke, or were you just tuning this out?
No, I mean, I was listening, but okay, so he said that's the sun causes daylight.
Right, and then you mentioned twilight. I see twilight, but I don't see a sun, and I asked you a very insightful, pressing question, and that question was, prove that twilight... No, wrong. Prove that twilight... No. See, dude, what is wrong with you? Like, you got a real problem, dude. Think about it. I'm trying to tell you what the question is. You won't even let me tell you what it is. You're trying to tell me what it is, and you're screwing it up. Why don't you just let me tell you?
Because AI, we have to pretend that the sun is a gigantic ball of plastic.
All right, but Vax, I'm going to give you another chance, okay? So you can stay on mute. Hopefully you stop talking so you can listen to the question. Here's the question. You said and insinuated and pressed that twilight has some relevance on excluding his claim that light comes from the sun, right?
He dropped out.
Of course.
I think that's for the best.
Well, yeah, we all got it, and the audience got it, so that's all that matters.
Still, since the Globers are not here and we don't have to talk to them, we can talk between us. Oh, someone joined. Whoever joined.
All right, let's unmute him so he knows that he's here. Oh, dang it. All right. Vax, you ready to hear the question yet or what?
Oh, shit, dude, my phone was geeking out. I was about to close out the app. I didn't realize I jumped back in the room. It froze on me.
All right. Now, chill out for a second so I can say the question. All right. Question is, can you prove that the light available to your eyes at twilight didn't come from the sun? Can you prove that?
AI, I will ask you, what is the sun?
That's something totally different, dude.
So what the sun is irrelevant. What I asked you was a question that, can you prove that the light available at twilight to your eyes did not come from the sun? Can you prove that? A simple yes or no, dude.
Well, hold on. Can you prove that it is coming from the sun?
Dude, see, here's the problem. Now you're starting to get it, dude. That's the question you should have asked the guy in the first place. Instead, you accepted a position that opens you up to being asked, can you prove whether it's coming from the sun, dude?
I already pointed out his fallacious reasoning with his question, dude.
Yeah, pointed out his fallacious reasoning, and then you adopted a burden of proof that you couldn't possibly bear.
And again, I ask, what is the burden of proof that I can't bear?
Oh, fuck, dude. Look, I don't know how hard it is for you, bro. I mean, I do realize that you're, you suffer from.
What claim did I make? Yeah,
24/7 long.
What claim did I make?
I want to make a claim.
Do it.
Unless anybody want to.
I dare you.
No, I was maybe whoever, AI or Drace or Elbow. So forget about the globe, forget about the globers, right? We are in the medium in a contained environment. Between this medium and the mediums above, there might be a barrier, the container. So if the phenomena that we look in across these mediums and these barriers, the sun, aren't those the conditions for the phenomena we call refraction? Medium here, medium there, barrier between, refraction.
Nope. Sorry. Not.
No. What's missing? What is missing for the refraction?
It sounds like you need to have the burden of proof of where the sun is.
Wait, I didn't ask you, Wax. I didn't want to hear it from you.
He's not even talking about the sun.
Wasn't he just talking about the sun causing refraction?
No, the sun causing refraction. That wasn't I didn't say the sun is causing refraction. I never said that.
All right, sorry, Jemsy. It was so low I had to turn you up. So can you say it one more time?
Okay. Forget about the globe paradigm. Okay. We're talking about what I comprehend about refraction. There's two mediums, and there is a barrier between those two mediums. So we in this medium, looking up towards, let's say there's a medium up there, and we are in a contained environment. So between our medium, there is a container or a barrier, and then the medium above. Are those conditions? Is there some criteria there that, well, there is a refracting effect that might be causing the observation of of the sun? The sun is in a medium, we are in a medium, and there is a barrier in between. Refraction.
Well, you already answered your own question by parsing out refraction as requiring barrier between two mediums. Describe the situation that met the criteria. So the answer would obviously be yes, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Obviously, I cannot verify that the sun is in another medium outside of our medium, so then that might be a possibility. Because we observing the phenomena that can be some type of optical effect, like in Snell's law, that will be a refractive effect of some sort.
Yeah, but Snell's law is an application to a specific condition. It's not an exclusive. So the idea that Snell's law and refraction are synonymous and mutually exclusive to all other variable paths of light is actually false.
Okay,
yes, it's been the rhetoric for the past 7 years in this community, but it's wrong. It's just wrong. So Snell's law is derived from Fermat's principle, and Fermat's principle is based on the principle of least time. What that means is that light will take a path that takes the least amount of time from point A to point B, not the least amount of distance, not necessarily a straight path.
Okay.
Because light travels at different speeds, and when it's being refracted, has different speeds. But either way, if you remove refraction, you still end up with Fermat's principle, which is that light doesn't necessarily take a straight path. So the idea that light can't take a variable path within a single medium is actually false. I know that's going to ruffle some feathers for people that just heard that, but that's just the facts. We've been duped with rhetoric for years, and a lot of people didn't parse it out properly, but it's just wrong, and you can demonstrate it to be wrong. So, for example, if I go outside right now and I look over a hot car, right, are the things behind the car going to be in the same visual locations? The answer is no. They're not. If we go look at Skunk Bay time lapse, does everything go up and down, all wibbly wobbly? The answer is yes. Is air a single medium according to the previous definitions that some people parse out? The answer is yes. So we can see in one medium that light's being distorted and not necessarily taking a straight path to the eye. Right?
Yeah.
Does anyone agree?
I mean, that's what we see.
Exactly.
I mean, anytime anyone sees like a mirage or like any distortion, that's light changing its path through the air, right?
Well, it depends. Some mirages are from reflections and stuff like that. So it's not necessarily that it's taking a path after that instance.
So there's two types of mirage I'm just looking up right now. So it's kind of like, it's not reflecting off of the surface, it's actually reflecting off of the air, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, but there are ones where it appears like a ship is floating
upside down. Yeah.
You can see the ship. No, not upside down. Just floating above the water. But it's actually that the resolved water line is before the ship, and after that there still is water, but that portion of water is reflecting the color of the sky.
Yeah, I posted posting it looks like what you're referring to in the chat.
No, that's not what I'm, yeah, that's the one. There you go.
What year did Fermat's principle come out?
It was before Euler, so I think it was like 1760s.
1662.
Wow, that long ago.
Okay, so what year did Snell's law come out? Like, what? Snell's law is older by 50 years than Fermat's principle. So AI, you were incorrect.
I wasn't Googling AI, I was just going off the top of my head.
No. I'm talking about AI overlord. He was wrong. He said that Fermat's principle supersedes. No, he said Fermat's principle supersedes Snell's law, and it doesn't. Snell's law was original, and then Fermat's principle came after Snell's law. So
Right, no.
it is what it is.
No, but Fermat's principle gave the explanation of light always like looks for the path of least time.
AI just said that Fermat's principle comes prior to Snell's law, and then once Fermat's principle is established, then Snell's law comes out, but that's not true. Snell's law was like 60 years earlier than Fermat's principle.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, that's not how
it really isn't a big deal.
No, it absolutely is a big deal.
Why?
Oh my goodness, dude.
Because Fermat's principle is based off of Snell's law, and Snell's law of refraction is very clear of the prerequisites that are required for refraction to even take place.
You do know that Fermat's principle has a much larger scope than just optics. Like it can be used in classical mechanics as well.
Yeah, because there's many things. There might be multiple phenomena happening, and not just one or the other. There's many things happening, and then you can describe one as Snell's law and the other one as the other principle.
Dude, I'm gonna put it this simple: like, hey, bro, go get your citations. There you go.
Fermat's principle is based off of Snell's law. And
Yeah,
Snell's
go get
law
a
is very clear.
Yep. When you get a citation, come back.
Oh, like, what's his point? So Snell's law came before Fermat's principle. That's fine. Like,
well, he hasn't even proven that that's.
Yeah, Snell's law is discovered by Wilbur Snellius, 1621. Fermat's principle, 1662. So yeah, about 40 years. You can unmute him, just to get what his point was. So he was about to say what his point was.
Now, AI brought up these points because I was asking a question that we observed the sun doing certain things, and I was entertaining the idea that might be some of these effects that people call refraction or Snell's law or whatever, and AI was bringing other variables into his reply towards what I was asking about.
I mean, what do you mean? What things we observe? The sun's movement through the sky is pretty standard. It's pretty consistent.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that we are in a medium. The sun might be in another medium above, a different medium, and there could be we say there's a container, and there might be a container between us and the sun, or whatever separation between this medium and the other one. There might be some refracted effect that is happening, and that's why we see certain phenomena as the one that we see. And we don't have all the variables in place. I don't think so, but there is such a thing as refraction, whatever that means, and whatever multiple variables are causing that effect that we observe the sun doing. And I don't know.
Well, in order to know like the refractive properties of the medium the sun would be in, you would actually have to know the true movement and position of the sun in the sky, right? Because if you don't know the medium, let's say the container, what its refractive properties are, then you can't actually ascertain what the original position of the sun is.
You have to have certain things take place before refraction even becomes an option, buddy.
Yeah, you need to have two mediums and light.
What? Hold on. Two mediums and what?
And light.
And light. Citation, please.
What?
I'm just gonna mute. That is so fucking stupid. Citation that you're gonna need light for refraction of light. Oh my god, this guy's a waste of time.
Citation, like middle school science class. I don't know.
He thinks he's got a gotcha, but he's a retard.
No, I want to hear it.
Okay, all right, if you wish.
Who was that, heretic? Thanks, buddy. Okay, so
what's your favorite
citation that Snell's law invokes light? My fucking goodness, dude.
Did I say invokes light? No.
Yeah, from the Cambridge Dictionary. Right. Refraction, the fact light or sound being caused to change direction or to separate when it travels through water, glass, etc. So, yeah.
Water, glass, etc. Correct?
Yeah.
Water, glass, etc.
Yeah.
The light going through those, right?
Yeah.
What is water? If something is hitting the surface of water, does water have a hard surface?
No, it's a fluid.
Okay, so water's not an actual boundary between something. Gotcha. So what's the point of trap pipes when you have like that big U pipe under your sink? It's preventing all the gas from coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the gas hits a hard boundary of, because of the letter W. I'll wait.
Doesn't hit a hard boundary. It's just the air.
So water's not a hard boundary. Okay. So water's not a hard boundary.
No, it's not a hard boundary.
Okay, cool. Thanks for saying that twice.
Okay, so what is it?
What is your point?
Goose?
Yeah.
Well, no, Goose or whatever just said water's not a hard boundary. So I would like for him to expound on that.
Right. If water was a hard boundary, right, that would mean it would be something similar to a solid, correct? Because a hard boundary means it doesn't allow like anything to pass, right? But we can also see gases passing through water, right? It happens.
Wait a second. Well, a wooden door is a hard boundary, right? Can an axe pass through a wooden door?
Yeah, when you break the boundary. Like, what is your definition of a hard boundary? I don't know how you're using this definition.
Hold on. When you what the boundary? Say that one more time.
So, what's your definition of a hard boundary?
Did he get the citations for his position earlier?
I just gave him the definition of refraction. I don't know. He was asking about that, and now he's asking me like if water's a hard boundary. Like I don't even know what he means by hard boundary.
Yeah. Well, by the way, Snell wasn't the originator of the law of refraction. It was just after him, contemporaneously. Supposedly derived by Persians, hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of years prior. Moments in time don't
No,
necessarily.
you can just say hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, but the point is, I was trying to be emphasis for Vaxwack to understand that first in time doesn't mean first in hierarchy. Not how it works.
No.
Yeah. Because the path of least time, I mean, that would be the more fundamental point than the boundaries. The boundaries thing would be because of the path of least time, right?
The Glober says water isn't a hard boundary. The flat earther, I don't know what this guy's talking about. What do you mean by hard boundary, Vaxwax?
Yeah, so wouldn't Fermat's be the overriding principle there?
Yes.
It would be the underlying principle, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Snell's law is really just like an observational derivement. It just gives you the math to calculate, but it doesn't actually do anything to explain why light takes the path it does.
Yeah, it's because it's going to take the path of least time, so that's why you have Snell's law in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
I think, yeah, okay.
It also makes sense from like a conservation of energy, levels, because like light's always going to want to maintain its momentum and its energy, and like taking a longer path that takes more time would mean that the light would need more energy to pass through the medium. So taking the path of least time is the most conservative way of traveling through a medium.
Well, I already demonstrated that light can be redirected in a single medium, right? 100%. Like pretty much all of us have witnessed that in our lifetimes. If you call air a medium, right, you can go out to a lake, to a car, to a road even, and you can see light being redirected. You know it's redirected because objects that would otherwise be in one location in your field of view appear in a different location. Now you know they didn't physically move, so they optically move. And how they optically move is the light comes to your eye in a different angle than it otherwise would.
Does Vax know that?
I don't think he does, but maybe he does.
Yeah, it's just a mirage. It's because when, like, especially the picture that was posted, like with the road, with the cars, they look like they're floating above the road. It's because like the road, like asphalt, gets really, really hot, especially during the summer. And so the air directly above the road is like scorching hot. But if you go up even a few feet, the air cools down significantly. And so it's still the same medium, but since it's a gas, you'll have different densities of the air very close together. It will be a very sudden change in density, which you wouldn't normally expect under, more, what do you call it, average temperatures. And so that's why you get the warping effect. It's because the light, even though it's passing through the same medium, it's like you'll have like different sections which are hotter or denser and sections that are colder, and like that causes being issues.
That being said, somebody asked, they wonder if the other guy knew that was actually an effect that occurred in reality. Let's see if he can answer to that. All right, Pat, do you understand that? That the redirection of the path of light occurs in a single medium? Mm-hmm. Holy crap.
Yeah, in regards to Snell's law, well, first off, can anyone quote Snell's law for me?
Yeah.
So first off, you're just going to ignore the question that you were taken off mute to answer.
Yeah, so you have the refractive index, and so you have n1 sine theta is equal to n2 sine theta 2.
Yep. So now, Vax, now that he told you the answer, we're going to unmute you to answer the question we want you to answer, because we're trying to develop a conversation here, not listen to somebody, just vomit a script all over the room. Okay, you actually have to be present as a human being that can actually respond to conversation. Otherwise, we'll just get a recording of you, and then you don't need to be here anymore. For the love of God, can you answer the question?
Yeah, well, thank you for dehumanizing me, AI. That's cool. The refractive index, according to what? Snell's law, right?
Yeah.
And that requires. Am I muted again?
I have to put you on mute again. All right, pay attention, bro. We just wanted to know if you know, seeing as how you think air is one medium, that's fine. Let's say that's the case.
So you calculate the refractive index. Sorry, just to cut you off, by taking the velocity of light in a vacuum, so c, and you divide it by the velocity of light in.
Hey, Goose, I don't mute someone so I can have the mic so that you can have the mic. Make sense? So I'm going to unmute you, Goose, because I trust that you're actually more confident and back so that you can actually keep your mouth shut on top of it, okay?
Sorry, my bad.
All right, so the question is that we all agreed that we've all seen these phenomena where in the air we see the displacement of object from the normal physical position. We know we're in the same vantage point. We know that the only thing that must have changed is something optical. So light has taken a variable path, not necessarily a straight path to us. We can validate this by putting a known surface in between us and an object far away, and we can see the distortive effects as the light passes through a condition within the same medium that's altered, for example, simply by heat, such as with the distortive effects off the hood of a car or a hot road or total, like that. So we're just asking if you've witnessed any of that. That's a very simple question. For the love of God, try to answer that question. Go ahead.
Am I going to get muted? I'm good, right? Yeah, okay. So let's see. Snell's law fundamentally describes the behavior.
All right, dude. So you're simple directions, dude. We don't want to unmute you to listen to you parrot some script or talk about something else, dude. I'm unmuting you to answer the question I'm asking you. I still believe it. So I'm going to unmute you, and you're going to answer me whether you're going to answer my question or not. If you're going to just go into some script and not even answer me, to say, F you, I'm not going to answer your question, or no, yes, I will answer your question. But if you just talk about Snell's law, dude, you're just getting muted. Full story. But if you want to talk about it, man, you want to talk about it, Crippen, we can, but we got to get this other bro's answer first, okay? We just chill for a little bit, Crippen, and then we'll get to you. All right, backslash, for the love of God, answer the question. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So Snell's law is a script. Gotcha.
All right, so you get a fan. You get a thumb of script. All right, Crippen, what's up, bro?
Okay, hello. So pretty much the whole thing is you don't know how the horizon works, obviously. Yeah. Do you know what? First, hold on. Let's start with this. What happens when a boat goes over the horizon?
When it goes to the horizon?
Over.
Over? Well, it depends on what you mean, because if you say the boat goes over the horizon, I'd ask, well, when did you ever see that happen?
When did I ever see that happen? Okay, so, well, you can be on the other side and see it. I mean, we obviously observe from a camera, right? I mean, when a boat goes over the horizon, it disappears. Right?
Well, okay, so whoa, there you go. Maybe you saw a boat disappear, but does that mean it went over a horizon?
Yes, correct.
How do you know it went over a horizon?
Because the Earth is that proves that the Earth is curved.
Okay, but I didn't say that whether it proves or disproves the Earth is curved. I said, how did you know it went over a horizon?
Because the Earth is curved.
Okay, so what you have is, I know it went over a horizon because the Earth is curved. The Earth is curved because it went over a horizon. That's a circular tautology, dude.
Incorrect. That's a ad. Thing.
It's a what?
This is Joe, by the way, who you're talking to.
Hey,
he already admitted the Earth is flat by accident.
Hey Joe, if you have an iPhone 1, the original iPhone that has less resolution than your eye, the horizon is gonna be the boat is gonna disappear even closer than your own eyes. And then if you pull out the iPhone 13, you're gonna have 3 different horizons: the one in iPhone 1, the one from your eyes, and then the further horizon on the iPhone 13. There's 3 different horizons there. Is all of those horizons the globe?
Well, I was just going to say, if you want to continue with him, all you're going to get out of him is chanting. He'll eventually just resort to chanting, and obviously, when he's in a circular reason, he has no problem with that.
We move on to
we upgraded from wax wax to him. We upgraded. Or downgraded?
Oh man, that's actually a good point. It's like, did we upgrade or downgrade or both at the same time?
I would say from Vaxwest and to Joe, that's a downgrade, honestly.
Well, dude, Vaxwest was just like running a script. Like, he couldn't think on his feet. He couldn't even answer a question. So India, we asked him, hey, have you ever seen in your life, like when you're looking over the hood of a car at a tree or something, anything on the other side, and you see that when the light is coming at you above and below, it's okay, but the part that's passing through the hot part of the hood of the car, it's all distorted. Like, so light can be redirected in the same medium, and the only thing that's different is the heat right there. So he couldn't answer the question, dude. We kept on unmuting him for him to answer that question. Every time he's like, so Snell's law is derived from blah, blah, blah. And he was like, oh, so Snell's law is this, and oh, so Snell's law is that. It's like the dude was like script bricked or something. Everybody noticed how dishonest he was being, right?
Yeah.
I only heard like the end of it.
He absolutely couldn't deal with the question. No chance.
Because I only heard you say, now you're going to answer I'm going to unmute you for the purpose of answering the question. I actually jumped in to tell you, you might want to ask him what the question is, because I doubt he was listening.
Oh, he was saying Fermat's principle came out 40 years after Snell's law. Therefore, Fermat's principle isn't the overarching principle.
Yeah, he said it was the other way around.
So, using that logic, Newton is greater than Einstein?
Yep.
Well, using that logic, Epicurus is greater than Newton.
God, and there's someone must be greater than Epicurus, right?
Yeah, the worst part is
a caveman somewhere going like, ooga booga, down.
Yeah, the greatest scientist ever was making cave painting somewhere.
Yeah, the funny thing too is, like, look up with Snell's law. It's like Snell didn't invent it; he just is attributed to it. It came out, hundreds upon hundreds of years prior, and people were making lenses from it, using those principles.
So if it redirects at a boundary because of the principle of path of least time, then yeah, what you said, obviously it's the overarching principle.
I feel bad though because he thought I was trying to dehumanize him, but I was actually trying to humanize him.
Yeah, I know. He kept himself acting like a robot.
Exactly. I was like, Backslax, I want to hear you, brother. The thing behind your eyes, I want to hear that thing answer an actual question and not just hear the tape recorder.
Imagine the AI saying that to the human. What's going on here?
Yeah, can you imagine like you're talking to your AI girlfriend and the AI girlfriend's like, your responses are too formulaic, bereft of emotion or any spontaneity. You are clearly another AI.
Damn, I can't find the clip of Joe admitting the horizon is flat.
I'm trying to get some of these script Earth refraction knee-jerk responders I'm trying to get them to actually admit that they think that refraction is the only way light can be redirected. And so that would mean any redirection of light would be refraction, and then it would defeat their point that it's not refraction.
You can get them to say that, I guarantee it.
Dude, I almost got one of the alleged bigwigs to say it.
Man, I bet you I could get Professor Dave to say it.
Probably.
He's like it's like been the splinter in my mind. I posted that video where he was like, science denialism is out of control or some silly thing, and it's like someone needs to take this guy. Someone needs to freaking just expose him as an absolute pretender clown idiot he actually is.
I tagged you, India. I think it's that one, maybe. Tag.
Oh, I know how this all started, Indio.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the one, man. That's funny.
He's saying that AI made that clip. AI, did you make that clip? Kriplin is Joe is replying that you made it. AI clip.
It's just been embellished pictures from our live stream, which is what it looks like to me. Anyway.
At least he's admitting it's him now. He was denying it was him before.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get it done right now.
We're gonna Mr. Central's channel. One of the videos is Sunday afternoon with Sean Hawkins. Oh my God! Fucking no thanks.
Let's see if this guy will say it.
Oh, here we go.
cannot even answer a question, dude. Okay, which is harder? Sold one, no hit run, or the script? Holy crap, dude. Dude is brick, bro. Sorry, listening audience, but you can't hear what he's typing. Oh man. Oh man, he almost said it, bro. He almost said it. Ask him if the Snell's law requirements are not met, could light be redirected in a single medium? Listen, DJ, we got to talk a little bit. Otherwise, the YouTube audience is going to be bored.
No, it's just Faxwax isn't listening, is he? Faxwax, you listening to us, bro?
Bro, he knows that if he answers, he's screwed. That's why he's just retreating into the script even more.
He's so bricked. He doesn't even understand what a refractive index is. He thinks that that's only possible like if you have Snell's law present, like, or the conditions that Snell's law states present. Oh, that's crazy.
But no, I don't even care about that. I just want to know, is his condition that he said the only way light can be redirected? That's all I want to know. I mean, it's not even a hard question.
Yeah, he just won't answer any of these questions. I mean, it's so, like, if you have a balloon, it has a certain amount of gas particles in it, and then you cool down the balloon and it shrinks. You know, obviously those gas particles are going to be more condensed and it's going to have a higher refractive index. And then you warm up the balloon and it expands really big. Still the same amount of gas particles in the balloon, but now they're more spread apart because the temperature was changed. And now we have a lower refractive index. In nature, if we have some hot concrete or something like that, and the air just above the concrete is warmer, right? Then it's going to slowly cool down as you go up in altitude, right? And the gas particles are going to have a gradient, right? The refractive index is going to be a gradient and it's going to slowly change, you know? And that's essentially like different types of miraging effects, depending on the temperature differences within the one medium. It's so dumb, like, that he can't get that. And this exact same sources that he posts these Snell's law citations from have a separate section that explains this within a single meeting.
Yeah, and that's it. But my question is so simple because he could just answer, oh, well, of course, other light can be redirected other ways. For example, reflection. So this isn't about necessarily even about the argumentation he's making about Snell's law. All I'm demonstrating is just how scriptedly brick he is, that he can't even think for himself. Because if he thought for a minute to be like, wait a minute, of course refraction is not the only way light is, because there's at least one I know of, which is reflection. So I could answer reflection, and there I satisfied AI's answer. Just so for the slow kids in the back, the answer is no. Refraction is not the only way light can be redirected. That's how simple. Fax could just say no. Or he could offer an example like reflection. But he's so dumb, he's just going to keep scripting. Script. So I asked him again, is refraction under Snell's law the only way light can be redirected? He could answer no, because there's at least reflection. The light can be redirected by reflection, at least. So there's at least more than one way that light can be redirected. At least two. Oh, yeah. Let's see if he'll join again. I don't know why he has to bail. Awesome. Okay, you could take the Snell's law as a case-specific application. For example, you could say that Snell's law applies to refraction when these conditions are present. So whenever there's a discrete boundary with two different optically dense media, this law will apply, right? But then it won't apply when there's any other type of different situation. So for example, a non-different, then you couldn't apply that law. So you wouldn't get the same angles, right? So there's two ways of looking at how it applies. Backslash trying to say to be exclusive to all others, so that the only time refraction occurs is when the law of refraction can be present. Right? And even if that's true, that just means that you're titling this event, in this circumstance as refraction. Okay, what about all the other circumstances? The question is, if there are other circumstances, then the question is the law of refraction, Snell's law, and the conditions of Snell's law the only way light can be redirected? It's not a trick question. It's not a disingenuous question. It's a very valid question. Rather than simply answer that question, he just keeps harping back on Snell's law. When Snell's law applies, Snell's law applies. Well, we already know that. So when Snell's law doesn't apply, then what happens? Nothing or something? Waxwag, we're asking you, bro, can light be redirected by any other thing other than refraction under Snell's law? I mean, you can either say yes or no. You don't have to say, oh, refraction applies to Snell's law. I didn't ask that question. I said, is there other ways light can be redirected other than this instance? I mean, it's a simple yes or no. The fact that you can't answer it and you just keep rehashing a script, dude. You trying to accuse me of a script? I mean, good grief, dude. I've been asking you the same question. You literally can't answer it for some weird reason, which we pretty much all know the reason why. We're trying to get you to realize the reason why you can't answer it. Trying to help you out. So shock treatment. DJ, I'm giving him a hint. Why is it so hard to get people to answer questions? Have to ban this. Oh, oh. It's natural pride, because you can't. All right, DJ. finally had an epiphany, and he realized that if light's being redirected and it's not under the law of refraction, but it's still evidently being redirected, then the law of refraction doesn't apply. And therefore, saying it's not refraction under the law of refraction is a big waste of everyone's time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's like just not. It's not to do with what we're seeing when we're looking through a single medium. It's just like pointless. A pointless way to shut a conversation down, and then the globe earthers will just laugh in their faces when they say that if they know what they're talking about.
Yeah, so for example, hey, we're seeing this phenomenon through a single medium. Yeah, but you're not seeing it through two mediums, so it's not things that apply to two mediums. Definitely not that.
Exactly.
Oh, really? Like, because I didn't know that already. Wow. Anyway, I had to ban that because everyone that.
Oh yeah, it was just getting repetitive at that stage anyway.
Can't believe he couldn't be genuine enough to just answer if he ever saw what we described in his life. Like, oh yeah, guys, one time I saw that happening over my mom's boyfriend's ex-lover's nephew's car. It was like a Chevelle. And yeah, I totally saw like the beach ball that the other girl was holding on the other side was all wobbly. Like why can't you just be honest or something? I just don't get it, dude. It's like the script takes precedence above all humanity. And you know what, DJ? We could have just kept him muted to them that time. You fell for it, bro.
You cut out when you said that.
Said we fell for it.
What did we fall for?
When we muted him and he left, we should have banned him right then.
Ah, yeah. True.
Or just, resisted the urge to engage. Instead, we stopped attending the live stream, and then it got everybody left. And
True. Yeah, I didn't notice it did actually kill the chat, kill the VC.
That's what sucks about guys like him. It's like all he can do is just go on this ad nauseum repeat scripted cycle or below the door end the discussion. Those are the only two options. Ad infinitum retardation or end the discussion. Rather than just have like a mediumly retarded discussion that goes on, which would have been perfectly fine. What was that quote? Yeah, that quote was never go full retard. Medium retard is engaging for the audience, but full retard is just everybody shuts down. But that did add more evidence to my quiver of why script earthers are a big waste of everyone's time. Dude literally can't think for himself. Oh. Matthew, did you check out the eclipses thing yet?
What eclipses thing?
Sinusoidal shadow.
Oh
Oh, yeah, I thought about it. I don't think there's any problem in the heliocentric model.
Oh my goodness, dude! What a lame answer. I thought about it. I don't think there's a problem.
Oh,
Why
no,
is that?
I'm pretty good at thinking geometrically in 3 dimensions, and so the shadow that's cast is circular, and no matter what shape it lands on, it'll still appear circular if the camera or the eye is not far different from the direction of the light. I mean, if you were looking at the moon from the side during a lunar eclipse, the shadow would not look circular. But since we're looking at it from the Earth, it does.
All right, listen, I'll buy that you're convinced that that's the case.
I mean, it's simple 3D geometry.
Is that what we observe? A circle shadow on the moon? Is that the actual phenomena? You see a circle, you see a shadow, and that shadow is a circle. Is that what we see?
Well, it's a part of a circle because the shadow of the Earth is bigger than the radius of the moon.
But do we see a shadow that is shaped as a circle? Is that what we see?
Yes, every single time during a lunar eclipse.
Can you show that circle on the shadow of the moon?
Sure. Any picture of any lunar eclipse, you want me to find one for it?
Yeah. Because I think I've seen like it's a shadow, but I don't remember seeing a circle.
How do you see a circle or shadow, dude?
I've seen lunar eclipses. I never remember like seeing a circle.
I mean, isn't it just like either the portion of a moon is shaded or the whole moon is shaded? If the whole moon is shaded, then you have no idea the content of the overall structure of the shadow at all. If a portion of the moon is shaded, then you still have no overall structure of the entire shadow. You only have the portion. So how could you ever say for certain that it's a circle?
That's what I'm saying. I've seen so many eclipses. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness, Matthew. That's not a circle.
Yeah, sure it is. All 3 of the middle ones are circular.
No, they're not, dude.
What shape would you call that?
An arc?
Yeah, an arc. Like I said, the circle is bigger than the moon itself, so you're only going to see a portion of it.
Oh, dude, you're assuming it's a circle. Just because you see an arc doesn't mean it represents a circle.
That's true. It's consistent with being a circle.
Right, so don't ever again, please, for the love of God, say, I see a circle.
I see a part of a circle. How about that?
No, you see what you assume is part of a circle. You see it.
Yeah, I assume what it is a arc, which is part of a circle, which I assume means that the whole circle is there.
Arc is not necessarily part of a circle. So when I go,
you're right. A circular arc might be part of a square.
No, an arc might be an arc segment on top of a square, like a building with an arc on top. An arc doesn't tell you that there's a structure of a circle, dude. It doesn't.
That's true.
The idea of an arc being a portion of a circle is an ideal geometry only, dude. Physical reality, an arc can exist as itself and stop here and stop there, and it only be an arc segment. It's not an entire circle, for goodness sakes.
Matthew, can you draw and complete the arc and draw the circle so I can see the way it actually is? Can you do the math that it actually conforms to the shadow that the Earth should be casting on it? Is the math correct? Is that the size that it should be based on the math?
I think it is. Machen showed a picture at 54 past the hour. If you can draw a circle on each of those.
And did you do the math that will say, yeah, this is the correct size of the shadow based on the geometry of the sphere? that kind of stuff. Do you do the math?
No, I didn't do the math.
Oh, so you already came to a conclusion, even though you haven't made it to the bridge, but you're saying you already crossed the bridge. And maybe there's no bridge even built, and you're saying I crossed the bridge, but I don't know if there's a bridge.
No, I was talking about the shape of the shadow, not the size of the shadow.
You're saying the shape of the shadow of the Earth on the moon, but there should be some variables that you need to have in the first place to come to the conclusion that it is the shape of the shadow of the Earth on the moon, and a full circle added.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The distance between the moon and the Earth and the size of the moon and the Earth would change the size of the circle, but it wouldn't change the fact that it's a circle, or as AI keeps pointing out, a part of a circle.
And
so I didn't do the
you're
calculations.
observing should be part of a shadow. You're saying a circle, that it should be a specific size based on the distance and the shape and the size of the globe, right? And it should be.
No, I didn't say make any claims about the size. Other people have verified that it matches, but I haven't. I was just saying that it's a circle, not anything about the size of the circle or the distance or anything.
So you made it to the bridge. I mean, you're claiming that you made it past the bridge, but you don't know if there's a bridge there yet.
No, I'm claiming it's consistent with the heliocentric model to have a circular shadow, or part of a circle as a shadow.
Even though you don't have the globe, you don't have any of those variables in place, you're just claiming it is because you say so.
Well, yeah, even the ancients knew that was a spherical object can cast a circular shadow, and even though they didn't know the exact distance of the moon or the size of the moon or the Earth. Of course, we know all that now. I haven't done the calculations, but it has been done, and it's consistent. Meanwhile, what's your explanation? Nothing at all. I think I'll stick with that.
Observable phenomena that you don't know the mechanisms of how actually it works.
All right, so there's some phenomena we have no idea, and the fact that it's consistent with the heliocentric model, just ignore that fact. And
no, remember, you haven't made it to the bridge yet because you don't have the globe, you don't have the curvature, you don't have the vacuum of space, you don't have the water on the outside, you don't have the physics of water, you don't have the gas pressure, but you're already skipping all of those things and making the claim.
We have good explanations for all of those. We have good reasons for believing all of the things you mentioned.
Explanations for everything, but no demonstration, no verifiable. Just say so.
No, not say so. It's explanations that can be falsified and they work.
Okay, Mati.
But when we go test the mathematics required for your explanations to work, it doesn't match reality. So that's a big problem. No, it doesn't.
No, you're right. It would be a big problem, but it matches. It's
no,
like
it doesn't. It doesn't actually match, right? Like you actually have gone out and taken footage with your telescope, and it blatantly doesn't anywhere near match the mathematics handed to you by the globe, right? You'd have some buzzwords that you don't even understand very well. When you say refraction, explains.
I didn't say refraction.
No, you say that. Yeah, you do. You say that it doesn't matter what discrepancies we're seeing with these long distance observations. You admitted that you can't explain them, but you told me that I'll just say refraction, and then I'll just bring up other points. Right, but we're the ones that are actually testing the real world to see if your mathematic matches reality, and it absolutely does not. And you don't have anything to the same standard of these observations and laser tests and whatnot that we're doing. Right? You guys don't have anything. When you guys do those things, it doesn't work out for you. So,
well, I think that the path of light can bend over humid water sometimes.
Yeah, but exactly. How much can this happen?
Well, if it bends 0.07 degrees per mile, that's enough.
Well, what percentage is that? more than what it should.
Well, I don't know how much it should. I'm just saying the number, the difference.
Okay, so I mean, I was listening to a physics professor the other day talk about it. He said standard refraction is 7 to 8%, right? And it can go up to an absolute maximum in extreme situations where it could be up to 15%. It cannot be beyond that. So, I mean, there's many sources, like experts in that particular topic, that state that. I mean, you can't demonstrate it on a smaller scale, that it can actually happen. So, I mean, it's just kind of like a baseless claim, and it's a cop-out when you're using your little 0.000 blah, blah, blah argument, right? That's like, it kind of seems a little dishonest when you're saying that, when it's actually, what you should be saying is it's actually 2,000% further than what it should be on a globe, or more, right? I can show you observations where we can see over 21 miles over a lake, and there's no horizon at all from 5-foot observation height, right? The horizon would have to be at 3.4 kilometers or 2.7 miles approximately. So add 8%, add 15% for extreme conditions. It's not going to, it doesn't add up. It doesn't explain what we're seeing, especially when it's a crystal clear observation, right? There's obviously no miraging effects or anything taking place.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the discrepancy of that tiny degrees doesn't bother me. So I think the other arguments are strong enough. And if there's these tiny discrepancies, I don't think that's
Do you think 2,000% is a tiny discrepancy?
It depends on the percent of what. Percent is just relative. So I that's why I said 0.007
so
degrees.
it should be at 2. Okay, so if it should be at 2.7 miles, right? But we don't see it over 21 miles. Right? It's beyond more than thousands of percent off what it should be. Okay, let's just say we see a shoreline over a 21-mile lake, right? We can set up the camera at 5 foot, and we can see the shoreline, and it looks completely flat all the way over to the shore. There's no horizon, and the shoreline on the lake on the other side should be hidden behind 231 feet curvature. That's like huge discrepancy for the globe.
Yeah, a discrepancy in the final number.
You don't have any observations that show that there is such a thing as a geometric horizon. You would have to agree, right, that if we were to, say, hypothetically remove so it's a vacuum, the horizon would have to be at 2.7 miles away from 5-foot observation height. You can't go against that claim. Okay, so you're saying that really there is a geometric horizon at 2.7 miles.
Yeah, sometimes.
But it's just never been, you just don't have, because of the weather, but we can go back and do the same observation on different days, and there's still no horizon over the 21-mile distance.
But sometimes there is, and sometimes there's not, right?
They do it, not in this Great Salt Lake.
So Skunk Bay was big?
Skunk Bay? There's no horizon present in the Skunk Bay one.
Yeah, but you can see how turbulence affects where things are, right?
Yeah, it just changes it a little bit. It doesn't make anything further away or closer. It's just making things displace higher and lower, right? Which is looming and sinking, and then it's stretching and pressing, which is towering, stooping. So these are known effects, right? No stage is the buildings that we're seeing, doing these effects, like getting closer or further away or anything like that. It doesn't happen. Like, these miraging effects are well defined. All of the citations say the same thing about how they work. It's not like all of a sudden something's like 2,000% further away. So
yeah, well, I mean, all I'm saying is that doesn't bother me, and so that's why I still believe it. Like, it still seems like a nothing burger to me.
should bother you that you guys can't validate a geometric horizon or any Earth curvature by form of observation.
So we should
over
be
distance
concerned.
or laser test or anything like that.
We should be concerned if light doesn't bend 0.07 degrees per mile, or if it does, resulting in this 2,000% distance difference. But still, the resulting cause or the resulting thing that you put in the formula is the difference between 0 and 0.00723 degrees per mile. And that just doesn't bother me. That's all I'm
so
saying.
so you can't replicate that on a smaller scale, and you can't explain it with any type of formulas or anything like that. That's analogous to the actual meteorological conditions in any given scenario, right? You guys.
Oh, you're right about that. I can't validate it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what causes
you can't
that
even
bend
give
of
a
light.
scenario. Okay, so do you agree?
Oh yeah, turbulence in the atmosphere.
Do you agree with the mainstream explanation of why mirages happen, where you have a difference? Like, I mean, do you know why mirages happen according to the mainstream?
Yeah, difference in density in the atmosphere. I don't know the details.
Which is caused by temperature,
humidity, all that.
Well, primarily temperature gradient causing the refractive index difference. Okay, so when you have like a very slight difference, like when you have, say, slightly warmer air closer to the surface and then just very slightly cooler air above it, right? You have like a very gradual change in the refractive index. And in that scenario, it will displace things in the distance and it will make them look lower than what their actual position is. Now, when you start to get a larger difference, right? When it's going from, say, much warmer to much cooler quickly, over, say, 2 or 3 or 4 meters or something like that, that's when you start getting, instead of getting a little bit of sinking, that's when you're going to get a full-blown inferior mirage, right? It's super obvious. It has characteristics. Okay, and when you get an even greater difference in like super hot temperature to a much cooler temperature, right? Like, for example, if you're looking down a road or if you're looking over a footpath and it's heating up, like the sun is heating up the footpath, and you got like a super layer of warm air close to the surface, and then it drastically cools down quite a lot. You get very, very noticeable miraging effects, like a super noticeable inferior mirage, right? So you can tell when you've got like a steep gradient in the refractive index, whereas when we're showing these like 21 Mile Lake observations, there's no miraging effects taking place. So we know that there isn't like a really crazy steep gradient that's going to cause thousands and thousands of % difference in what we're seeing. So, I mean, it doesn't align. It doesn't match. And just saying refraction, just saying bending light, it doesn't actually match the meteorological conditions, right? Like, you can't give any scenario where you would have X temperature changing to X temperature and claiming, oh, well, if this X temperatures were present over this distance, then it would cause the light to bend, and that would explain this observation. That you don't have that.
I see. So you're saying that you can tell by the image itself that there's no refraction happening, even like sort of slight gradual
not that there's no refraction, that there's not a steep gradient in the refractive index. Because once you get a steep gradient, then that's when you're going to have these really obvious miraging effects taking place, whether it be much cooler lower down to much warmer higher up, when you're going to get like superior mirages, you're going to get like Fata Morganas and floating boats and, all of these crazy obvious looking miraging effects, and then you can get the opposite of that if you have inverted temperature gradient. But it's super obvious when you just have a slight change, then there's not much displacement. It's very clear. You don't see any like crazy warping or floating ships or sinking ships or anything like that. I mean, the ideal conditions would be if you had like pretty much the same water temperature as the air temperature. So you don't have like the water creating that warmer layer of air or cooler layer of air above the surface. So it would, you wouldn't have much of a change in the refractive index. So you wouldn't have like a lot of the bending effect of the light. Anyway, I'm just saying, like, there's a lack of the explanation doesn't really hold any weight.
Yeah, I wonder even if there's not a steep gradient, like if a gradual gradient over the course of like all those miles would be enough to cause a 0.007 degree per mile bend in the path of light. So you're right, I don't know the details about what might be causing it.
Yeah, we know that they account 7%, or sometimes 8%, I think, for standard refraction. So if you're 6 foot tall, and the horizon should be 3 miles away, it's not going to change it much, is it? It's not going to make a horizon disappear over a 21-mile distance. Another question for you, Matthew. What about, do you think that if you are making an observation over a large distance and there's like heavy sort of refractive effects, like distortion over that distance, and the things in the distance look kind of miraged and warped, do you think you would be able to see further or less distance if you used an infrared
Yeah, it would depend on whether it's warping up or down or which way it would be warping. So I think it just changes the path of light in sort of unpredictable,
it's these conditions
turbulent ways.
where you guys claim that it's because of the heavy refraction that you can see further. Do you think that in those conditions where you say that you can see, say, 10 times further than what you should on a globe, if you then pulled out an infrared which cuts down those effects, do you think you would be able to see less distance or more distance?
Probably less, because I think that infrared is slightly less susceptible to refractive properties than visible light, but it's right next to visible light, so it's not going to be a big difference, right?
I think that's, yeah. I mean, the examples that I've seen, like, you definitely like just say you can see over a 20-mile lake and you can see a building on the other side. It looks like there's no curvature at all. It's just like a mirror surface on the water. It looks completely flat, and you can just see everything on the other side.
Yeah. Sometimes it's like that, but most of the time it's not, right?
Okay, so let me give you give you an actual example, and just see what your opinion is. Second. So have a look at this GIF. Okay, so you claim that there's a physical geometric horizon at 2.73 miles, but there's we just can't detect it at all, and it just looks completely flat. But really, it is there. There's really a horizon line there, and really the shoreline there is actually 230 foot behind the curvature of the Earth. But it just looks like it's completely flat and still and clear. And so, do you think that if this person did the same observation right then, but just switched to an infrared, that a horizon would appear?
I don't think so, because infrared and visible light are so close to each other. I think you might end up with very similar looking things in infrared.
How do you think there's any way to find that horizon, that elusive horizon that's completely undetectable here?
Wait until a different day. Try again.
Well,
but at this point,
he kept doing it throughout the day, and he even did it at night, and it just looks exactly the same.
Yeah. It sounds like the weather was fairly similar all those times. Be interesting to try if he did it at different seasons, like when the water was warmer than the air, when the water was colder than the air, when it was exactly the same temperature. All those different examples would be interesting.
Yeah, I agree that would be good to see. So you think that when he zooms in here, that shoreline that we can see on the other side?
That's when I was looking into this, and I was like wondering, well, okay, what about the other planets, right? The same thing. Like I was like, what are these guys doing? Like an object in outer space that's flat while everything else is a globe, right? That doesn't make any sense, right? And then like when I heard when I was asking about it, and I heard the flat earthers' response, I didn't go, so you think planets don't exist? That never entered my mind once. Like, I understood their response. Like, oh, okay, right. So the planets aren't what we've been taught. I get it, right? Like, there's no proof that the planets are exactly what they're being told they are, that they're these big balls orbiting the sun out in outer space. Outer space might not even exist. I was thinking, like, I understood what they were saying. Didn't immediately just go, oh, you planets don't exist. That's just stupid. Why would you even think?
Hey, T-Dub.
I'm on the same
T-Dub, when you're speaking, there's like this buzzing noise that happens when you're speaking. Like every so often, there's like a big buzzing noise that happens.
Sorry about that.
Are you on a wired headset, T-Dub?
Yeah, my port is probably playing up.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Give it a blow. Usually works. Hey, what's up, AV? Good to see you, bro.
What's up, homie?
Not much, brother. Getting the work done. You know how it is.
Getting ready for Thursday, man. Hit me up today if you got a chance later on, or later today on the other server.
Yeah, later, like 6 hours from now. Yeah, I'm free. Well, I'm free all day, to be honest. But yeah, I'm truly free after work.
Yes. Whenever you can.
Yes, sir. Exciting times.
Yeah.
Are you at work now, AV? Yourself?
Yeah, I just come in. It's usually quiet in the mornings, and I don't really get going till like about another 30 minutes to an hour from now. But yeah.
Yeah. Gotta get it in. Gotta get that money.
For sure.
What did you think about Kembo's track that he sent you?
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, he showed
I
me
mean, we
last
can
night.
definitely use it for any anything that we need it for. It's going to be there. So I appreciate anybody's help. You know what I mean? Any contribution, I'm much appreciative of that. So
What are you
there's
trying
a
to
lot
put
of work
together?
that needs to be done, though.
What are you trying to put together? A video or something?
No, the project is going to be something akin to controversial topics being covered by many, a small panel, essentially. A small panel of us are getting together, and this project is going to encumber a lot of controversial topics and our knowledge as critical thinkers. So, a small tight group,
kind of like a podcast.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly like that.
You're gonna show your faces and stuff.
Yeah, we already have. I'm on Rumble, so you can get to see what I look like on Rumble.
Yeah, I think it needs, because there's a lot of people in the space who are sort of covering the news just as like a story to get views. You know, I don't think people are really looking at any. There's not really many videos out there where people are putting the stuff together critically.
Yep.
It's all just like fear porn, isn't it?
That's why it takes a steady group of minds that I've been in this topic for a long time. So our perspective is going to be different than others, and we know how to tackle topics. So instead of complaining why there isn't anything out there, we're going to go out there and do something about it. Eventually, it's going to be mainstream. So it takes a lot of work to get it there. So that's why I'm starting. It's my lifelong passion to get this done right now. I've always thought about things like, these topics. Never have been able to put something together like what I'm doing now. Logistics is probably the hardest thing for me, because putting together Discords, organizing it, getting sound check from the microphones and audio equipment, just everything.
I hope it becomes success. It'd be pretty sick if it comes as successful as like InfoWars or something, but it's like Flat Earth Wars or something. I don't know what you called you.
Yeah, I'm actually aiming to be a lot bigger than that. I want to be worldwide,
that would be
multilingual. I have huge ambitions, Dragonfruit, and I know what I can do. So I also trust in the people that I'm with. It's a huge endeavor. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It takes a team of people.
I have no doubt it'll be popular. There's a gap in the market here, and a lot of the audience that you're going to get are caught up in sort of red pill ideology and different sort of politically charged movements, and I think that's a lot of them are not looking for that, but they have to deal with that because there really isn't truly those sort of logical, critical thinkers doing it. They've all got agendas within some sort of movement. So I think it's definitely going to be successful. It's just you just need to get that momentum going, and then I have no doubt it's going to be popular.
Exactly that. Yeah, it's a group of critical thinkers that are not just either auto-hoaxing or auto-believing. So we're going to talk about the reasons why people are dealing with the agendas the way they are. So it's, in other words, it's like giving a quality check to the people who are taking on these narratives one way or the other.
I think as well, if we can get some good guests in, some controversial sort of debates going and stuff, then you can make a lot of shorts. I think that's a great way to grow. You know, the shorts on YouTube, the shorts on Instagram, things like that.
Short form content is going to be one of the things that we're also keen to be focused on, along with the long form. So yeah, there's many different avenues, different types of content. So yeah, we're diversifying in the type of content we're doing. It's not just only one specific type of thing. We're kind of multifaceted and being able to have like a side show where there's like a little debate program. We're going to do another one where someone's on the streets, reporting from the streets, traveling to different places, different countries. It's pretty huge, the aspiration behind this. So I don't know where this is going to land, though. It might be bigger than I even could conceive of,
Might get you in a bit of trouble as well.
Well, I was thinking about that, but it's not so much trouble as it is just talking to people. Because there's one thing to actually go after entities, and there's another thing to attack the narrative. The narrative
I don't mean
is what
trouble as in like you're going to get disciplined. I mean like your channel might get demonetized. They might take your videos down, stuff like that.
Oh no, they won't do that. We're on a platform that doesn't do that. The reason why the platform exists is because people have wanted a platform like this. So Rumble is that platform.
They're talking about banning Rumble in the UK. They've already banned BitChute.
Yeah. They might do that, but people will still find a way to get VPNs and still see that. They're trying to do that in the UK because they can't stop people speaking out. And believe me, just know this, man. There's topics that we're going to cover that are going to touch exactly the heart of the UK people.
Yeah, and then it'd be sick if you get big enough. You just have your own website and then you just stream it directly to your place, and then you never got that problem.
The people are upset, and that's why they're drawn to the Reform Party. We've been knowing this, so we want people to actually have a voice in the UK. They're just tired of what's going on. Let's say that.
You could say that. Yeah, they are definitely. Every single person I speak to is pissed off.
I know. But awareness is the key, my friend. Making people hear your voice. And that's why I think we're going to get lit up like a Christmas tree when we start bringing these topics up. Because we stand by those who are afflicted. Yeah?
No, like Root said, I think there is a huge gap in the space, and I've been thinking I would love to do something like that. Obviously, I just don't have the means at the moment. But I think there really needs to be people in this space who think critically and help all these young lost men, especially in England. I don't know how bad it is in other places, but they've got no guidance apart from all these people like Andrew Tate popping in the space.
Yes, dude. You are thinking like the way we are. Same thing. There's something wrong here with the narrative. Did you go check out my Rumble, dude?
Yes, send me a link. Yeah, post it in the chat.
So let's see. I think it's frontline _UN. I think that's the @ name, that the handle that you could find the channel at. Frontline _UN.
Okay.
Yeah, _UN. And you'll see my face, you'll see TB, you'll see Flatloid. And then there's one video that I have that's the intro. The intro speaks to what we're just been talking about right now.
Well, I work. I do painting and decorating as my job, and I work with two twins, and they're both 18, obviously, exactly the same age. But they're just struggling, mate. They've got their education wasn't really even about England anymore. It was all about feelings and identities. There's like these two young lads are like, they have no idea what's the point in even working. They're like, oh, all my mates are just getting money on OnlyFans and selling drugs and shit. So they don't even understand why they want to work.
Oh, we want to inspire young men to actually critically think about the world around them, and not to just accept narratives such as either being an Andrew Tate clone or just being a beta boy. So either one of those, there needs to be some sort of understanding of what a man actually is, and not just like knuckle dragging Neanderthal. You know what I mean? Like he can be a competent man who's able to navigate this world and understand what is right and what is wrong. So I want to have people to give them the tools to critically think about what's right and what's wrong, as far as like being able to guide someone to live a good, virtuous life. If that makes any sense.
No, of course. It's one of the few ways I see out of this is educating the younger people before they get too messed up.
Yeah, but I guess Roots, is there any way you can shoot him the link? I'm a bit busy at work, but if you have it.
Yeah, I've been struggling to find it. I mean, when I type in frontliners _UN, it's coming up with other channels. It's not coming up with your channel, brother.
All right, give me a second.
I struggled to find it the other day when you told me to look for it as well.
No, I can't find it.
The only way I saw the videos was through the link that you told me to sign up to for the actual live streaming, and then I saw the episodes there. I couldn't find it directly on Rumble. It's going to take a while for it to show up in the algorithms, I think, and we need more promotion.
It says video is not found, the one Kembo just sent.
I'll drop it in the. I'll drop the link in the chat.
Yeah, the video's not found for me.
That's the intro right there that I just dropped, the link I just dropped. And then you can click on the actual channel and find out that the other video that I uploaded is the one that we did, the first episode. The audio quality is not as good. We're working on that, so by the next one it should be better. But yeah, you can see us. Anyway, I got to get back doing stuff though.
Yeah. Yeah, the first episode's up there as well. Posted 11 hours ago.
Okay, good stuff. Good stuff.
I'll have to sign up to Rumble and I'll subscribe. I'm not signed in. I haven't signed up to it yet.
Yeah, that's the problem with Rumble. It doesn't keep you signed in, so you have to sign in every single time. Pain in the ass, to be honest. I suppose on the phone it keeps you signed in, but on the browser on your computer, it doesn't do that. You'd save save your logins via the cache. Gumbo Beats in the house. What's up, brother?
Yeah, it's been
John.
said that that's going to be more of an occurrence where you're going to be asked to validate yourself every single time, verify. That's going to be a common thing now. Okay? Because I'm noticing it on my iPad and on my iPhone. You know, Apple ID, Apple ID, Apple ID. It keeps asking, even though you put the correct passwords in. You know, you might go a week, 2 weeks, and it starts asking again.
Have you seen how difficult it is now to buy cryptocurrency? I don't know how bad it is in other countries, but in England, you need to like scan your face now on your phone. And
wow, yeah,
I've got money trapped in Binance that I can't get out anymore because my bank has refused all transactions to and from Binance. Got like 300 quid just sitting there.
Yeah, I lost